Mark Twain once said, the two most important days in your life are number 1, the day you're born, and number 2, the day you find out why. I'm here today and every day forever to humbly help you find your career passion. I'm always here for my students to also help you find your career purpose. And you won't find another business teacher on the planet who cares as much as I do and works as hard as I do to ensure that my students are successful. And I want to nurture and help my students find their ambition or get their ambition back. I will walk through walls to help you take your career to the next level. And I promise you that I care just as much about your opportunity for unlimited success as you do. Please stick around until the end of today's live webcast, as I have a few special gifts for everybody on this call. I promise you, and I guarantee, that I will help you live your life on your own terms in my MBA program or your money back. Now, my students inspire me so much, and there is nothing that we can't accomplish together. In just the past couple of months, students in my MBA program have achieved the following unbelievable career milestones. One of my students that started in my MBA program this past January got a job offer at Goldman Sachs in New York City, working in investment banking, making $175,000 base salary, and he's in the same post-MBA start class with Harvard Business School graduates. Another student of mine just raised $11.5 million for his startup from the same venture capitalist that invested in Tesla, SpaceX, Baidu, and Twitter. Other students of mine in my MBA program in just the past couple of months have gotten jobs at Google, McKinsey, the Boston Consulting Group, and on and on and on. So welcome to our 5th annual Haroun MBA degree program open house. Now we've got a lot to cover today, and I decided that after I discuss the MBA program that starts on September 30th, that I will do my usual endless open house Q&A. And I'll tell you soon how to get on Zoom to ask questions. And you can also ask questions over YouTube chat, and I'll answer them all right here. Now, my record is 12 hours in a row of answering questions over Zoom without taking a break, which we did on our MBA open house back in 2020. And it gives me such pleasure to humbly help my students. And I hope today's live webcast is enjoyable if I can get through it. Now, this is your MBA on your terms, as the program is very flexible. Now, we have more than a couple thousand students that have taken my 300-hour plus MBA degree program. And all these students have one thing in common. We are all here to help each other reach our full potential. Our global family of incredible students are from many different countries. And I'm humbled to say that in all of my courses, I now have well over 1.5 million students, and my courses have generated well over $10 million in revenue. More importantly, though, I'm humbled. I'm humbled to say that what I teach you based on my real life experience, based on the practical stuff I've done, and not based on theory, works. It has worked and it will continue to work and to help you reach your full potential or your money back. And I will continue to reinvest to ensure that your MBA program is always up to date with fresh new content. I add a ton of new stuff every year to the program, which you'll all get for free if you purchase the program. Now, in addition to the 5 pillars of content already in my MBA program, and I'll talk about them soon, I'm adding a 6th pillar, which is technology, and specifically how to program from scratch. Now, I have a lot of programming experience as well, and I just developed a methodology that makes it fun to program. And you get this all for free forever if you are or will be a student in my MBA program. And the programming content will be exclusive to my MBA program. And as many of you know, I love to teach based on props. And so what I'm doing is when I add the programming stuff, which is coming soon to the curriculum, and I'll send you all an email when it's added, I'm going to teach you based on using lots of different props. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start learning with Excel, okay? And I'll teach you everything you need to know about Excel as well as programming in Excel. Now, it's important to start with Excel when you're learning to code. And the reason is because within Excel, what happens is you can record yourself creating macros, and the macros are automatically converted into code, and those are called subs. And I'm going to break it down with all the components inside these subs and functions so that it makes a lot of sense. And each sub goes directly into a module, okay? And all the modules go inside a project. So I'm going to teach you all this stuff in a brand new way, so it's a lot of fun. We'll start with Excel, and we'll talk about Visual Basic for application within Excel. And then what we'll do, let me clean up my desk here. What we'll do after that is we'll learn Python and any programming language that is in demand, so I can ensure that you're always up to date with the coolest new skills to take your career to the next level. Now, I was recently interviewed by Business Insider on my thoughts on how the metaverse will change education and the upcoming metaverse addition to my MBA program, which I can't wait to show you. Whatever new technologies are or will be created, I will continue to add new content to the MBA program so that you are always not just one step, but one giant leap ahead of your competition. And I'll talk about the MBA in more detail soon. And if you want, you can check it out right now at this website here. day1notoneday.com. Spelled out as you can see right here. Well, welcome to day one and not one day. So let's talk about today's agenda. So we're going to talk about the following topics today. We'll kick it off with a discussion of our 5th annual Gold and Platinum Haroun MBA program that starts on September 30th. This will be a smaller class, so positions are limited. And if the class sells out quickly, don't worry, as we're going to have another class next year. Now, as I will explain later, the Gold and Platinum MBA program is the same class that starts on September 30th, but Platinum students get one-on-one meetings. And if you want to learn more about the Gold and Platinum MBA program starting this September 30th, again, you can always go to day1notoneday.com. The second topic I'll talk about today is I'll quickly discuss frequently asked questions. Then I'll do an interview with an incredible graduate from the Platinum version of my Haroun MBA degree program. Then I will tell you how to get several free gifts today. The last part of the agenda for today is I will do my usual endless Zoom Q&A session. Now, if you want, you can go right now to Day One Not One Day, which is right here, okay? And you can read about the program in much more detail. All right, let's talk about the first topic, which is a discussion of our 5th annual Gold and Platinum Haroun MBA degree program that starts this September 30th. So again, this will be a smaller class, so positions are limited. Again, if the class sells out quickly, don't worry because we'll have another class next year. Now, traditional MBA schools are too expensive. They're too inflexible, meaning you have to physically be there in class, and they're certainly outdated. And they literally teach you stuff that was relevant last century. And they have not kept up to date with technology and social media trends. With my MBA degree program, it's affordable as it only costs the same as a few hours of the cost of getting an MBA from a traditional old school MBA school. Plus, there is no risk as there is a 30-day 100% money back guarantee. And my 30-day 100% money back guarantee lasts for 30 days after we start our 1-year MBA degree program starting on September 30th. So what that means is this. If you purchase today or any time before September 30th, then the 30-day 100% money back guarantee lasts through October 30th of this year. Spots are limited, again, as this will be smaller than my usual 160 students per class. And I only have on average one person per class that asks for their money back. And I encourage you all to do your own due diligence on my program by going to LinkedIn and just finding any students that are graduates of my MBA degree program and just talk to them. They're from all over the world, and they help each other a lot because your network is your net worth. Also, my program is flexible because you can access it from anywhere forever. You can watch the lectures live with me, where I stop after each topic to take endless questions. Or you can watch the recorded lessons and recorded Q&A sessions online anytime and on any device forever. And again, I will walk through walls to help my students reach their full potential in life. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Also, my MBA program is always up to date, as you receive many hours of new classes every year for free. And as I mentioned, I'm always adding classes, including programming classes, very soon. Now, the MBA program is a one-time payment for the September MBA, or at checkout, you can make 3 payments. And all new content I will add is then free forever if you purchase the Gold or Platinum MBA program starting on September 30th. And I pride myself on teaching real practical concepts based on my experience and based on the many meetings I've had with billionaires and top CEOs and entrepreneurs, which is where I got the 101 crucial lessons in this book of mine. Now, I published this book while I worked in the venture capital industry, and I'm humbled to say that Forbes called this book one of 6 books that all entrepreneurs need to read right now, along with books by Peter Thiel, Simon Sinek, am I saying that right? Sinek, I think. The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, The Lean Startup, and The Billionaire Effect. And Business Insider called my book the Book of the Year in 2016. And everyone attending this call can get the Audible version of this book for free, along with 2 other gifts, and I'll explain how very soon. And so I teach based on my work experience as well, and not everybody knows me on this call. So I thought I would very quickly talk about my bio and why I do what I do. Why do I teach? Why did I give up venture capital and hedge funds to do this? So I'm from Canada originally, but I now live in the San Francisco Bay Area with my wife, Christine, and my 3 sons. Now, they're a little bit older now than you see in the picture there, or this picture here, actually. And my eldest son, Andrew, right here, he started university at Berkeley this fall. And he's actually studying engineering, although he told me recently he wants to switch to business. Now, in terms of my experience, I have about 30 years of experience in business. I graduated with a Bachelor of Commerce degree from McGill University 8 million years ago. And then I worked for 4 years as a programmer at a consulting firm called Accenture. Then I got my MBA in finance from Columbia University in the year 2000. And when I graduated, my friends from Columbia and from Harvard Business School that worked with me at Goldman Sachs were very frustrated. We were all frustrated that we all did not learn the most important concepts in business school, which is why I created this MBA degree program. And a lot of people in my MBA degree program are from top universities as well. They have MBAs from top schools. But they say they learn more in 1 month, humbly, in my program than they did in the entire 2-year program they did at those traditional schools. And traditional MBA degree programs do not teach you important stuff. They don't teach you how to present, or how to get customers, or how to network, or how to interview, or how to manage your own money. They teach you how to manage other people's money. And this was apparent to me when I wanted to buy my first apartment in New York City in 2002. I called my buddies that graduated from Columbia and Harvard Business School. And I asked them back in 2002, I said, hey, how does a mortgage work? And they all said, I don't know. They did not teach us that in MBA school. They also don't teach you how to start a company. Ask anybody that has an MBA. So do you know how to start a company now? They don't. And MBA schools teach theoretical concepts like supply and demand curves, which nobody uses. They teach you theoretical concepts that were maybe relevant last century. Okay, and they teach you so much bogus stuff that you won't use in the real world as well. Theoretical finance and accounting stuff. It's different in the real world. And unlike traditional MBA programs, my MBA program covers all of those concepts, the practical ones, and much more, and it's always up to date. Now, after I graduated from Columbia, I worked at Goldman Sachs in New York City for about 5 years. Then I worked at the top hedge fund in the world. They hired me and moved me and my family and I can hear my mom correcting me now. They moved my family and I to San Francisco here on the West Coast from New York City, where I invested in technology stocks at a big hedge fund. Then I started my own hedge fund and a venture capital firm, where I had a pre-IPO investment in my fund in Facebook, Palantir, and other companies. And we'll study Facebook, or it's called Meta now, and a bunch of other tech companies and traditional companies in a lot of detail in my MBA program. Again, we don't do any theory. We talk about real life practical stuff. Now, something was missing when I was working at Goldman and in the hedge fund sector and in venture capital. And this happened to me a lot. When I would have my annual reviews when I worked for other people, it was always really uncomfortable for my bosses. You know, they would always start my annual performance review with, Chris, you're exceeding expectations, you're a top performer, and you're a great teammate and fun to work with, but can you spend a little bit less time mentoring people in other departments of the firm? And I got a lot of awards humbly, for helping people in different departments and mentoring people. And it was never about money for me. It was just about fun. Okay. And it's just fun for me to help others. We're here to serve other people. Don't expect to realize your dreams in life unless you help others accomplish theirs first. Okay. But it was more satisfying for me to teach and help others. And I love venture capital, as I got to sit on many boards and I started many companies and I humbly did well financially, etc. But I found my true passion eventually, which is teaching. And helping my students take their careers to the next level brings me such joy. It's a euphoric moment for me every time. So what I did on the side was, when I worked in venture capital, I taught at a bunch of Bay Area MBA university programs and undergraduate programs, and I got an award for Professor of the Year from one of the schools there. And I want to help you find your passion too. And so during the weekends, what I would do is I would volunteer with charities in East Palo Alto here in the San Francisco Bay Area, where the high school graduation rate in East Palo Alto is only 40%. And so many of these poor students have deadbeat fathers, and I mentored them, and I took pride in doing that. And so what I did was I created a one-day course for them that I would teach them on Saturdays, for free of course, called An Entire MBA in One Day. And then what I did was, in January of 2016, I threw up a camera as I wanted to record that MBA stuff and help other people from all over the world. And I called that course, it was an 8-hour online course that some of you have taken, An Entire MBA in One Course. And I'm humbled to say that that course alone has sold over 500,000 copies now. Now, I never did it for the money. And I tell my students that if you chase money, you lose your money and your dreams. But if you chase your dreams and you don't give a damn what other people think of you, then something wonderful happens. Your dreams come true, and the money follows accidentally. It always does. Now, you can't reinvent yourself or make a dent in the universe unless you follow your heart and chase your passion. And all the best entrepreneurs never chased money. They chased their dreams, and I want to humbly help you realize your dreams, as again, we can't expect to realize our dreams unless we help others accomplish theirs first. Okay, that's my philosophy and why I teach. And so my passion is helping you. My passion is also building schools with my profits all over the world. And last year I flew to Rwanda with my son Andrew as well, where we started building a school in Rwanda with a platinum MBA graduate named Thiel from my Haroun MBA program. And that's my purpose and passion, and I promise to help you find yours. Okay, and we're building one in Kenya with another platinum student soon, and I want to rinse, lather, repeat, and do it in all countries. Now, my MBA program is not only based on my work experience on Wall Street, working at Goldman Sachs, etc. It's based on my work experience working in the venture capital sector here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it's not US focused. It's global in nature, as I've worked all over the world as well. Now, our next gold and platinum one-year MBA program starts on Friday, September 30th. And classes are every single Friday from September 30th, 2022 until Friday, September 29th, 2023. And classes are 6 hours per week on Fridays from 9 a.m. Pacific time until 3 p.m. Pacific time, plus live Q&A after all topics. So each Friday, what we do is we usually cover about 6 topics. And after each one of these topics, I stop and I take questions over YouTube Live or over Zoom as well. And you don't have to watch all the classes live. You can watch replays of them or just watch and attend in class if you want to learn about topics that are of most interest to you. And there's barely any homework at all as you learn during class. Okay, it's edutaining, meaning educational and entertaining. Okay, and that's actually my license plate. It's edutain, and as I mentioned, I wear my heart on my sleeve. Now there's about 50 classes, okay, each Friday, and there's 2 short quizzes after each class, which takes you hardly any time to finish. Okay, this means there's 100 quizzes, and in order to pass and receive the MBA degree, all you need to do is get over 50% on half of the 100 quizzes. Okay, and I set it up this way because not all students are interested in the same content, and I want this to truly be your MBA on your terms. The Gold program and the Platinum program are the same, meaning the students attend the same classes, okay, and the same Q&A sessions, and the weekly office hours are the same for Gold and Platinum students. Weekly office hours are every Thursday for 2 hours from 11:20 a.m. Pacific time until 1:20 p.m. Pacific time. But if you're in the Platinum program, you also get 3 hours of one-on-one Zoom calls with me spread out throughout the year. And the one-on-one Zoom calls are 20 minutes each on Mondays, Tuesdays, or Thursdays between 1:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. And during the 3 hours of one-on-one meetings, meaning the 180 minutes for 20-minute sessions, so 9 minutes in total, during these one-on-ones, I will literally learn how to speak. I will literally write your entire LinkedIn profile if you want me to. And I will humbly and confidentially help you with any business or career-related topic, from how to interview or how to ask for a raise or a promotion or how to grow your startup or any other project you want me to help you with. I'm your humble confidant. Okay, now let's take a look at the prices and what is included in the Gold and Platinum program. Okay, and some of you are probably thinking, well, what is the Silver program? I've heard of that too. So let's go together to day1notoneday.com. Okay, here we go. And I just got a brand new website created. Big shout out to Vlad from the Ukraine. He's awesome. He did a great job of this. Works on mobile too. All right. So there's 30% off, and you'll see a pop-up come up. If you want to do a one-on-one call with me and not purchase today, you can click here to schedule a one-on-one Zoom call with me to talk about Gold and Platinum in more detail. Okay. So you get 30% off, limited time offer. Again, space is limited, but here are the programs. Okay, there's Silver, Gold, and Platinum. Silver is $499, and you can sign up today. It's like Netflix. You don't get access to me except through a short weekly webcast, which is optional, and it's 300 hours. Yeah. Now, Gold is the same as Silver, except I do 200 hours of live Q&A on Fridays with you. Okay, so Gold is the same as Silver, except you get the 200 hours of live Q&A with me on Fridays when I play the lectures. Okay. Also in Gold, you get access to the 2-hour weekly office hours with me. That includes Zoom. Okay. Now, Platinum is the same as Gold, except you also get those 3 hours of one-on-ones. Now, if you sign up for Gold or Platinum, you can start watching the lectures right now if you want to, or you can watch them live in class with me, similar to the Silver. Okay, and here are the prices right here. Okay, and you can scroll down and read all about this and the money back policy and all that stuff as well. And then just scroll down for a bunch of for FAQs, etc. And I'll cover some of these FAQs, just a couple later on. All right, let's talk about what is included in the MBA program, meaning what do I teach about in the 1-year Gold and Platinum MBA program starting on September 30th. So there's 6 pillars in this MBA program. And I mentioned the brand new technology pillar being added to the MBA program, where I will teach you programming in many different programming languages from scratch. I will also teach Web 3.0 and metaverse concepts from scratch. And anytime there's a new technology platform, programming language, or social media platform that I think can help my students, I will add them to the program at no additional cost. Now, the technology part of the MBA is brand new. Let's discuss the other 5 components of the MBA. And the technology stuff I'm adding very, very soon. I wanted to get it done by this November. I got COVID in the summer. Don't worry, I feel better now than I did before I got COVID. I'm all better. And so instead of releasing the technology stuff in November, it's going to come in January. But again, if you purchase today, you get access to all that technology stuff for free forever. And every year I add new stuff, you'll get free forever. Okay, let's talk about the other 5 components of the MBA. The second of 6 pillars is finance and accounting. And I will teach you finance and accounting from scratch, assuming you have no finance and accounting experience. And if you do have finance and accounting experience, I want you to forget everything you've learned, because I'm going to teach you a brand new and easier and more fun way to learn finance and accounting with a ton of props, because it's easier and more fun to learn with props and visuals. When I was younger, I remember show and tell, and my buddies would bring in props, and I'll talk about this awesome golden gun very soon. My buddies would bring in props, and I remember all the props, but I don't remember anything the teacher said. Yeah, visuals are a fun way to learn. That's why Pinterest and Instagram are doing well. So all the stuff I teach is based on my work experience on Wall Street, having worked at Goldman Sachs and in the hedge fund industry and the venture capital industry. I'll teach you how to read financial statements like a good book. For example, this Facebook prospectus and many, many others. All this financial stuff will be fun and second nature for you as well. You're going to enjoy this. I'll also teach you about mergers and acquisitions, investment banking, etc., using real-life case studies. Now, I'm also going to give you, and I got a prop I got to grab here. I don't know if I'm going to do this justice. I'll do it over here. I hope you guys can see this. All right, so I'm going to give you many templates so that you can learn how to fish instead of me teaching you how to fish. Okay, and so I wanted to do this awesome thing here, but I'm not going to figure it out. Okay, you guys get the idea, okay? I'm much better at fishing in Red Dead Redemption Part 1 and 2. Best video games ever. Okay, let me get back on script here. I'm going to give you so many investing templates so you can analyze any investment before deciding to invest. And instead of giving you a fish, I'll teach you how to fish so that you're a long-term investor and you make smarter investment decisions. And I don't want you to ever rely on anyone's advice, including mine, on what to buy when you invest, which is why I will teach you and provide you with many templates so you can decide for yourself. And nobody is smarter than you. And I believe that with my whole heart, that I licensed this very short, life-changing interview you're going to see right now with Steve Jobs from the Silicon Valley Historical Association here in the San Francisco Bay Area. This is a short video, but it's worth watching.
When you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and your life is just to live your life inside the world, try not to bash into the walls too much, try to have a nice family life, have fun, save a little money. But life, that's a very limited life. Life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. And you can change it. You can influence it. You can build your own things that other people can use. And the minute that you understand that you can poke life and actually something will, if you push in, something will pop out the other side, that you can change it, you can mold it. That's maybe the most important thing, is to shake off this erroneous notion that life is there and you're just going to live in it, versus embrace it, change it, improve it, make your mark upon it. I think that's very important. And however you learn that, once you learn it, you'll want to change life and make it better, because it's kind of messed up in a lot of ways. Once you learn that, you'll never be the same again.
Also, in the finance and accounting pillar, in a 30-hour elective, I teach you how professional investors do advanced investment and portfolio analysis and how they use basic and advanced option strategy to protect their money and make money too, of course. And here's a very short video about the finance and accounting part of the MBA program. Do you want to learn all of the practical finance and accounting skills that you need to be successful in a really fun way from scratch? In this track, we cover everything from managing your personal finances to even starting a hedge fund and everything in between. I teach you the basics and the advanced ways to analyze and value companies, create a diversified investment portfolio. I also teach you how to invest in stocks, bonds, commodities, real estate, and even advanced options topics covering derivatives, investing in options, future swaps, and much more. And I promise you that I will explain it all in a fun and easy to understand way from scratch. You will learn how to use my VFT, meaning Valuation, Fundamentals, and Technicals Investment Research Framework that uses my specially designed 100-step process and comprehensive, brand new state-of-the-art investment template to research and analyze stocks to ensure that you can pick profitable investments in the long run. When you finish this track, you will be able to manage portfolios like a professional by using the many financial models and frameworks I provide you with to outperform your competition, regardless of whether it's your own money, your client's money, or corporate or government portfolios. This track is so comprehensive and enjoyable. You can go from being financially illiterate to a savvy professional investor in practically no time at all with the methods that you'll learn to use in these easy to apply lessons. It's never too late to learn how to invest in your future. So please check it out. We can't wait to have you join us. Thank you. The third pillar of the MBA program is entrepreneurship, where I teach you how to start a company or improve your current company. And during the entrepreneurship part of the program, we've got a 15-hour venture capital boot camp. All right. And then this venture capital, and hats never fit me here, but in this venture capital boot camp, I teach you how to start a company or improve your current company or department if you work at a big company. I also teach you how to raise money, like a student of mine from last year that I mentioned that raised $11.5 million earlier this year from Tim Draper and others. And Tim Draper was an early investor in Baidu, Twitter, Tesla, SpaceX, etc. Now, the venture capital bootcamp part of the MBA program, the venture, I hope you don't see my bald spot. Okay. The venture capital part of the MBA degree program is based on my work experience in venture capital, where I invested in Facebook pre-IPO and based on companies I've started and the boot camps I've been a part of at Stanford University. Now, the Stanford Graduate School of Business MBA program has one venture capital class. It's tough to get into. And part of the curriculum for several years there, I was involved with and on panels, and I mentored many Stanford MBA students with their business models while they were doing their MBA at Stanford as part of the curriculum. And all this venture capital knowledge, I will teach you in the entrepreneurship part of the MBA program, which is a blast. Now, here's a short video on the entrepreneurship track. Over the last decade, there's been an explosion of entrepreneurship with the advancement of technology. The amazing thing is that anybody can start companies now with very little capital and in any country. But sadly, most of these businesses will fail within 2 years. Now, the difference between success and failure is planning and execution, because failing to plan is planning to fail. In the entrepreneurship track, we have what I call our venture capital boot camp. I guide you through all the practical steps that you need to grow your existing company or launch a new company, including raising money, creating a rock-solid go-to-market business strategy, building your management team, determining the product and or service that you're selling, and creating financial statements the easy way. I have a lot of experience with venture capital, as I've participated as a teacher and a keynote speaker at venture capital events all over the world, including judging business models on many occasions at the Stanford University Graduate School of Business. In the entrepreneurship track of the program, you are given many up-to-date and easy-to-use templates for writing a business plan, including finding your customers, researching your competition, and securing the necessary financials to ensure your company's success. This section is jam-packed with practical skills and knowledge that will give graduates the upper hand in the new economy. Students are provided with the step-by-step lessons to launch and execute a successful business idea that will thrive today and in the future. If you've ever dreamed of starting your own business, you'll be armed with the essential tools needed to ensure success. Learn why relationships are more important than product knowledge, and together, let's build your business empire. I'll see you in the program. Thank you. The fourth of 6 pillars is called Sales, Marketing, and Communications, where I teach you how to sell anything, including yourself. And the best CEOs and entrepreneurs are great salespeople. I will teach you how to reinvent yourself and get more customers or get a better job and much more. And we study the best entrepreneurs and we don't study theory. I teach you how to use YouTube or other social media products to enhance your career as well. I'll also teach you how to communicate better and speak gooder too. That was awful dad humor. I'm so sorry. I do apologize because I use maybe a little bit too much dad humor in the MBA program, but that's okay because you have a 30-day, 100% money-back guarantee. In the MBA program, pardon me, in the MBA program, you will also learn how to use the video or audio equipment that you currently have to create an incredible Zoom or webcast experience for your viewers from your home. And one of my amazing platinum students named Evelyn, she just took her career to the next level using the audio and visual concepts taught in the MBA program. And Evelyn inspires me so much. And she told me recently that an amazing Zoom setup at home does the same thing for your career that an incredible Italian suit does. And so here's a quick video on what to expect in the sales, marketing, and communications part of the MBA program. 2 of the most important skills you need to succeed in your career are the ability to sell and the ability to market yourself. But traditional MBAs place very little, if any, emphasis on this area. They're stuck teaching theories that no longer have any relevance in modern society. In this section of the program called Sales, Marketing, and Communications, you'll learn how to sell, including your products, your services, and most importantly, yourself. I will teach you frameworks for qualifying your leads more effectively, along with an assortment of tips, tools, and techniques that you can use to elevate the value of your offer to your current or potential customers. I will teach you how to sell better than anybody you know. You'll also learn how to communicate effectively during meetings and during presentations, as well as how to appeal to your customers' emotions and how to use empathy as your secret weapon. Inside this track of the program, you'll learn all of the skills needed to navigate the modern business landscape and succeed in any job. Don't sell yourself short. Learn how to get what you're worth. Come and check it out for yourself. Thank you. The 5th pillar is called Economics Management and Strategy, and I teach you how global finance works, including how interest rates work and much, much more, and how the government floods the market. So much fun. How the government floods the market with more money in order to issue bonds and change interest rates. This is all fake money, of course. We also use many frameworks to analyze that top consulting firms like Accenture and McKinsey use to analyze companies. I worked at Accenture, and so I learned a lot about frameworks as well. And I provide you with all the frameworks and all the arrows. I got a great prop I got to get here. Give me 1 second. This is worth the wait. Oh, I love this thing. Okay, my son Dylan's not allowed to touch it though. All right, so I provide you with all the frameworks, okay, or all the arrows in your quiver that you need, okay, in order to work smarter and not harder as you build your empire. All right, what music was that from? Okay, it has to do with the bow and arrow in a video game. Okay. All right, so here's a very short video. Here's a very short video of what to expect in this part of the MBA program. Inside the Economics Management and Strategy section of the Haroun MBA degree program, we focus on teaching relevant information for the real world. We also examine how governments affect the economy and what that means for investors. In addition, we analyze successful companies and industry leaders' best practices, which you can apply to your career to take your career to the next level. We'll also learn everything there is to know about cryptocurrencies when we take a deep dive into the topic and consider what impact they will have on the financial systems in the future. This section is full of relevant case studies, including Apple potentially buying Nintendo. This section also includes many frameworks and research systems that graduates always rave about that have taken this program, because it provides them with actionable lessons that they can put into use right away to greatly impact their future wealth. We also discuss in an entertaining and educational way fiscal policy, monetary policy, international trade, how to manage and motivate people, and so much more. So take control of your financial future. Success is closer than it seems. Join us now and learn how to achieve your future dreams faster. I'll see you on the inside of the program. Thank you. I don't know if you caught that, but we use Super Mario Maker to teach one class. It was a 3-hour class where I teach you about frameworks, and my kids helped me with it. It was, anyways, a lot of fun. Yeah, it's great having kids, man. You get to be a kid again, although they are getting older now. Yeah. All right. So in the sixth and final pillar, we have personal growth, where I help you accomplish much more every single day using this template and many other templates. Okay. Oops. All right. So, and I provide you many different file formats of this template and all templates as well. And this will help you accomplish more while being incredibly well-rounded, so you can have more time for exercise and much, much more, and family time as well. Yeah. And if you want to get something done, you give it to a busy person, which is going to be you. And I'm going to help you with conquering any lack of confidence that we might have that are holding us back from reaching our full potential. And I'm going to teach you how to network and make the best LinkedIn profile or resume as well, so that you can get the job or customer or investor of your dreams. And your network is your net worth. And we know that relationships are crucial in business. So I will teach you how to network on steroids. Now, whenever you see an opening for a job online, if you apply, you literally have a 1 in 250 chance of getting that job. It's crazy. And the person that gets the job usually knows somebody at the company. So those are the rules. I'm going to teach you how to network to get to know a lot of people at companies so that you can get the job of your dreams. It's worked for many of my students, and I promise you it'll work for you. One little caveat, though, I got to say, and I say this with love in my heart. In the program, I teach you all this great stuff, and it works if you practice it, okay? I can take you to the water, but I can't force you to drink. And so you got to practice this stuff. And we've got a great network of current and former students that are there to help you. We use Slack as well, and you can all use Zoom for free to practice with each other. Okay, so here's our sixth and final video on what the personal growth pillar is all about. I say that in my Canadian accent. Here we go. Welcome to the personal growth track of the program, where you will develop a crystal clear image of the person and future you truly desire. You will learn how to identify and create a blueprint for the future that you want. Now, in this track, you will redefine your image of yourself and grow your confidence by pushing your limits. You'll also be able to market yourself far more effectively because you will have developed the inner belief that fuels your dreams. You will gain improved communication skills that will have a lasting positive impact, both personally and professionally, for the rest of your life, so that you can get the dream job or change careers or get promoted and so much more. Get the confidence and tools you need to create the life that you want. Make the best decision you can make for your future and join me. Thank you. Let's talk about some frequently asked questions about the MBA program. One of them that I get quite often is, can I take the program if I have no knowledge of any business or finance or accounting concepts? Absolutely. No prior knowledge is required. We have many doctors and engineers and MBA graduates from top schools that have taken my MBA program. And as I mentioned, they always say that they learned way, way more in my program at a fraction of the cost. And we've had graduates that are in their early 20s and in their early 70s from all over the world, and all with unique and incredible backgrounds that really enhances the student body from a networking perspective. A little side note here, on the first day of class, I have one rule that I mentioned. I've never had problems with this, ever. But the one rule is that there's a no bullying policy, meaning everybody's opinions should be heard always. Yeah, I've never had any problems with that, though. All right, another question I get is, what if I don't have enough time to watch classes or do the short quizzes? And do I need to quit my job? Absolutely not. You don't have to quit your job, because you only have to take half of the quizzes, half the 100 quizzes, which takes you hardly any time to do. You only have to take half of the quizzes and get over 50% in order to pass. Plus, you're going to be so efficient as well with this new system I'm going to provide you with. You're going to accomplish a lot more. And there's so many times in life where we see people that, are in great shape. They've got great personal lives, family lives, and they're doing well in their career. And we ask ourselves, how the hell do they do that? It's because if you want to get something done, give it to a busy person. I'm going to teach you how to accomplish a lot more based on my many failures and a couple successes. Also, you don't have to do the program in 1 year. You can take as long as you want. All right, this is a flexible and affordable MBA program that you can take on your own terms. And you have access to all of the content and new content I add forever. And you do not need a university degree to register for my MBA program. Another question I get is, are there opportunities to network with other students? Heck yeah. We use Slack and Zoom. And and we also do in-person graduation and networking events. Okay, and here's a short video from last year's graduation ceremony, which students attended in person or they watched on a live webcast I did. It was a lot of fun. And Christina Hong, who is the president of our Haroun MBA Degree Alumni Association, she's awesome. She speaks briefly at the beginning here of this very short video. Let's check it out.
Good morning to my amazing global MBA family.
So you now officially have everything you need to build something far bigger than yourself. Okay? And so we are now 100% done the MBA degree program. Congratulations. Excellent. He's from Mississauga. It's my hometown. Next up, we've got Christian Chang. Dion Vernon. Now, I want to end this MBA degree program right now on this positive note. And I want you to get up and start working on architecting your perfect life, armed with what you've learned in this MBA degree program. And more importantly, armed with this new empowering belief that you have in yourself. Now, this is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning. Believe in yourself and think with your heart first. I believe in you and I love you. Thank you. Another question I get is the Haroun MBA degree program accredited? No, because accredited traditional old school MBA programs don't help you achieve your full potential, and they don't teach you practical business concepts that make you successful. And government accreditation means I would have to have a board that will make me teach theoretical concepts that you won't use in the real world. And I don't want to waste your time. Now, here is what business icons have to say about accredited traditional old school MBA programs. Let's kick it off with Elon Musk, who said this: as much as possible, avoid hiring MBAs. MBA programs don't teach you how to create companies. Our position is that we hire someone in spite of an MBA and not because of one. Sheryl Sandberg, who recently announced she's stepping down as the COO of Facebook, said this: while I got great value from my experience, MBAs are not necessary at Facebook, and I don't believe that they're important for working in the tech industry. And Guy Kawasaki, who was an early Apple employee, the guy's amazing, he said this: for every full-time engineer, add $500,000 in company value. For every full-time MBA, subtract $250,000, okay? And of course, they're all referring to traditional MBA programs. Peter Thiel, who is the top venture capitalist in the world and the first investor in Facebook, and I partner with his firm on deals before as well, he said this of traditional MBAs: never hire an MBA, they will ruin your company. Mark Andreessen, who is also a top venture capitalist here in Silicon Valley, and I met him, and he was actually on the board of a company I was on when I worked in venture capital. He said this: MBA graduating classes are actually a reliable indicator. If they all want to go into investment banking, there's going to be a financial crisis. If they all want to go into technology, that means a bubble is forming. And Scott Cook, who is a Harvard MBA, and he's also the founder of Intuit, had this to say: when MBAs come to us, we have to fundamentally retrain them. Nothing they learned will help them succeed at innovation. Lastly, the number one marketing guru on the planet, Seth Godin, who is also a Stanford MBA, said this: an MBA has become a two-part machine. First, the students are taught everything they need to know to manage a company from 1990. And second, they're taken out of the real world. And so I'd love to have you join us in my Gold or Platinum MBA program that starts on September 30th. And so please go here to day1notoneday.com to learn more and to sign up. And again, this is going to be a smaller class and spots are limited. And we have lots of testimonials at day1notoneday.com if you scroll down from students. And feel free to reach out to any Haroon Gold and Platinum MBA graduates on LinkedIn too, not just the ones you see here, but the ones you find based on your own due diligence. Now, you might have other questions about certain topics covered in the MBA program or not covered. And the best way to answer this is two ways. Number one, I'm going to show you how to look at the entire curriculum, which is very long. Okay, so let's go here and let's click on, enroll today. Okay, and this will take us to where you can purchase the program. Okay, and then what you do is you scroll down here. Okay, scroll down and you'll see the entire curriculum you'll see the entire curriculum right here. Okay, and I'm going to show you a better way to do this as well. It's long. There's lots to this. Oh my goodness. So what you can do is you can look through the entire curriculum here as well as what days we cover which topics, etc. Okay. Now the second way and a better way to see if a certain topic is covered is you can go to the top here. Okay, right here. Okay, you can go to the top right here. Or if you're on my website, you can go to About and then search. But you go here to the top and you search for any topic you want to know about. So for example, let's search for Bitcoin. Okay, so you search here and you'll see just little videos I've made over the years on Bitcoin, and there's thousands of videos here. You'll see here where to access this in the Silver MBA program, where to access it in the Gold, and where to access it in the Platinum MBA program. Again, the contents of all three are the same. But with Gold and Platinum, I teach you live with 2 hours of live Q&A on Fridays. And in Platinum, you get 3 hours of one-on-ones. But if we click here on any topic, let's say right here. Let's go right here. Okay. So if you click right here, you'll find out the date that we cover that. So this here we'll cover on January 27th. Let's search for something else. Let's search for, I don't know, stock. Should probably search for something better than that. And search for harder stuff to find too. It's all in there, okay? Okay, so let's go here to a random one. Portfolio management and risk management or risk manglement. We cover this on June the 9th of 2023. Okay. So again, you can purchase the gold or platinum program by going to day1notoneday.com. And if you don't want to purchase it today, or you have additional questions that you can't find here, you can ask me here today, of course. Or what you can do is, if I don't answer the question, you can click right here to set up a one-on-one Zoom call with me. Okay. And it's a 20-minute one-on-one Zoom call that we do confidentially. And we have students from all over the world that have taken and benefited from the program. For example, we have Eileen Deo Gracias from Atlanta. She wrote, "The MBA has completely changed my outlook in life and in business, and I love her so much." And I met her in person twice, actually. Once during the graduation, and once when I went to hot Atlanta, or Atlanta, it's very hot there, with my family last year. And her last name, I got to go off script here because I'm a religious man. Her last name is Deo Gracias, which means thank God. What a wonderful last name. We have Dr. Mark from the Philippines. He said the MBA program is one of its kind, where practicality is taught and we learn exactly how successful companies are built. We've got David. He's from France originally. Dave Capella, I met him at graduation. He wrote, "It's a fantastic source of knowledge and immediately actionable tools." We've got Akil from India. And I'll let you read these if you want to. Or what you can do is just go to sign up. You'll see it on the page there around the FAQ section part. All right. We've got Stella from South Korea, Yoshida-san from Japan, who's the next Mikitani-san. We've got Vital, who I built the school with in Rwanda. He's my brother. I love him. Asan from Pakistan, Jason from Australia, Doris from the United Kingdom, Lamarck from the Philippines. I call him the Filipino Rock because he's a big guy, like Dwayne Johnson. And Dwayne Johnson, oh my God, I love this quote. So Dwayne Johnson, the Rock, he said, "If you got your back against the wall, there's only one way to move." All right, we got Dante from Canada, Carlos from Portugal, Aaron from Ghana, Fanny, who I think went to Cornell as well from the United States, Andre from the United States, Julianne from Canada, Solly from Lithuania. I miss you, Solly, you're my boy. He's from Iran originally, Dave from Belgium, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So I spent over $1 million in the program so far. And you can take the program on a laptop, a desktop, a tablet, or your phone, and all lectures have the highest quality closed captions added. And each lesson has a unique background with many props to make the learning environment fun and engaging. Let's now move on to the interview portion. And after we're done with this, I'll tell you how to get the free gifts, and then I'll take questions from all of you as well. Please type your questions you have while I do this interview as well. If you want to ask, graduates of the program. Or what you can do is you can ask during Zoom later on your call. And again, the Q&A session later on today and the Zoom session is never going to end until you guys want me to. Okay. All right, Jason, let's do the interview now with Haroun MBA degree program platinum graduate Jason Blythe. I'm going to ask Jason a couple of questions. And then what I'll do is I'll go to YouTube Live to see if you all have questions for Jason. And please start your questions with @Jason when you type them, so it's easier for me to read your questions if you have them for Jason. So let me kick it off with, first of all, saying thank you for being with us today, Jason. I appreciate it.
And you're welcome, Chris. Great to be here.
Awesome. And Jason's son actually is interning with me this November. So I guess let's kick it off with, please introduce yourself in terms of where you're from and your life experiences prior to joining the MBA program. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. My name's Jason Blythe. I was actually born in London and raised and educated here in Australia. And I originally got a Bachelor of Information Technology quite some time ago now. And I spent 25 years in the IT industry. I did everything from software development, professional services, consulting. I spent a lot of time in data centers, managing servers and storage and things. And that was a great part of my career. And I spent probably the last 5 years of that part of my career as managing a high-performing team that was looking after some storage and network technologies for Australia's largest telecommunications company. And that was a massively exciting time. And late 2017, I got the chance, my wife and I got the chance to move to the United States of America for 3 years, which we did. And I took a career sabbatical at that point because, like a lot of people who've been in the IT industry like me, I found myself burnt out, and I've been doing the same thing for quite a while. And I thought, what do I do next? And I got to be honest. I think sometimes in life, people come into your life at a time, A, when you need them, but two, when you make space for them. And you know, Chris came into my life in sort of 2019. I found Chris on YouTube. It was pretty early then when Chris was doing his weekly calls, and he was starting up this MBA program. And I thought, this just sounds amazing. This sounds like exactly what I needed. You know, I didn't know what I wanted to do next, and now looking back on it, I needed some help to work out where to next for me.
Awesome. Thank you. Great. Next question is, how has it been learning remotely online, and how did you fit this into your schedule? Thank you.
Oh, look, it was absolutely amazing. Like, the remote learning model was something, you know, I needed. I was looking after 3 kids at the time. They were a little bit younger. They're a little bit older now, nearly taller than me. But look, the remote learning model was incredible. I tried to attend most of the lectures live, which I did. I think I was probably 90% of them. And that was great because it kept me on a cadence, and it, you know, I kept myself accountable. And it also meant that, you know, as we watched the content, I could interact with the other students, and they were all around the world. Everybody was in different time zones, but, you know, we could help each other, you know, and we didn't just collaborate, you know, in the live Q&A section. We actually collaborated on our own. We organized our own meetups on Slack, through Slack on Zoom. And look, the remote learning model was fantastic. And then, of course, COVID started almost immediately after we started the MBA degree. So it had to be remote. You know, there was no other choice at that time. So it was fantastic.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. And what is one thing you learned during the program that you use every single day?
Oh, unequivocally, that would be the professional networking component. Knowing how to network properly. I mean, everything is useful, don't get me wrong, but for me, the networking component really is, and I think I was naturally doing some of those things anyway, but I learned how to bring a few more different things in there, and I got to be honest, I never stopped doing it. I'm, you know, always looking at new opportunities, and you can only make them happen for yourself if you know how to network.
Yeah,
because credentials will only get you so far.
It's so true. And the amazing thing about Jason was he was living in Florida at the time. I think it was your wife was working for the Australian Defense Department based in Florida for a while. And during COVID, Jason networked using Zoom and found a job in Australia before they moved back to Australia, which is pretty remarkable and inspiring. Yeah. So what was your, please go ahead. You're going to say something, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, it was marvelous. And I don't know that I wouldn't have done that. And I did like 11, I took Chris up on the challenge. I think I did 11 Zoom calls with people who I didn't know. I just found them. I signed up for LinkedIn Premium. I scouted out people, and that actually led me to the current job that I'm in now, was hooking up with an old contact I hadn't worked with for 15 years. And, you know, and I was getting to the point where my resume was people who were just looking at it going, he hasn't worked for 3 years, and my resume was going in the bin. They didn't give me a chance. I found someone who I did some great work for 15 years earlier, and he walked my resume to the desk of the guy who was hiring and said, you gotta talk to this guy. I know he's good. Yeah. So that's awesome. Yeah, give him a chance.
That's awesome. Yeah, and the chance of, as I mentioned, the chance of getting a job when you see an opening online is 1 out of 250, and the only way to get that job is if you know somebody at companies. And so I teach you right at the beginning of the first semester in the personal growth track how to network on steroids. And if you're in the platinum program, I actually create your entire LinkedIn profile for you myself, not my staff. Okay, cool. All right, what was your favorite part of the MBA program?
Oh, look, it's hard to choose. Look, I enjoyed the structure of the program overall. So I'm going to cheat when I answer this and say there were 3 parts to my answer. There was what I wanted, what I needed, and what inspired me. And I think what I wanted was to fill in a bunch of sort of knowledge gaps around economics and finance, and particularly around like company valuations. And look, that component was something, Chris you delivered on that, mate. And that was great. So that was what I wanted. What I really needed was the personal growth and development stuff. I didn't know how much I needed that until we did it. And, I held this mirror up in front of myself and that delivered in spades, and I didn't actually start the MBA thinking about a personal growth component, but it actually was probably one of the most important parts. So if anything, I would say that. And I was inspired, and I continue to be inspired by the entrepreneurship component. I never thought of myself as potentially being an entrepreneur, and certainly Chris creates like a pathway in, a whole sets of tools and guides you in that. And look, I still keep in contact. I still, with my MBA colleagues from my year and some of the other years too, we help review each other's pitch decks. We refine each other's ideas, and it's just inspirational. So, yeah. I got a 3-part answer to that one.
Awesome. Incredibly well spoken. Thank you. And what advice would you have, or would you give somebody thinking about taking the program?
Look, definitely go for it. One thing that COVID showed, and you got to remember, Chris started this program prior to COVID, but COVID showed, I think, what Chris already knew was coming, in that education is changing. Traditional bricks and mortar institutions, hallowed be their reputations, but they aren't what they used to be. Certainly industry views on credentials and the value of experience, micro-credentials are changing, and especially for anything technology related. If you work in the technology industry, this MBA is going to really put you in a great stead. You're going to find you get value out of all of it. I mean, I know, looking back on some of the parts of my bachelor's degree, there's a whole bunch of stuff like, when am I going to program in COBOL? So, but look, to taking this program, definitely the content is absolutely relevant. And look, if you find yourself, especially if you find yourself at a little bit of a crossroads, wondering, is an MBA for me? And especially if you've read some of these sound bites like from Elon Musk, this is not that traditional MBA. This is something that's going to, give you what you need to get going. And my advice would be to take the gold or the platinum versions, where you can do it in real time, hold yourself to attending all the live lessons, do all the quizzes on the day that they come up. Make sure you do the homework yourself, and then once you've come up, you do a presentation, present it to your student colleagues, to the alumni. In fact, I usually attend about half of the alumni calls during the year. So I'm happy to help you review your pitch deck as well, if that's what you're doing. So get involved.
Awesome. Thank you. We got a great network. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a no bullying clause. That's the only rule I have. We've never had anybody that's abrasive. The culture, so to speak, of the student body is amazing. We're all in it together, and we all want to help each other. I love that you mentioned COBOL. I'm over 50, and I started coding in COBOL 8 million years ago. Yeah. All right, so please comment on the networking opportunities and friendships you developed with your classmates from all over the world.
Yeah, look, there are incredible networking opportunities, and you could tap into earlier years as well. I'm a part of the alumni community. Join on LinkedIn, so definitely join that. Definitely be a part of it, because one of the things as this community grows, again, if you practice your networking, you might be like me and you are moving countries, or you want to get a job somewhere else. I can almost guarantee you there'll be a person from a HEB graduate somewhere in the world who's happy to meet with you on Zoom or have a coffee with you in person. And that person, just one connection, can open up maybe 500 other connections in their network for you that could lead to, for example, a job if you're moving to the other side of a world. So never has there been a more important time for networking. And I look back on my career, every single job that I've had, I have gotten through networking, not through, they may have been advertised, but, I know I got the position through networking.
That's awesome.
Every single one of them.
That's awesome. Your network is your net worth. I love it. I love it. Okay, great. Let me take some questions from the audience here. So the first question, Will is asking, and I think it's a question for me, but he's saying, at Jason, do I get a discount if I've already paid for the at-home version? Yeah. So if you already purchased silver, you get a discount of $250. And so if you purchase silver already, just email support@haroonventures.com. Again, that's support@haroonventures.com. And I will email you back with a discount code of $250 off either gold or platinum. And thank you for that question. Okay. Next up, Tom is asking, Jason, what was the piece of content that had the highest impact on your career?
Ooh, look, great question. We did some, for me, probably the venture capital boot camp. I really threw myself into that, and it's because I was really looking at. I had an idea that I wanted to do, and in fact, that led to two other ideas. And probably one of the most important things was I actually ended up throwing it away, and that's important because the framework that we went through in terms of analyzing and going through how to start and launch a company and investigating, whether or not this was a viable opportunity. I actually went out there and started networking with some real estate professionals here in Melbourne, and in the end, I pulled the plug on it early, and I think that could have led to something that was the wrong venture to have launched. So. And certainly that's an answer. So the venture capital boot camp, but how to do a business plan. Again, I still use that content now, and I'm using it again for another activity that my wife and I are looking at. So I would say you probably get an incredible amount out of that venture capital boot camp.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. And so it's a cliche, but they say failing to plan is planning to fail. And so in the Venture Capital Bootcamp, I teach you how to start a company without using any money at all. Okay, I teach you how to write the whole business plan from scratch. And I don't want anybody to launch a company without writing a thorough business plan first, because if you launch a company without doing a deep scrub on the data analysis, et cetera, building out your financial model as part of the Venture Capital Bootcamp, there's a good chance the company won't work. A lot of people go with their gut from a qualitative perspective to start a company, but they don't look at the financials. And so I want to save my students time, money, heartache, etc. Yeah, cool. Thank you for that answer. All right. Next question I've got here. Looks like it's a two-part question from Amit, which is, Jason, how do you improve your network specifically on LinkedIn? And in terms of networking on steroids, can you give an example of what will be covered?
Ooh, okay. So, Chris will go through some examples about, how to firstly find people, like doing informational calls, for example. Chris will take you through the process of how to get an informational call. Look, and I followed it and actually works. And I had some amazing conversations. And I think a few people were actually surprised when I reached out to them, and they thought, wow, yeah, okay, I'll take this call. And I had some great conversations. One of them led to sort of a micro credential, which I went out and got, which was very useful in my current role where I'm working. So yeah, definitely, how to do an informational call, how to find someone, and how to find some common ground with them as well.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, your network is your net worth. Well, Jason, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. I know it's very early in the morning. What time is it there in Australia right now?
It's 5:15. I think in a month or two it'll be 7:15. But
thank you so much for this. I love you for helping me.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it. God bless you. I'm looking forward to working with your son this November, right?
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
Cool. Awesome. Great.
Yeah, it's coming up soon.
All right, brother.
Thanks, everyone.
I'll see you soon. Thanks so much. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do now is, let me go back here to full screen, Chris. Hey there. All right. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to talk about the free gifts. Okay, now, before I talk about how to get the free 3 gifts and how to join Zoom if you want to, and of course I'll answer all your questions here, I want to talk about who won the Gold MBA. I mentioned one person today will win the Gold MBA. We'll get it for free. And so I asked, I asked one question earlier, which was, what music is that video game from? You remember that? And it was, I think Erica answered correctly. It was from The Legend of Zelda. So Erica, congratulations. You win the Gold MBA program. In order to redeem your coupon, please email support@haroonventures.com, and I will personally answer that email tonight. And thanks again. All right, let's now move on to the free gifts, which is the only reason you guys are here. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. All right, so let me go over here. So what I want you to do, please, is I want you to go to the following website, okay? HaroonMBA.com/ ready? All lowercase, Zoom day 1. Okay, you see there? So HaroonMBA.com/ all lowercase, Zoom day 1. Yay. Okay, great. So here are the gifts. Okay, and after I go through this, I'll take all of your questions, and we can do Zoom as well if you want to. And I never end any class ever until all questions are answered, even if I stay until 3 in the morning my time. I don't care. It's fun. All right. So first of all, let me just say here, when you go to this website, HaroonMBA.com/ Zoom day 1, all lowercase. When you go to this link here, if you click this here, okay, what you can do is you can join Zoom. Okay. And it opens in a new window, so make sure you don't have your pop-up blocker on for this. Now, here are the free 3 gifts. Gift number 1 of 3 is my course called the Complete Financial Analyst course. Okay, and you can click this, which again opens in a new window, so turn off pop-up blockers, and you can get that for free. Okay. Gift number 2, right here, is the Audible version of my book called 101 Crucial Lessons They Don't Teach You in Business School. It's the Audible version, which you can purchase on audible.com, but don't do that because I'm giving it to you for free here. And the third gift right here is a course I recently published called Sales 101, How to Sell Anything. And in this course, you also get the book version of the course, which is included. So you can click on these links here to access your free gifts. Again, click here to join Zoom. You can start joining Zoom now. And then I'll let you guys in once I answer all the questions here on YouTube Live. Okay, so in a moment, what we're going to do is we're going to do endless Q&A. And then we've got, hold on a second. We got breaking news. Please don't go anywhere. I've got breaking news.
Hello, my name is Bob Burgundy from Haroon News Network, that's HNN, and I've got breaking news for you. It looks like technology behemoth Apple is trying to buy Nintendo. Breaking news. I don't know if the deal will go through. I have to ask a number of our strategic advisors here to help us out to find out if this deal, in fact, will go through. And so the first strategic advisor that I want to ask is an expert in economics management and strategy. He works at a consulting firm called McKinsey, and his name is Chip Patterson. Chip, what are your thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Bob, for that introduction. This is an extraordinary deal, and I think it might make sense, but I'm not really sure yet. And so here at McKinsey & Company, we pride ourselves on advising the most incredible companies and government agencies in the world. And so by the end of this MBA degree program, my fellow classmates here will help me to analyze if this extraordinary deal makes a lot of sense or not. Thank you, and cheerio.
Thank you, Chip. The next expert we're going to ask is a finance and accounting expert who works at an investment bank called MHS, Morgan Haroun Sachs. His name is Gordon Lizard. Gordon, what are your thoughts on this deal?
Thanks, Bob. I really appreciate it, So here at Morgan Haroun Sachs, MHS actually, we're going to do a really deep dive to understand the financial statements of, Nintendo and Apple. And I pride myself on being an amazing investment banker. And we're actually going to have a lot of my fellow students here during the Haroon Education Ventures MBA degree program help me to build out the financials. And don't worry, I know a lot of us don't understand how finance and accounting works, but we will by the end of this MBA degree program. In fact, here's what we're going to do, We're going to figure it all out together. We're going to create the financial model, meaning the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement, etc. for Nintendo as well as for Apple. And it's a bit complicated because Nintendo's an international company, and so their financial statements are a little bit different from Apple, but we're going to figure it out, eh? And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to value the company using discounted cash flow, as well as price earnings multiple, price to revenue, and other metrics as well. And so that by the end of this MBA degree program, we will know how much Apple should potentially pay for Nintendo. Thanks, Bob. Back to you. Thank you, Gordon. Our next expert is somebody that knows a lot about sales, marketing, and communication, and his name is Stephen Ive. Stephen, you work at Apple. What are your thoughts on this deal?
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Thanks. It's going to be important for me to convince our board and shareholders to approve of the deal. And I'm not much of a presenter, but I know that a lot of my fellow students here in the Haroun Education Ventures MBA degree program are going to be able to help me to learn how to present much better in the SMC classes, that's sales, marketing, and communication classes, so that they'll give me advice, and together we'll be able to learn how to present to the board of Apple and the shareholders to convince them to the deal makes sense or if it doesn't. Thank you, Bob. Back to you.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next expert is an entrepreneurship expert named Tony Shark. Now, Tony was about to sign an exclusive contract with Apple for his virtual reality goggles and his company, Shark Virtual Reality. Tony, is this deal still going through for you, or because Nintendo has a great VR product, does Apple no longer need you, Tony? And what are you going to do about this?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. So I was supposed to sign this exclusive contract with Apple for my, Shark virtual reality goggles. I think our product is a lot better than Nintendo's. And in the entrepreneurship track of this MBA degree program, my fellow students and I are going to work on a way to sell this product to Apple. And so this product's amazing. There's a hardware component to it, which has low margins. And then there's a software component to it with media, which is where you stream it, and it's really high margins. We got a great product here, much better than anybody else in the market. And so, last thing I'll say, Bob, and thanks again for having me on your show, is that by the end of this MBA degree program, my fellow classmates and I will be armed with this, and we'll have what it takes to be able to succeed in business and take our careers to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Our next guest is somebody off the street here, a random person I just met whose goal is to work at Apple. I want to ask you, from a personal growth perspective, how do you think you can get a job at Apple? So this guy's name here is Joe Jobs. How are you going to get that job?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show, Bob. I really appreciate it. So my dream has always been to work at Apple, and I think I got what it takes. And I know that my fellow classmates and I in this Haroun Education Ventures MBA degree program, in the personal growth classes, we're going to learn just a ton so that we can all get the job of our dreams. We'll learn how to interview and all that stuff. But I'm looking forward to getting a lot of help from my fellow classmates so that we can get that dream job. I think I got what it takes. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Joe. Well, there you have it. We talked to 5 experts who are going to help us understand how this deal is structured, if this deal will go through and whatnot. And by the end of this Haroun Education Ventures MBA degree program, you will all be armed with enough skills to understand from 5 different perspectives whether or not this deal makes sense. And those 5 perspectives are as follows: economics management and strategy, sales, marketing, and communication, entrepreneurship, personal growth, and finance and accounting. I'm Bob Burgundy, signing out here from Haroun News Network's HNN.
All right. Thank you for that patience you guys all had there with the breaking news there. Okay, so let me take all your questions now. And then what I'll do is we'll go to Zoom. So again, to join Zoom, and a couple people are waiting to get in right now. Actually, a lot of people, 7 people so far. Just go to the top of the website where you downloaded those 3 gifts. And thanks again to Jason. God bless you, brother, for being on this call at 5 in the morning in Australia. Thank you. All right, first off, I've got Adronic wrote, hello, everyone. Good to see you. Prashant, hello. How are you, Chief? Chris, please. I'm awesome. I'm always great. Always great to have you, brother. Solomon wrote, hey, everyone. Mark wrote, hi, all. I graduated from the inaugural class of 2020. Glad to be back with everyone. Mark, it's a pleasure to have you back. Thank you. And thank you for supporting me in that first year as well, all of you. When I didn't have the product created, it was kind of like a minimum viable product. I appreciate all the support. All my students inspire me so much. Then we've got Nintendo, which I love. Nintendo, you wrote, hi, hope you're all doing well. Likewise. Moving on to Musadir is saying hi from Pakistan, and my thoughts and prayers are with you and your family, given the awful events that just occurred in Pakistan. I hope you're okay. Next up, Maris wrote, hey, everyone, much love and light to all. John Lawler wrote, hi from Ireland. Oh, John, how are you? I see that you tried to connect with me on LinkedIn. Send me a message to support@haroonventures.com with your LinkedIn profile, and I'll connect you. I'm past the maximum number of people on LinkedIn I can connect to, but I'll connect with you directly. Thank you. Okay. Next up, Mina. How are you? Asa Mina, who graduated, I think it was last year. She says, hello, everyone from Paris. I hope all is well. And Mina, thank you so much for mentoring those 2 students earlier on the program. God bless you for that. Mina is a rock star programmer as well. She's from Greece originally, and now she works at an airline company. And she's doing great. She's awesome. You inspire me. Thank you. Okay. I hope you're enjoying Paris. Next up, Jinkan wrote, hello, how are you? Roban wrote, hello, everyone from Riyadh. Awesome. We have Ahmed, one of my students. He's Lebanese, actually, but he lives in Riyadh. He works for one of the princes. He's in this year's class. Happy to connect you with him as well. Thank you. He started in January. Okay. Next up, Tansim, thank you for signing up for the 5 free courses and more by joining my YouTube channel. Varun wrote, hello, everyone. Great to see you. And then Rita from Melbourne, who started this year as well as a platinum student, wrote, hello, everyone. It's 4 a.m. in Melbourne, and I want you to meet Jason. He's a great guy. You'll love him, Rita. And you wrote, it's raining. I'm excited to learn more about your operations, and I wish you a great day and a prosperous outcome. God bless you. Thank you. And it was great chatting with you over Zoom yesterday. I love your stories about when you worked in shipping and you went to Nigeria. Okay, Jinkun wrote, hi, Chris. I'm a Canadian, my people. And I live in Toronto. And then you wrote here, I've taken many of your Udemy courses and love them. Thank you. And then you wrote, I hope you will keep doing work on education, and I hope to take some of your MBA courses soon. Thank you. Thank you. And go Blue Jays. We're 3rd in the wild card now. I hope we make the playoffs. Okay. Fernando wrote, hey, Chris, greetings from beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Great to see you. You wrote here, I'm sad that I can't attend the event. Hope it will be recorded and posted to your channel for later viewing. Excited to begin the MBA program on the 30th. Awesome. I'm looking forward to working with you, and thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and this I'll leave this replay up for a couple days. Charles wrote, I'm all saddled up. Awesome. I love it. Solomon wrote, how's everyone doing from Saudi Arabia? Great to see you. We have a lot of people from Saudi in the program. Great to see you. Adarsh wrote, hi, Chris, favorite teacher. Thank you. Appreciate it. When one teaches, two learn. My dad used to say to me growing up, those who can't do, teach. I was like, hey, wait a second. And then he said, and those who can't teach gym class. And I suck at sports, so you guys are all out of luck. Yeah. Stephen, how are you? Great to see you. Tom wrote, hi there from the Netherlands. Great to see you. And then we've got Sivalingam wrote, hello, everyone. Great to see you. Wendy wrote, hello from Doha, home to the FIFA World Cup 2022. I love it. I love it. And Kit, how are you as well? Good to see you. Great to see you. From India, you wrote there. And then my favorite food is dosa. So when I come to visit people in India, please take me out for dosa. It's the best food I've ever had. Don't ever go to an Indian restaurant, anybody, without asking for dosa. Yeah. Okay, great. And that was me buying time because it just skipped on me for the questions here. Okay, I found my place. Good. Mohammed wrote, hello, Chris. Good to see you. Michael Jordan Elcock, how are you, man? Michael Jordan graduated from my MBA program a couple years ago. He's from Trinidad, and much love to your wonderful wife, Rosemary. Great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah. And my mom saw the list of students when I first launched the program, and she said, oh my God, Michael Jordan's in your program. And I said, no, this is the better MJ. Yeah. She wrote, hello, Chris. Hello, everyone else. Hope you're all healthy and safe. Great to be here. Blessings to all. So good to see you. You touched my heart, brother. Blistered Outlaw wrote, no way. Eric wrote, hello, everyone from crazy LA, a couple hours south of me here. Mutaz wrote, hey, Chris, how are you? Vikram, hello, from India. France, hello, Chris, live from Boston, Massachusetts. Boston in the house. Good to see you. I'd love to go to Fenway Park one day. It's it's on my bucket list. Naman, good morning. Puya wrote, hi, Chris from the Netherlands. Jason, greetings. And Jason, thanks again for that for the call you did earlier today with me, the interview. Ficioris wrote, would there be a problem if somebody enrolled at the middle of the year, let's say December? Yeah, I don't allow anybody to register after we start. Yeah, and positions are limited as well. If it fills up, don't worry, I'll do another one next year. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we got Johanna, hello from Utah. And I have Jamie, she signed up yesterday from Salt Lake City as well. David, how are you? David is in my Platinum program this year. He wrote, greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia. You look great with a suit. Hope all is well. Thank you. I'm a 50-year-old man-child wearing a suit. I have my Lululemon pants on underneath, though. You can't see that. Yeah. Great to see you, David. Yeah. And then we got Marciano from Suriname. Good to see you. Grace wrote, hey, Chris, I really love the way you teach. Thank you. But unfortunately, I can't afford any of your MBA programs right now. That's why I'm taking advantage of your free and cheaper courses. Awesome. Cool. And the silver program, there's a 3-payment plan. In fact, for gold and platinum, if you scroll down to the bottom of the page where you purchase, there's a 3-payment plan as well for those as well. Yeah. Thank you for coming. Maris wrote, much love and light. I did not even notice the hair, which I mentioned was shorter before, as the focus is on what matters. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next up, Grace wrote, I want to ask you, does one need to have an accounting or finance background to be successful in your MBA program? Absolutely not. I teach you finance and accounting from scratch, assuming you have no background at all in business or finance and accounting. And if people do have a background in finance and accounting, I want you to forget everything, because I'm going to teach you from scratch in a fun way, in a really intuitive way as well. Business schools, and I went to Columbia, and I majored in finance 8 million years ago, and I graduated with my MBA there. And it was all theoretical. But I teach you stuff that's relevant in the real world from a personal finance perspective and much, much more. Yeah. All right. Aditeo wrote, hi, Chris. How are you? Amit, how are you? And then Blistered Outlaw wrote, I just finished your complete cryptocurrency course on Udemy. Thank you. And a lot of that material relates to here. Awesome course, but I definitely don't have the money to join the MBA program. Yeah. And again, you can check out the Silver MBA. You can even binge watch it and get your money back within 30 days. Yeah. And my marketing team hates when I say that. Yeah. And then you wrote, I'm definitely looking for those free courses. Yeah. And I hope you enjoy them. Yeah. Okay. Next up, I've got Satvik, who wrote, sir, calling Chris, please. Please provide your MBA course for free to me, please. Yeah, the three items, you can go to that website. It's haroonmba.com/ all lowercase Zoom day 1. And again, for those of you that want to join Zoom, go to that website as well. I've got 10 people waiting to get in. I'll let you guys all in very, very soon. Just go to haroonmba.com/ all lowercase Zoom day 1. Yeah. All right. And then Marin, how are you? Marin graduated, I think it was last year, from my MBA program. She's from Kenya originally, and we're building a school in Kenya next in honor of her mother, who Leah, of course, who's looking down and so proud of you from heaven right now. Marin lives in the United Kingdom right now. She works in the pharmacy sector, and she has an incredible startup, a beauty startup, and I want to interview her on my weekly about it because it's taken off, if she'll let me. Yeah. When you're ready only. Thanks. And then thanks to David, who's also on this call from Jakarta, for doing all of your marketing for you and creating incredible images. And he created mine as well. Thank you. Okay. Next up, SG wrote some much good stuff. Thank you. Good to see you. And Eric wrote Legend of Zelda. So Eric, you win the gold MBA. I said Erica before. Your middle initials A. So please email support@haroonventures.com. Mark wrote, love your content and teaching style. I'm retired, so I only invest for myself. Awesome. And the average age of somebody starting a company in America now is 52. And the average life expectancy globally is 26 years longer today than it was back in the 1950s. So whatever your age is, subtract 26. Yeah. All right. Next up, Nishant wrote, what are your thoughts on the CFI Institute? Yeah. So for those who are not familiar with it, it's a certified finance institute. Basically, it's finance courses you can take. I think they're ridiculously overpriced. The starting price is $497, and it's just finance stuff. In my MBA, you get all that stuff and much more with a 30-day, 100% money-back guarantee. And again, the money-back guarantee lasts all the way through the 30th of October. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to Mark, who wrote, I'm not sure if it's for me since I don't want to work for someone else or start a business. Yeah. I want to help you all find your passion. And so the way to find your passion and the way this MBA program works, speaking of Paris, where Mina is right now, is I think of myself as a waiter. Okay, I'm your waiter. And this is where I proposed to my wife at Maxine's in Paris. She said yes, because MBA does not stand for married but available. But I think of myself as your humble waiter. Now, when you go to a restaurant, you get access, you can see all the items on the menu, but you just choose one or two items. And so I expose you to all different types of business careers so that you can find out what you're most passionate about. And I want to humbly help you find your passion and get your ambition back, or take your ambition to the next level. And the way to know what your passion is if I tell you that you're given, you're given 30 days off today, and you can't travel, you can't go to work, and you can't go to school. What are you going to do with your time? Whatever that is your purpose and your passion in life, no matter what anybody tells you. Yeah. And I'll help you all find your passion as well. Okay. All right. But great to see you, Mark. All right. Moving on to Asif, who wrote, hi, how are you, man? I went to school at McGill with a guy named Asif Sachu. Good dude. And search his name. He's a big Hollywood guy now. He inspires me a lot. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Mark wrote, just interested in personal finance. Yeah, and we cover that in a lot of detail in the MBA program. And it's all new stuff. It's not a rehash of my courses. I recorded everything from multiple camera angles, different frameworks, etc., all the tools you need to be successful. It's all recorded in 4K. The version that you'll all watch, though, is 1080 because 4K is not accepted everywhere yet, but it will be. We're future-proofing this. Moving on to Tom wrote, will you also cover design and how to make wireframe for software? Yes, we will cover design. I've added stuff on Photoshop. I've added as electives a lot of the other Adobe product suites, products like Adobe InDesign, etc., and Adobe Dimensions. In terms of wireframing per se, the tools I talk about will help you with that. But if you want, you can also outsource that very cheaply to somebody at Upwork.com. But I will cover that and all technology concepts. I'll continue to add to the program where there's demand. Yeah. And again, you only pay once for this MBA, and you get access to it forever, including all the updates. Yeah. Okay. Next up. Nishant wrote, regarding Tom's answer, I don't think so. That would be too much of technical stuff to ask for, as it's not a web development course. It's going to be, though. I'm going to be adding tons of web development stuff as well. The sixth pillar is technology, as I mentioned. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Huzefa wrote, too expensive. Yeah. And you could check out the silver program if you want. There's a 3-payment plan. Yeah. Okay. All right, moving on to Will Higg. It's actually the same. It's basically the MBA program is the same cost you get for 1 or 2 hours at a traditional MBA school. So a traditional MBA school will cost you, this is fake money, will cost you over $100,000. It's ridiculous. But people that take my program that have MBAs from traditional schools say They learn more in 1 month than they did in their entire MBA program. And there's a money-back policy as well. And so I think it's a wonderful investment as well. Yeah. The best investment you can make is investment in education. Okay. And then, okay. Next up, Muedi wrote, what about topics in traditional MBAs like leadership, people management, organizational behavior, and others? Yes, I cover that stuff, but I will never cover fluff that you can't apply in the real world right away. Yeah. Okay. And I'm adding new stuff for negotiations and arbitration as well, because there's been a lot of demand for that. So that will come soon as well. Yeah. Okay. And if I missed your question, anybody paste it again, please. Answer the questions in the order in which I received them. You cannot put in links though. What happens is YouTube blocks all links for some crazy reason. Yeah. Okay. And then Blistered Outlaw wrote, Chris, what about people that are here being broke and just looking for some education? Yeah. You can check out those 3 free courses if you want. Or what you can do is you can join my YouTube channel. There's a join button and pay 99 cents to get 5 courses. But I think 2 of those 5 courses I gave away for free anyway. Yeah, I think, but I'm not sure. Okay. Tom wrote, are all lessons fully transcribed at the moment? Oh, yeah. Yeah, everything is done. Everything. I've added the highest quality captions from rev.com to every single lecture. You can watch the program on a desktop, a television if you want to stream it. You can also watch it on your handheld, etc. And again, closed captions, advanced closed captions have been added to every single lecture. Yeah. All right. Bindu, how are you? Okay, moving on to Felix, who wrote, hey, Chris, hey, man. Is this a subscription type monthly payment structure? Yeah. So there's a 3 payment plan if you want. Just go to the bottom of the purchase page for gold or platinum, and you'll see the 3 payments there if you want to. Yeah. Yeah. And the money back policy applies to the payment plan as well. Yeah. Cool. Okay. All right, cool. And if you guys have specific questions about gold and platinum or anything, let me know, please. I'm here to help. Okay. Awesome. Eric, congratulations on winning the Zelda, or for getting the Zelda tune right to win the gold MBA. Okay. All right, next up, Tesneem wrote, how is your program going to help somebody who worked for corporate America and is nearing retirement, tinkering with the idea of starting a business? Yeah. So whether you work in a big company or you want to start a company, I got you covered. So if you want to start a company, the Venture Capital Bootcamp that we covered in the 3rd semester, which means we'll cover it next May. It's a 1-year program. The Venture Capital Bootcamp will help you start a company. Okay. And it might also convince you not to start that company or refine the company. You can also use the Venture Capital Bootcamp to help you with your existing company or to start a new department in a big company if you want to. Yeah. All right. And next up, we've got Sean, who wrote, is it just me who can't access the website because it can't make a secure connection? No, it should work. You know, I tested the secure certificate as well. Go to day1notOneday.com. If you can't get there, go to haroonmba.com/FAQ, all lowercase. Yeah. All right, next up, Mia wrote, how do you respond to a boss or an interviewer questioning the value or validity of your MBA versus an accredited university level? I recently signed up for your silver program and I love it already. Thanks. Yeah. So if you rewind the webcast, I talked about what some of the biggest entrepreneurs in the world have to say about traditional MBA schools and how they just don't add as much value. I talked about Elon Musk, Sheryl Sandberg, who was the COO of Facebook. She's stepping down. Seth Godin, who's a Stanford MBA. Scott Cook, who's a Harvard MBA, he founded Intuit, the company that owns QuickBooks and Quicken. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Next up. All right. Felix wrote, I love it. Great sense of humor. Thank you. Laugh at me. Okay, not with me. Always laugh at me. Yeah, I'm here to entertain you as well. Yeah. And you wrote, nice wigs. Thanks. This one's pretty good, actually. Yeah. Okay. All right. Again, join Zoom if anybody wants to. I'll open Zoom up in a second. I'm almost done here, I think, with the questions. You can also ask questions if you want to by typing here. I'm not going anywhere today until all answers are questions. That's my level of commitment to my students always. Yeah. And it's fun. Felix wrote, so the classes are once a week. Is it every Friday? Yeah. So classes are every single Friday, starting on Friday, September 30th. And it ends on Friday, September 29th, 2023. And classes are from 9 a.m. Pacific time until at least 3 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah. And that's over 300 hours of classes plus over 200 hours of live Q&A from me during those classes, kind of like we're doing right here after each of the topics I play for you. And Zoom will do as well. Yeah. And I never leave until all questions are answered, ever. Okay, even when I had COVID, yeah. All right, cool. And Jason wrote, the program continues to grow. Awesome. And Jason, thanks again, man, for that today. And for getting up early. God bless you, man. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Hold on a second here. Okay, a couple more questions, then we'll get to Zoom here. Tasneem wrote, I missed the link of the gifts. Yeah, so I'll show it to you quickly here. So what you do is you go over to HarounMBA.com / see right here, Zoom Day 1, all lowercase. And I'll leave that up there for you. And then take more questions here. Okay. All right. Okay, Tom wrote, Chris, what elements of your program are specifically related to fintech? A lot, yeah. So I talk about cryptocurrencies in a lot of details. I'm adding or about to add Web 3.0 stuff as well as NFTs. And I do talk about fintech quite a bit in the program, yeah. Okay, and that was a sector I focused on actually for a while when I worked in venture capital, yeah. Okay, next up we got Franz who wrote, I bought a lot of your courses on Udemy. They're excellent. Very happy here in Boston, Massachusetts. Thanks, Franz. I appreciate it. Go Red Sox Nation. Moving on to Tom, who wrote, what is your financial philosophy in your MBA program? Is it good debt to bad debt, according to Robert Kiyosaki, or no debt, according to Dave Ramsey? Yeah. I don't believe that you should ever start a company by getting a loan, because what happens is banks are chicken. And if you miss one payment, they can take everything from you. And so I believe in raising money from high net worth investors by networking, which I teach you in the first semester when we talk about networking in a lot of detail. The only time I think that you should use debt is for your house or your apartment, because the tax write-offs are amazing in many countries when you have a mortgage, and buying a house is probably the best investment you'll make after an investment in education, in my humble opinion. Okay. Next up, Eric wrote, looking forward to the 30th. Awesome. I'm looking forward to having you as well. Yeah. Okay. And then Random Blending wrote, hi, sir. Chris, please. I've seen your Udemy video. Thank you. Moving on to Axel, who wrote, do you plan to have physical courses in the future in Canada, for instance? At some point, I'll be doing networking events in different regions of the world. Next up will be Barcelona. But no plans to actually teach live in person. Yeah. Okay. But if you join the Platinum program, when we do our annual networking and alumni events, and anybody can go to those things, that's in Gold or Platinum. You don't have to have graduated. I do one-on-ones in person there as well. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up. Shakan Mahajan wrote, I'm bummed since I don't play video games, and I could not guess at all for Zelda. Yeah. Okay. And I dated myself there. I'm over 50, man. Yeah. Moving on to Blistered Outlaw, who wrote, what if we are so broke that we can't even get the silver plan? And you wrote, I'm asking for a friend. Yeah. So we have we have payment plans available. If you scroll to the bottom of silver, and if you can't join the Gold or Platinum MBA this year, we will have one next year as well. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Gary wrote, are the courses CPA or CPE eligible? One of them I have. I got one of my courses CPE eligible, Introduction to Finance. But in the MBA program, I'm staying away from accreditation entirely because I don't want any government body telling me what I can and can't teach. And they're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Yeah. And I set this up from day one, so it's not a degree mill. You know, it's basically to teach you how to take your business or your career to the next level, or your money back. All right. Got this idea from Bono, the singer. And opera singers use this too. It's called Throat 37. All right. I feel better already. All right. Moving on to Kumar, who wrote, hey, Chris, is the stock market investing covered in your Silver MBA program? Oh, yeah. In a lot of detail. Yeah. And what you can always do is, I'll show you here. To find out exactly what's covered, you can just go up here to business video, a topic search. Yeah. And just search for the word stock right here. And you'll see exactly where it's covered in all three programs. Okay, so the first tab here are just mini videos, 10,000 videos I've made over the years on YouTube, which is all indexed for you here. And then right here, if you click on silver, you'll find out exactly where I cover stock, and I cover it many occasions. Yeah. And if you join gold or platinum, you'll see exactly where I cover it in the program and when. Okay, so what you can do is you can click, say, right here, portfolio and risk management for stocks, bonds, and commodities. And you'll see here, and if you're enrolled in the course, obviously this will show up for you, not locked. You'll see we cover this topic here on June 9th of 2023. Yeah. Okay. And if you're ever not sure if something's covered in the program or not, just always go to that search page. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up, Tom wrote, what do you think about network thinking applications like Roam Research or LogSec and building a second brain, or haven't you been exposed to that trend yet? Yeah, I've never heard of those applications at all. In terms of artificial intelligence, yes, we will be covering that, especially when I add Python to the program next year as well. Yeah. All right. Next up, Ike Chukwu wrote, which of your program will you recommend for somebody planning to take the CFA exams? Yeah, CFA, it's a great destination. It's better than an MBA from a traditional school too, if you want to learn finance. So I would recommend taking my MBA degree program and just watching the finance stuff. It's one of the six parts to the MBA. Yeah. And it's actually, there's well over 100 hours now of finance stuff where I start from scratch, including electives. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. And Miguel is asking, what is the link for the 2 free courses? Just go to haroonmba.com/ all lowercase Zoom day 1. Yeah. Okay. And then for those of you who want to join the Zoom call, at the top of that aforementioned link, you'll click to join Zoom as well. And I'll let you guys into Zoom. I've got about 10 or 15 people waiting to get in. Yeah. Which I'll come to let you guys in a minute after I get through these questions. Yeah. All right. And then Tom wrote, can you buy extra consulting hours after the 3 hours? Yes, I do have that set up as well. Yeah. Yeah. I don't do it that often though, just because my schedule is jammed. Yeah. 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 And if you join gold, you can always ask, or platinum, you can always ask me any questions you want to during class and during Zoom. Yeah. Yeah. Or during one-on-ones. Yeah. And then Electronics Clinic wrote, do you cover real estate in your program? I do it a little bit only when I talk briefly about mortgages. It is something I'm going to be adding though. I recently purchased another building in Canada. And so what I want to do is I want to fly up there with Matt, who's my chief creative officer. He's great. He's awesome. And film everything in terms of negotiations and all that stuff. Yeah. 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 Okay. And then Electronics Clinic wrote, what is the Zoom call for? It's just for Q&A or general networking. Yeah, yeah. All right. Moving on to Mustafa, who wrote, fantastic to see the open house. Thank you. Chris is so kind that he gave me silver access 2 years ago around, I was thinking of launching my one-person consulting business. It helped tremendously, Chris. And he wrote, Chris cares. Thank you. I do. I really do. Okay. All right. And Grace wrote, that would be great. I live in Barcelona, actually. So Christina, who's the president, Christina Hong, she's the president of the Haroon Education Ventures Alumni Association. She's doing a networking event for HEV, Haroon Education Ventures MBA students and alumni in October in Barcelona. Email support@haroonventures.com and remind me and I'll connect you with her. Yeah, and we have a lot of people from Barcelona. It's great for networking too, and a beautiful city. Yeah. Next up, Tom wrote, do you have any note-taking content in the personal growth pillars? Yeah, so every single class has workbooks. And in the workbooks, they're in 3 different formats, always. They're in Google Docs, Microsoft Word, and PDF formats. And the way it works is you can take notes within those workbooks as well. Yeah. And I explain that all during the orientation lesson. Yeah. All right. And I provide you with a ton of frameworks, like tons of downloadable Excel documents, Word documents, PowerPoint documents, etc., PDFs, everything you need to succeed in business. Yeah. And my goal is always to help you work smarter and not harder. Yeah. All right. Next up, somebody asked, said, do you offer any project management courses? I do not. I do not. But what I am adding to the curriculum is the Excel stuff. Let me show you the Excel stuff. Actually, I'm still working on it now. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is one of the frameworks for. It's 100 steps to analyze a company. Which creates a 150-page report for you with a lot of graphics. But let me show you right here. Okay, so right here, this is the Excel stuff I'm working on for you guys. Okay, I've got different tracks: beginner, intermediate, genius, and all lessons. Okay, and this is coming in January, exclusively the MBA program. I've also got tons of help videos as well on every single icon, every single formula, okay, which will cover project management inherent in here, Gantt charts, etc., right? Because the 400 formulas includes that. And then also within Visual Basic here, and this is where we're going to start to teach you guys coding, okay? We start from scratch, okay? And there's a hell of a lot to this. And then once you understand Visual Basic here by doing macros, then we'll move on to Python, etc. And this, again, comes out exclusively for my MBA students that purchase here. In January, okay, and it's the most in-depth thing I've ever worked on when it comes to courses, and I'm going to be so sad when it's over because I thoroughly enjoy every second of it. Yeah, and that's just beta you guys saw there. Okay, so 10 people waiting to get in. I'll let you guys in a minute. Okay, thanks. Okay. Next up, Axel wrote, I'm currently following an MBA in Vancouver for 2 years. Do you think I should also take your MBA program? I promise you, it is incredibly value added, and it will help your career more so than any other MBA program or your money back. You can even binge watch it and then get your money back by October 30th. Yeah. I wear my heart in my sleeve. Yeah. I promise you it's effective. We've had students get jobs at Goldman Sachs and investment banking recently. One guy, Vicente, he started in January of this year, and he's in the same start class as Harvard Business School graduates in the associate level. And he has an undergrad, and he's halfway through my MBA. Yeah, in New York City. Yeah, we have people that got jobs at McKinsey, Boston Consulting Group, as I mentioned before, every tech company you can think of as well, Google, Salesforce, etc. Yeah, it works. Okay. Next up, Fabio wrote, I have no experience in finance. Would I get it? Yes, you will. I do everything from scratch. Everything from scratch. Tons of brand new props as well to teach you everything about finance you need to know. This is fake money and a fake golden gun as well. Yeah, and I make it fun, intuitive, etc. And I teach it in a brand new way, in ways I've never taught it before. Like, it's completely different from my Udemy courses as well. Yeah, and it's fun. Yeah. Now, I got a D in accounting the first time I took it at McGill University 8 million years ago. I got a D because I was trying to memorize accounting and finance. I took it again. I got a little bit better than a D. But I teach using props to make it easy and fun for you to understand. And finance is not complicated. It's very easy if you learn it step by step, like a Lego house. And that's how I explain it with lots of props. You'll love it. It's fun. And you'll be learning by accident. You're like, oh my God, it's like a movie or something with a bad actor. An awful dad humor. Yeah, you'll be learning by accident. Yeah. All right, next up, Hoot wrote, I'm 86. Cool. My dad turns 80 on November 16th. Yeah, wow. Yeah, he came from Egypt to Toronto back in the late 1960s. Yeah, he bribed an army officer in Cairo so he didn't have to go to fight that stupid war in 67. He came to Canada. Yeah. So Hoot wrote, I'm 86 and I have tremors. And I'm having a problem registering for the free gifts. Yeah. So here's what you do, Hoot, and I hope you're feeling better. You go to, I'll show you. I'll go there with you, okay? So you go to HarounMBA.com, okay? / okay? And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to type it right here in the chat. I think it'll let me put in items in chat. So hold on one second. I'll type this in chat so you have it all, okay? But it's Zoom day 1. I'm looking through a teleprompter here. That's why I'm looking at you. Okay. So I'll type it here, though. https:// / haroonventures.com. It's another way to get it. Zoom day 1. Double check. There you go. Okay, it's in the chat for you as well. And if it doesn't work for you, let me know, and I'll help you. I'll help you in other ways as well. Yeah. Okay. Almost done with questions here, and then we'll move on to Zoom. Okay. Next up, Ramos wrote, great explanations. Chris, I'm interested. Awesome. Thank you. There is hope for me to really spend money for finance courses I've been looking for. Awesome. Awesome. Money back guarantee as well. I stand by my reputation as well. And you'll never find another business teacher that cares as much about the success of my students. Yeah, I really do. I'm really passionate about what I'm doing. I had a tear in my eye when Vicente got that job at Goldman a couple months ago. Yeah, he's great. All right. Okay. Next up, Shakun Mahajan wrote, I will not be able to join Zoom today. I'll try another time. Awesome. Yeah. And again, we do Zoom. We'll do Zoom every single Friday as well, starting September 30th during the classes. Yeah. And you'll love the other students as well. We have an amazing culture with our students globally. And again, there's only one rule. I've never had a problem with this. But during orientation, I talk about how there's a no bullying policy because everybody's opinion should be heard always. Yeah. Okay. And that came from me being bullied when I worked in corporate America. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Amide wrote, what are the differences of your gold, silver, platinum courses and the MBA in one course? Yeah, so an entire MBA in one course, that was an 8-hour course I put on Udemy in 2016. But if you go here to, and I'll go to the same page you guys are looking at. Let's see here, hold on a second, buy courses. Right here, yeah. Okay, so right here, and you can get here by going to haroonmba.com/FAQ. If you scroll down, you'll see the differences between the gold, platinum, and silver MBA. And if you want to do a one-on-one with me, you can click here as well, and we can talk about it. If you have questions, I can talk to you confidentially. All my one-on-ones are confidential as well. So right here, you got silver, gold, platinum, and this program is over 300 hours plus electives. Okay, and I talked about the differences before. Now, for gold and platinum, there are a limited number of spots, especially platinum. If it fills up, and this is not a marketing thing at all, I'm telling you this truthfully. If it fills up, don't worry, because you can join next year. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. Okay. But you must act now. No, I'm just kidding. No. All right. Next up, Ramos wrote, wow, I would like to learn how to start a company right, and is it helpful and to help find baseball teams and champions? I'm a huge baseball fan. You can start the program today and jump right to the 3rd semester and start the Venture Capital Bootcamp if you want to, right? So you can watch all lectures right away if you want to as well, or watch them live with me during the program. Yeah. And then you wrote here, wow, answers all questions to his students. Haven't heard that from leaders in a while. No, I'm here. This is not a job. It's a passion. I am all in to help my students. And I'll walk through walls to ensure your success or your money back. I know that sounded cheesy, but it's really how I feel. Yeah. Okay. Book Lantern Club wrote, thank you. You're most welcome. I got 2 more questions. I'll jump directly to Zoom. Keep asking questions here if you want to over YouTube chat. I'm not going anywhere. I'm never going to end this call until there's no more questions. Our record was 12 hours in a row, which was in late October of 2019 or 20. I can't remember. Yeah, it was fun though. I was sitting then though. I don't sit anymore. There's no chair in my office because 2 people complained a while ago that I sounded tired. So I'm like, screw that. I got rid of the chair. Actually, I do have a chair over here just because when I had COVID, it's still there. And that's where my son Dylan works as well. He does my social media strategy. He's a bit older now. He's 13. He's like a son to me. Yeah. And we all like blue, I guess. Yeah. Okay. All right. Felix wrote, I work 9 to 5. So it's 9 to 5 Pacific time. So if you're in New York, for example, or the East Coast of the United States, it's actually 12 until 6. And you can always watch replays as well. You don't have to attend live at all. This is your MBA in your terms. And again, in order to pass the MBA, there's 100 short quizzes. That's 2 for each class. We have 50 classes. There's 100 short quizzes, and all you have to do to pass is get over 50% on half of the quizzes. And I set it up that way because I want this to be your MBA in your terms. It's not fair if you don't want to learn about cryptos or finance or entrepreneurship or sales, marketing, technology. You shouldn't have to watch those lectures either. It's very flexible MBA. Yeah. Okay. And then next up, and if I missed anybody's questions, just paste it again, please, or comments. Yeah. Bindu wrote, thank you so much, Chris. You're most welcome. One word to describe describing your education or dedication to education is entertainment and edutainment. It's 1:30 a.m. in India, but not feeling sleepy, happy to learn. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your commitment being with us today. I appreciate it. And thank you, Jason, for getting up so early to do this call as well. Thank you. And David as well from Jakarta. Thank you. Okay. All right. And then Ramos wrote Throat 37, correct? Yeah, this is called Throat 37. Always have it if you're doing a webcast as well. You don't want them to, I don't know, you want to sound tired, right? So it's, and one meeting can change your life, right? Like one presentation, one Zoom meeting. And a great Zoom setup, as Evelyn, my Platinum student, said, a great Zoom setup, and I'll teach you how to do this in the MBA program. A great Zoom setup will do more for your career than a great Italian suit. And there's other hacks as well. And I know it's going to look ridiculous here, but I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes to help you guys. So my wife got me this, okay, and she got the brush from Sephora. But before you go live, and if you don't know how to do this stuff, just go to a pharmacy and ask. If you're perspiring, right, it's really hot here, heat wave here in Canada. My kids get off school at noon now, yeah, because of the heat wave. But what you do is you just kind of go like this, and you'll see the shininess will go away. Problem is, it takes 8 million years for me to do this because my nose is ginormous, man. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. And then Thomas wrote, I'll try to beat the 12 hours, but I do have a rowing race tomorrow, and I'm in the CEST time zone. Cool. And then Varun wrote, thank you very much, Chris. You're most welcome. And then the last comment we have here, now we'll go to Zoom, is from Bindu, which is one word, gratitude. And thank you. Thank you as well for being here. Okay, let's go over to Zoom. If you don't want to join Zoom, keep typing questions there. But what I want to do is I want to answer all questions for you. So let me just tee this up. Okay. And I will admit everybody here. And we are now live on Zoom. So on Zoom, please lift your hand. Okay, you can click on, there's a little icon called reactions. Lift your hand if you want to ask a question, and I'll go directly to you there. Okay, great. Next up, Mia wrote, thank you very much for today's video. Chris, you're most welcome. Thank you for being here. And then Tiger Glory, oh my God, Tiger Glory is Cassandra. And I think that's your daughter's account. And Cassandra, I think you're from Romania originally. I think, yeah. And then I met you here in the Bay Area during our graduation ceremony. It was a pleasure to see you. And I just responded to your email about the graduation certificate the other day. Okay, thank you. It is so good to see you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Next up, Bindu wrote, cardamom we use in India during talking long. Okay, cool. Like it's a similar product, yeah. And Tiger Glory wrote, yes, from Romania. Okay, good. Thank God I remembered. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I remember we talked about Ceausescu on Christmas 1989, how there was a big revolution in Romania. Yeah. Great to see you too. Awesome. All right, let's go now directly to Zoom. And if anybody has a question in Zoom, just please lift your hand up and unmute yourself. Okay. Or just introduce yourself. I want to learn more about you guys, where you guys are from, etc. Yeah. All right. All right. So go ahead, Tom.
I'll start with the introduction.
Sure.
So I'm in the Netherlands, currently in my final year of dual business degree track from Utrecht. And I'm currently doing my graduate internship in a Fintech startup for personal finance software. So we're trying to help people distribute their money in jars. It's really exciting because we're doing a huge pivot to integrate into other banks instead of having a consumer-facing app, although that will they do. And so I'm also looking to start my career.
Awesome. That's great. And in the MBA curriculum, I teach you how to use Quicken on Mac and on Windows as very short electives as well. That's awesome. The Fintech is a high growth market. So there's two sectors that really haven't been disintermediated. There hasn't been much investment from a venture capital perspective. One is finance, okay, like Fintech, and the other is healthcare, because those are the two most regulated markets. So there's a ton of money going into Fintech right now. Cool. Awesome. Well, it's great to see you. Axel has his hand up. Go right ahead, please. Introduce yourself. Love to learn more about you. And any questions you have, please go ahead. Thanks.
Yes, hello, Chris. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sure.
I'm coming from, I don't know if you hear me.
I do. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Coming from African country where I've been following you.
Cool.
Since the financial analysis and complete courses.
Cool.
That's helped me join an African bank called GT Bank.
Oh, cool.
And I just came to Canada 2 months ago, to pursue my MBA degree.
Awesome.
This is the reason why I asked, because I just joined the meeting when I saw that you were in, and I was currently thinking about taking another MBA review again, in addition to this MBA. Reason why I asked that to the
No, I guarantee you'll learn a hell of a lot more in my program. Yeah, and we have people from Columbia and other top business schools, Ivy League schools, that have taken my program and are currently enrolled. And again, they say they learn more in 1 month than they did in their entire program. Which school in Canada?
University of Canada West.
Okay, cool. Are you doing an MBA in Canada or Ghana?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What's the name of the university again? Sorry.
University of Canada West.
Oh, Canada. Okay.
Vancouver.
Canada, okay, so sorry, I misheard. I thought I heard Ghana West. My fault. Sorry. Yeah. The older I get, the better I was. I have senior moments. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Vancouver is beautiful. My mom was born there. I love it. I'm jealous. Make sure to go to play golf at Furry Creek. Yeah, it's fun. Just watch out for the bears. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. Pleasure to meet you. Okay. Cool. All right. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand here on Zoom. What I'll do in the meantime is I'll go here to YouTube. Tiger Glory, who's Cassandra, based in Florida, is asking, I see a lot of new material coming to the new MBA program. Are all your students having access to the new material, or should we enroll? No. You already don't enroll. Don't pay again. You already paid. It's all in your curriculum. Okay, and I usually send out mass emails when I add new stuff. And so I added 30 hours of brand new content in FA44 to your curriculum and all curriculums. And FA44 is Finance and Accounting, semester 4, class number 4. And I'm adding a ton new stuff as well. I'm adding that technology vertical, which is the 6th pillar as well. And you'll all get an email when that stuff is added. I wanted to get it done by November of this year, but given COVID this past summer, no excuse, I know. It's actually delayed until January, but you'll all get it, an exclusive to my MBA students, all of you. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Who is next on Tom, please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I am a bit worried about starting a business with venture capital, because I have the feeling if I raise money and I still in the business, it's like if you raise money, you can only get one shot raising money, and if you go bankrupt, then then you lose your entire reputation because you lost someone else's money. So how do you? Should you first startup be with your own money, or like a $100 startup, or should you just raise money if it's a real startup?
Yeah, a couple things. Yeah, a couple things. Number one, failure is not shameful, because you only have to be right in business one time. And most people that are successful in technology have started many companies that have failed. You just haven't heard of them. Steve Jobs started a company that failed. Bill Gates started a company that failed. Michael Jordan said, I failed over and over again in my career, and that's why I'm successful. So I wouldn't worry about that. In terms of your question about raising capital, never use your own money unless you have a ton. I want you to use other people's money, and I'll teach you how to raise money as well. And I don't want you to get money from banks or venture capital firms initially. I want you to raise money from high net worth investors which I teach you how to network on steroids in the first semester. The reason I say high net worth investors is because the sales cycle is very short. Yeah. And I want you to raise enough money, and I'll teach you how to do it. And one of my students who graduated last December from the Platinum program, Jim Tusif, he just raised $11.5 million from the venture capital firm Draper Fisher and others, the same firms that backed Baidu, et cetera, lots of companies. And so the stuff I teach you, it worked for him, it'll work for you as well. I want to use other people's money. And I want your salary when you start your company to be the same base salary that you have working at a previous company as well. I want you to be happy. Yeah. And the great thing about the Venture Capital Bootcamp, which starts in the third semester, and you can watch it live right now, or you can watch it online right now if you want to. The great thing about it is that I provide you with all the tools to ensure that you've covered all the important stuff when writing a business plan. Don't ever start a company without writing a business plan first. And I'm here to humbly help you. You know, whether you're in gold or platinum, every single Friday for that, basically, 200 hours of live Q&A as well throughout the year. Yeah, I'm there to help you. And if you join as well, you get access forever to the 2-hour weekly gold and platinum office hours, which we do Zoom like this. Okay, and it's every single Thursday from 11:20 until 1:20 p.m. forever. Yeah. And eventually, I'm going to move on to a subscription business model. This will likely be the last class that will be able to attend the weekly office hours for free every week too. Okay. All right. So I accepted. Marin is here as well. She's from Kenya. She lives in the United Kingdom right now. Marin, it is a pleasure to see you. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I'm great. Yeah, and
good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. And so Marin graduated last year from the Platinum program, and I can't wait to talk about, when you let me, your company you started. Yeah, how is that going?
Yeah, it's really going well. I'm actually presenting it in end of September. I'm going for a show. I'm presenting it in Portsmouth Business Show. And in end of October, I'm presenting it at the Black Business Show in London.
Nice.
So I will definitely bring you up to speed so that we can talk about it.
Awesome.
And for everybody in this class, it's Chris who helped me start. So for the ones who are saying, how will he help me start a business? He walked me through the classes, and I used the principles we learned in class, from trademark and to the point where I have a viable business. So yes, it is possible. Awesome. And I work a full-time job also. So just to put it on the side, so you can do it.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I would love to help you with with that as well. Can you? But let's do a one-on-one.
Okay.
I really want to put you on my weekly webcast as well, because you inspire me so much with that product. And you can also on Thursdays during our office hours, I can have you present to all of us and get feedback if you want only. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. I will take you up on the one-on-one, and more than that, I'm encouraging everybody. Whichever option you choose, it's worth the effort. I've learned how to analyze a company. I'm a medic. I knew zero about finances, because we are not taught about finances as medics. We are taught about medical stuff. But I came wondering anything about finances, and I now can analyze a company. I analyzed Estee Lauder, and I'm proud of myself, and also I'm proud of you, Chris, to help me analyze companies. And in the middle of all of this, I'm also analyzing BioNTech. So it spurred me to do things which I wouldn't ever have done.
I love it. Awesome. And I can't wait to see the product as well. And when you let me interview you on my weekly call and stuff. Yeah. When you're ready. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming here as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, next up we got Eduardo, who has his hand up. Eduardo, go ahead, please.
Hey, how you doing, Chris?
Good, thanks. How are you?
My name is Eduardo. I'm just like you, a little bit over 50 years old, and I procrastinated my life a little bit, so I want to get the education I never had before. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about taking your program.
Oh, cool.
However, I got some questions for you, specifically. what I'm focusing on right now is investing in real estate in other countries. And the bottleneck that I'm having is obtaining financing in these other countries, since I will be a foreigner investing in another country. Does your course cover how to street fight when it comes to doing that kind of financing techniques?
Yeah, so I have students from every single country, 195 countries. And so every finance and accounting topic I teach is generic enough to apply everywhere. Cash is cash. And I've worked all over the world as well in many different markets and invested all over the world. So everything I teach is generic enough to apply to everybody. The one thing I will say, though, is that from a legal perspective, you always want to get your own legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a fan of lawyers. Unless you're a civil rights lawyer, then I love you. But I always recommend talking to a lawyer. Yeah. And don't ever start a company. This goes to everybody in the webcast. And I say this, love my heart because I care. Don't ever start a company without registering it, because when you become successful, you'll see that people come after you, right? It's just, if they're not coming after you and trying to sue you for stuff, whatever it is, then you're not successful enough. Yeah. And if you're protected by registering your company, as long as there's no fraud involved, then what happens is you're protected. Yeah, and it's like a force field. They can't touch your personal assets. Yeah, and we cover that when we talk about business law in a lot of detail. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. My pleasure. And thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go to YouTube Live here. The questions. Oh, Mark, how are you? Dr. Mark Vincent Besa. Mark, it's so great to see you. I got to tell you a story about Mark. So, and I'm going to share screens here, and I'm going to go right to his LinkedIn profile here because he inspires me, and he's got a great LinkedIn profile. So Dr. Mark is from the Philippines, and he leveraged LinkedIn during the MBA program and did a ton of one-on-ones. And he also got, see here, I thought I saw it, Mark here. Here it is there, yeah. He also got, he published social media content, and what happened was, I think it was the World Health Organization saw his post and offered him a job, actually, during COVID. I remember that. You're kicking ass here with all your social media stuff as well. And Christina, and God bless the Queen, Christina Hong, who heads up the MBA program, says that you have some unbelievable news. She wouldn't tell me. If you want, you can share it with me when you're ready. I can't wait to hear about it. Yeah. Great to see you, man. You always put a smile on my face. Yeah. And Mark's I think you had Dr. Fauci's textbooks. That's what you studied in school, and he just retired. I was thinking of you when I saw that news come across the tape there. And then Mark wrote here, greetings, Chris. I'm quietly listening to your live webcast. Thank you. You wrote, it's amazing. The Haroon Education Ventures MBA continues to grow. Very pleased to be here. And thank you, brother. You're always great to see you. I love you. And you inspire me. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Put your hand up if you guys have questions there on Zoom. Next up, Nilsa, how are you? Nilsa Santiago, she's from Puerto Rico. And she graduated from my MBA program last year. She's my platinum program. She's incredible. She is really into exercise as well, kind of like me. I walk on my treadmill usually when I'm doing meetings. I'm not doing it right now because I have a suit on. She's great. Actually, Goldman Sachs. Let me go to Nilsa's profile here. She just got recognized by Goldman Sachs as part of the 10,000 Women Startup competition, right? And so they're training her as well. She won that scholarship there. So Nilsa Santiago. Hold on a second. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, Goldman Sachs, 10,000 small business scholar at Goldman Sachs in beautiful Puerto Rico. Very cool. Very cool. It's awesome. Yeah. Great to see you. Great to see you. You inspire me. And her family business is also, it's an engineering and services company, kind of like Foster Wheeler in the United States, or ABB in Switzerland, or Crompton and Greaves in India. Great to see you. So Nilsson wrote, Chris, your MBA program is unique, and I highly recommend it to all. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. And I didn't ask anybody to come on the call aside from Jason that graduated. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. All right. And Maren has her hand up on Zoom. Go ahead, Maren, please.
Hey, actually the question is for Nilsa. Sure. I'm wondering if it's just because of the 10,000 startups, if she could advise, let me know how she got interested or engage with the Goldman Sachs 10,000 startups, I'm happy to set up a Zoom call with you, if that's okay, Nilsa.
That's awesome. I'm sure Nilsa, she's incredibly well spoken. She's outgoing. She'll do it in a heartbeat. Yeah, that's great. That's great. And this is just an example of just how we all help each other out as well in this MBA degree program from a networking perspective. Thank you both, Nilsa and Myron, for being on the call. As I mentioned, I'm going to send you a check for $100 each for doing this. I'm kidding.
Thank you.
I'm totally kidding. That was awful. My dad humor is awful, but it's okay because there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. No. Awesome. Cool. All right. Again, anybody on the Zoom call, if you have a question or if you want to say something, lift your hand. Tom, go ahead, please.
So I've seen quite some startup content, and there's a lot of advice out there to not actually write a large business plan, but just write a pitch deck, because otherwise the advice is, well, you're spending so much time, you could be working instead. What do you think about pitch deck versus business plan?
Yeah, I think you got to do a thorough business plan. If you do it right, then what comes out of the business plan is a 10-page pitch deck. Okay, and we analyze Airbnb's pitch deck as well, and other companies that have done well. And the reason why I want you to do that is spend a lot of time on the business plan and create the pitch deck and make it amazing, is so that you can raise as much money as you can when you can. The problem with starting a company is in the venture capital industry, every year or two you have to raise more money. And it's an incredible distraction. So you try to get it out of the way as early as possible, like Jim Tusif did, who raised $11.5 million for his company recently. Raise as much money as you can when you can, so that you're not distracted by trying to raise money every year. Yeah, cool.
What do you think about those data sources? So you have like Crunchbase, PitchBook. PitchBook is a little bit more expensive. You have a few other ones out there.
Yeah.
Do you use them yourself? We currently have one of those at our company.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to Crunchbase anymore because I don't work full-time at VC anymore. But Crunchbase is probably the number one resource to go to get information about venture capital firms and startups, et cetera. Now, private markets are not regulated by governments, right? And so it's hard to find information on these companies. What I do recommend you do instead, or in addition to using Crunchbase, is I want you to go to the top 10 venture capital firms in the world, like sequoiacap.com or Kleiner Perkins website, et cetera. And I want you to look through the partners. Okay, you can go to the About part of the website and look at the partners, especially the ones that cover Fintech. And you can look at all their portfolio companies there just to understand the type of investments they're looking to make. Is that helpful?
It's useful, though. You're not using it anymore, so that's also a good answer.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. And what you want to do also is you want to go to a16z.com. That's Andreessen Horowitz website. And I met with Ben Horowitz. He went to Columbia as well. And Mark Andreessen and I were on a board, same company a while back. It's a16z.com because it's A, Andreessen Horowitz. In the middle, there's like 16 letters. So a16z.com. And you want to find out who the partner is there that covers clean tech, or pardon me, fintech, which is what you cover, the industry you're in, and find out the types of companies that they're involved with, and follow them on Twitter as well, just to understand the type of companies they're looking to invest in.
Could you maybe put that in the chat?
Yeah.
It's quite long. Yeah. I can't really take it directly.
Sure. Hold on a second. Let me go here to chat, everybody in meeting, www.a16z.com. There you go. Yeah. And also want you to go to sequoiacap.com. These are two firms I've partnered with in the past. And Kleiner, another company I've partnered with in the past. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Okay. I hope that's helpful. All right. Next up, we've got Axel has his hand up. Go ahead, please, Axel, from Vancouver.
Yeah, thank you. Please, do you have any tips for me to find like a job position in the bank here? I've been applied like several times without getting like any response. It has been very tough for me since I just came here.
It's hard in Canada. There's only 6 banks that matter because it's a heavily regulated market by the Canadian government. So every time you see a job opening online, if you apply, your chance of getting that job are 1 out of 250. And the person that gets that job is not necessarily the most qualified. It's the person that knows someone usually at that company. So those are the rules. So in my MBA program in the first semester, I'm going to help you create the best LinkedIn profile ever. Okay, I'll write it for you personally, not my staff, me, if you're in the Platinum program. And if you're not in the Platinum program, you can just ask me during Q&A like this as well. I'm going to teach you how to network as well in the first semester, so you can get a ton of informational meetings. And I promise you, I guarantee you, I will get you a job at a Canadian bank or your money back.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Because I remember when I was younger, I was at McGill University. And thank you, Mwed, for the clapping thing. I was at McGill University years ago, back in the 90s. And I applied to 40 or 50 of the top companies, a lot of banks. And I got like 35 rejection letters back. And I didn't get an interview anywhere. And I remember I put up on my wall as like a wall of shame. I put them all up there with nice colorful logos in the top right-hand corner of the one-page rejection letter. And I didn't realize what I realize now, which is that business is about networking and relationships. And your network is your net worth. Relationships are always more important than product knowledge. Those are the rules. You know, and when you set up networking meetings, you don't jump into business. You talk about other stuff, personal stuff as well. Go to their Twitter profile to see who they follow, so you know what to talk about, that sort of thing. But I teach you a million more tricks as well. And again, I wear my heart on my sleeve, and success is guaranteed. Yeah. Cool.
Thank you, Chris.
Cool. Awesome. My pleasure. All right, let's move on to Moed, please. And if anybody wants to join Zoom, just go to haroonmba.com/Zoom day one.
Hi, good evening. It's 11 o'clock I'm from Doha, Qatar.
Oh, excellent! Sorry, great to see you.
That's where the World Cup is going to happen. So cool. Firstly, I invite everybody to come over and give me a chance to host.
Awesome. Cool.
It'll be lovely to meet you guys in person.
Cool.
Because it's not a praise song, so I'll keep it very brief. I've been following you for almost 2 years now. So I have tons of your Udemy courses, and some of them I haven't even opened yet. So I go through, I follow your weekly. So I'm strongly considering to join your MBA. The reason is I'm 39 and heading 40 next year. And I'm from EdTech as well. I've been here in EdTech for 15 years. And you know, like past 4 years, I've been like, I have this virus of starting up on my own. And every time I listen, I've been listening to Guy Kawasaki. So every time I start for meaning or money or a meaning, and start for money or start for meaning. So every time I'm trying in this market, the local market, the Middle Eastern market, it's always the money, so which is why I'm a bit reluctant to start. And I want and the problem here with Middle Eastern the local companies or the oil and gas or the ministries is they still value the traditional Western MBAs or Western personnel sometimes, like I'm from India basically. So this is so I'm at a crossroads. So I'm wondering if I can get all those questions answered when I join MBA. But I mean, I don't know. Part of me says to start up, part of me says like find a job, and I want to give back to the community. So I'm also intend to write a book on sales in the Middle East.
Yeah.
No,
it's great. Yeah. So a couple things. I've raised more money from Dubai than any region in the world. And so the stuff that I'm going to teach you in terms of capital raising, creating pitch decks, etc., works. I promise you it does. In terms of writing your book, I also teach you communication within the MBA program, business writing as well. I supply you, and this is free to anybody. You don't have to join my MBA program. But if you go to haroonmba.com/write book, all lowercase. I provide you with my 6-inch by 9-inch template here on how to write a book. And everybody should write a book. It's easy to do. And when you go to networking meetings and informational meetings, you give them your book. And I promise you your competition won't do that. It's easy to do. Yeah. Now, in terms of the book you're thinking of writing, here's what I recommend doing. And this is what I did for this book here. What I did was I wrote an article every week for about 2 years. Okay. And I put the article up on LinkedIn, right? So that's about 104 articles. And then what I did was the ones that got the most likes or comments, I put at the front of this book. And I just made all those articles one book. Easy to do. And it's helped my career out a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and McGraw-Hill just contacted me. I had a call with them yesterday. They're giving me a nice upfront payment, which will go directly to my charity, of course, to write a groundbreaking book on finance and accounting that anybody can understand. And so the deadline for that is next April, and it will be published next October. Yeah.
The first question should the startup idea. I still keep getting the money proposition, not on the meaning. So, what I do,
So, sorry, you're trying to raise money, or you're trying to?
I'm trying to start my own something on a business, and I always. I still see the aim is money, not the meaning. So, which puts me into back seat and don't want to start for money, but for meaning.
Well, I would say during the Venture Capital Bootcamp, which is in the third semester, I think it's next May, we covered May 2023, and you can always start today by watching online if you purchase. I teach you how to write a business plan from scratch. I provide you with all the tools. I ask you 800 or 900 questions that you'll answer with me during the 15-hour classes in the Venture Capital Bootcamp part of the MBA program in the third semester. So I got you covered. Every question you could possibly think of will be in that, and there's two things that come out of that template I give you. Number one is a 150-page business plan. I know it's a lot, but this is a big decision people are making. I don't want you guys to lose money or your health, etc. The second thing that comes out of it is a 10-page pitch deck, which you can use to raise money. Cool. Excellent. Thank you. I'd love to have you join the class. Thank you. All right, cool. So anybody on the webcast, you have a question on Zoom, lift your hand. And then what I'll do is, and I'll go back and forth here. Let me take a question from Tom, then I'll come back here to YouTube Live Q&A. Yeah, Tom, go ahead, please.
So I'm also about network. One of the things I am slowly working on, our company where I'm interning on, is looking for a new hire in designer, a UI designer. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to, let's say, via LinkedIn, to kind of get those informational meetings. Mm-hmm. You already covered it a little bit on how you would do informational meetings, but could you maybe comment on how you would go about recruiting someone?
Yeah. So the most important field in LinkedIn is the title field, okay? And that's why I recommend when you guys create your LinkedIn profiles to put multiple keywords in there separated with a vertical line. So you can do a search. You have to sign up to an advanced LinkedIn account to do a search for somebody, to search the title field. And I would search for somebody that fits the criteria of the position you're looking to hire someone for. People will respond pretty quickly too, because on LinkedIn, every email you've ever received, you've opened. But every email we've received, we certainly have not opened. It works. But I teach you that in much more detail in the first semester of the program. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Well, actually, the LinkedIn Premium account is now €40, mm-hmm. and I don't have that much income right now. Although my if I get a job, it's like temporarily low right now. But do you still recommend, if it's a relative high percentage of your current income? Because I'm a student, I didn't yet build many income streams.
Yeah.
Do you still say get the LinkedIn Premium version?
Yes. If you're going to network, it's a great investment. Yeah. Or what you can do is you can just do general searches in LinkedIn, or you can actually go to Upwork.com and find people there and offer to hire them or give them some equity in your company if you want to, if cash is a bit of an issue. Yeah. Another thing you can do, and this applies to everybody in this call, my answers are always generic enough to apply to everybody. You can go to a website called meetup.com. That's MEET, meetup.com. And what you can do is you can search on any topic and join any meeting in any region of the world, either online or in person, to network a lot. And you might be able to find your Wozniak or your jobs, depending if you're technical or not technical, so to speak, to help complete the roster of your management team. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Next up, Ramos wrote here, I live in Tortola in the British Virgin Islands. Awesome, BVI. And I registered my offshore bank there years ago when I ran my hedge fund. Yeah. Cheaper than Caymans. I loved it. Much better. I had a board of directors there too. So you wrote, I live in BVI. Doing your course will guarantee me a higher job using your accredited course. I hope it helps, or your money back. Yeah. And it does work, I promise you. But as I mentioned earlier, and I say this with love in my heart, I can take people to the water, but I can't force you to drink. And as Tony Robbins says, repetition is the mother of all skill. And so you guys have to practice this stuff that I teach. And the culture of our MBA class is amazing globally, current students and alumni. And we're all in it to help each other. Yeah. And there's no summa cum laude or magna cum laude, whatever that Latin crap is. And grades are not disclosed because I want a collegial environment. Most MBA programs you go to, you'll find that there's a lot of sharks, right? But not mine. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up, Dr. Mark Vincent Besa, graduated a couple of years ago, wrote, happy to hear from you, Tamarin. Great to hear from everyone. Hi, Chris, Mark. It is a pleasure to see you always. Yeah, you inspire me, brother. Yeah. All right, moving on to, hold on a second here. Oh, tons of questions came in here. If you're on Zoom, lift your hand up and I'll come to you. But click on that little thing that says reactions in the bottom corner to raise your hand. It's easier for me to see. Okay. Oh, so Mark, I'm sorry. Mark, I said that the World Health Organization offered you that job, but it was actually United Nations. Okay. And I remember the job was in Somalia. I remember that. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Next up, Bindu wrote, Chris, I would like to enroll in the silver program now and later on in the gold program. Awesome. Yeah. If you sign up for silver, you get a discount of $250 in future programs. And I'll launch another gold platinum one sometime next year. Yeah. All right. Hey, Jess, how are you? Good to see you. And then Kelsier wrote, where is the Zoom link? Yeah. So I'll type it again here, Kelsier, if you want to join. Yeah. Okay. Hold on a second. All right. So it is Zoom day 1. There you go. Okay. All right. Let's move on to Jerry now on Zoom. Jerry, how are you?
Hi, first, I'm very fine, and I'm going to start my semester. Mm-hmm. And can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And I got about 46.92 reward on stock market, and you put in US stock market, and I started to think about starting a hedge fund.
Yeah.
Not only for my family now.
Yeah.
And I want to look at the legal structure. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I want to start this hedge fund because if Bridgewater go down 20%, so we have a huge debt, and my family has some debt issues, so I need to raise money from my family to fix this problem, and I think I'm able to do this. Yeah, that's all.
Sure. So in terms of starting a hedge fund, like during the Platinum program, it's probably something we could talk about one-on-one as well, especially if it's with respect to family issues and family structures, et cetera. And you mentioned Bridgewater, which is the largest hedge fund in the world. I have friends that work there, whatnot. I don't recommend running your company like that, and I can tell you why if you want to later. But in terms of the structure, you want to set up an offshore and an onshore bank. And so for me, I had what's called a master feeder process. The onshore bank was here in the United States. I think it was Delaware based. It's just cheaper. The offshore was in British Virgin Islands. Okay, and they both fed up into one master ownership LLC. And the reason you want to do that, and you got to talk to lawyers first. And my law firm was the Securities and Law Group. It's a guy named Jim Grand here in San Francisco. He's great. You can just send him a LinkedIn. He'll help you. But the reason you want to do onshore and offshore is because a lot of investors, they might not want to pay taxes in whatever country your hedge fund is going to be based in. So, for example, in the BVI, I had tons of investors from Europe, like ABN AMRO, et cetera. Lots of people there. But again, you want to talk to a lawyer first to structure that. And before you raise any money, of course, you need a couple things. Number one, an investment offering memorandum. You got to register your company, and you have to have what are called subscription documents, because you're not allowed to start a hedge fund in most countries unless you get accredited investors, meaning investors have a liquid net worth of $1 million or more. And in the subscription documents they complete, there's anti-money laundering rules as well that they have to complete as well. But again, talk to a lawyer. I'm not an expert in that area. Yeah.
Chris, you kind of missed under my meanings. All of my family members are not qualified as a normal hedge fund qualified, but they need my help, and the CFO of my family is my grandma, and she gave me the family power yesterday, and we do so.
And Jerry, are you what country are you in?
Taiwan.
Yeah.
Beside.
Yeah, I would talk to a law firm there. I'm so sorry. I'm not an expert in setting up hedge funds in every country. Yeah.
So I think it most more like the model is hedge fund, but I prefer more like a trust or something.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it might not be a hedge fund structure. It could be just a family office.
How to start that? Yeah.
Yeah, and I can help you, raise capital and with your business plan, but it's something we go through in the third semester in the venture capital boot camp, right? And it's just
no. We have enough. We have a lot of real estate. I like to realize, but my grandma afraid that his son and the daughter kind of the heritage. So he want the trust, and he gave me the CFO to deal with all this problem. So maybe we can discuss later. And I plan a meeting with you, and I will play the President MBA soon.
And I don't know if my MBA will help you in that area, to be intellectually honest. If you're talking about relationships between family members and whatnot.
Oh, okay, of course. And and I doing research. I'm starting learning about the quantitative method from my professor.
Cool.
I hope your found Excel model will help us.
Cool. Awesome.
Research.
Awesome. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. Okay, Jerry, do you also go by Kelsey, or is that you? Are you?
So
that's you as well. Okay, so I don't have to answer your questions here because you asked them here. Okay, great, cool. All right. All right. Next up, Evelyn. Evelyn, how are you? Evelyn, come onto the call, please. You inspire me, and I want you to share with us how you set up that amazing Zoom call. So Evelyn is in my platinum program now. She's incredible. She was just asked to join the board of a publicly traded company, which I don't know what it is, and please, you don't have to disclose it. But I'd love to see you on the call, only if you can join it as well. So Evelyn wrote, hello, everyone. This is a short note to say, if you're considering this MBA program, I'm enrolled and highly recommend this program. Thank you. Thank you so much, Evelyn. God bless you. I appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you. Thank you. All right, moving on to Jess, who wrote, I tell myself all the time, it's not about what you know, it's about whom you know. And I've managed to land a job that I'm not qualified for, but pays more than I could have imagined with that mindset. It's so true. It's the problem is, like, a lot of people, what happens is, the problem is a lot of people will, go into interviews and, they'll just kind of be a little bit robotic and they prepare a little bit too much. And you miss that incredible opportunity to bond with somebody. And if you don't bond with somebody at first in an interview or any networking meeting, you'll never get that second chance to make that great first impression. And that was a cheesy line from an old Head and Shoulders commercial, I think. But you always got to bond before business. And I remember years ago, I tried to get a job and I couldn't get a job. And I practiced so much and I kept getting rejected for meetings. And then I went to an interview And I kind of sat back and I told myself, I don't really care if I get this job. I didn't say it out loud. And I was just myself. We talked about baseball, etc. And I got that job. And then future jobs I got as well. You've got to network first. Yeah. And I'll teach you all that stuff as well when we talk about networking on steroids in the first semester. Okay. Let me move on to Evelyn wrote, you'll get more than the money you invested in this course. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Next up, France wrote, Chris, thank you again for this level. Which one of your finance courses will fit better? Will better fit a physician? Yeah, I would say in terms of being a fitted physician, we have tons of doctors in the program as well. We have Dr. Michael Nunez from Arizona. He's in this year's Platinum program as well. We have Dr. Mark Vincent Besa, who's based over in the Philippines. We have a lot of doctors in the program. I would sign up for the MBA program. I think it will help you out tremendously to understand finance and accounting. Yeah. Yeah, and my dad and my brother are doctors as well. They're radiologists, which means they fix radios. Sorry. Okay. Moving on to Ramos, who wrote. Actually, let's go to Eduardo first, who just put his hand up. Eduardo, go ahead, please. Okay, we'll come back to Eduardo. Maybe you didn't hear me there. Okay. All right, next up, Ramos wrote here, I can see your passion, Chris, and you're making the business world a better place just by me seeing what I will give back after applying what I learned from your courses. Thank you. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Yeah. Next up, Jess wrote, hope all is well, Chris. Likewise. I think the first video I watched of yours was either the video of you showing your portable desk or the video of you painting your garage. Thank you for the time you put in. I remember that. Yeah, it's actually, so I'll show you the desk I have right here. And for those of you on Zoom, you have to watch the webcast. There's like a 5-second delay. But what I do actually is I exercise as well, right? So I've got this treadmill. It's the cheapest treadmill you can buy. And I get like 20,000 steps a day and down here, right? And so what I do is this desk goes up, and down as well. And I get my steps in this way. And it's kind of like a biohack that I developed or thought about, whatever. There's nothing scientific about it. But when you first wake up in the morning and you study or you work, that 1 hour is crucial. You get tons of work done. But if you study or do work at night, 10 hours at night sucks compared to 1 hour in the morning. And so what I do is I walk during the afternoon and the early evenings as well. And it feels like I just woke up because you're feeding, oxygen into your heart, your brain, etc. And your body rewards you because you're like a Hoover vacuum. You can inhale a lot of information quickly. Look how messy my desk is here, eh? All right, let me get this out of the way here. And let me turn this off down here. All right. All right. Go back over here. Go over to Zoomy. Okay. All right. Okay. You're most welcome, Jess. Thank you for that. Yeah. Eric wrote, thank you, Chris, for sharing all of your knowledge. My pleasure. Congratulations on getting the Zelda question right. Okay. Moving on to Ramos, who wrote, I can't wait to do a Zoom call professionally to share my story about how myself and my twin brother reversed type 1 diabetes. Very cool. Very cool. And I have a couple of students in the program that think they have a cure for type 2 diabetes. And I'd be more than happy to put you in contact with them. They're based in Germany. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Hey, Chris, we got my grandma is inspired.
Oh, cool.
And now, yeah, can you just say hello to you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, how are you? Very nice to very nice to meet you. And I've never gone to Taiwan, but I invested in Taiwan Semiconductor and a lot of companies that are based there as well. Yeah. Very nice to meet you. Very nice. And Jerry, thank you for that introduction as well. Very cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, let me go now to so Ramos wrote here. I can't wait to do that. I I can't wait to do that course. One place to learn all of these is a pearl and gold knowledge. Thank you, Ramos, and I hope you enjoy it. I'm always here for you, and I always have fun. Yeah, we always have fun. Jess, you like my dad humor with radios, eh? And dude, I've got the worst dad humor ever, man. So in the programming stuff, when I teach you guys programming, what I do is I start by telling you that you have to think like a computer. Like in business, you got to think like the person on the other side of the table. And with programming, you got to think like a computer too. So a computer thinks big to small when it manipulates objects. So a computer will go, if a computer wants to make this eraser green, it goes pencil.eraser.color equals green. And this is one of the many props I'm using to teach you programming as well. And when you meet me in real life, I'm a tiny man. I'm a small person. Yeah. My dad humor is awful. It's cringeworthy, really. My kids are like, when I go to parties, I have to drop them off like a block away. Yeah. All right. And you're most welcome, Jess, for that. Yeah. And then Franz wrote, thanks for responding, Chris. We were looking for something shorter in time. Yeah. Yeah. Well, in the MBA, you can pick and choose to watch whatever lectures are most important to you. And as I showed you, you can go to the search utility to search for any finance topic to find out where I cover it in the program. Yeah. Okay. All right. Eduardo, I see your hands up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I apologize. I forgot to unmute myself. I was talking to the air.
Oh, it's all good, man. Yeah.
So I was listening to other people asking your questions, and I got a couple some questions pop up in my head.
Yeah.
So, in your programs, is there networking activities with people that are from so many other countries that have opportunities, business opportunities they can share with each other?
Yeah.
That's A. And my second question is, I heard somebody saying that you can upgrade from the silver to the gold.
Yeah.
During the year.
Yeah.
So how does that work?
Yeah. So you can upgrade, but it has to be before the MBA starts, right? So if you buy silver, you can upgrade. You get a discount of $250 off either gold or platinum. But it has to be before we start. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't allow people to sign up mid-semester. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And your other question was about networking in general. Yeah, we have an incredible network of students globally. We do a lot of alumni calls. On the weekly calls, we have a lot of people joining as well from all over the world. We've had a lot of people develop friendships and business relationships based on where they live. And Christina Hong, who's the head of the Haroon Education Ventures MBA Alumni Network, she's setting up an alumni meetup in Barcelona. So if anybody's in Barcelona, just reach out to Christina, or you can email support@haroonventures.com because that's going to be in October. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Well, one last question.
Sure.
Do you teach anything about blockchain? Blockchain, because with the smart contracts now coming up right now, even banks all over the world are doing central digital currency.
Yeah.
Are you going to touch those subjects?
Yes, I do. Yeah. I won't teach you how to program and create a blockchain from scratch, but I will talk about blockchain. Yeah, and I'm always going to be adding new stuff as well to the program. Also, how to make NFTs and Web 3.0 and anything VR or based or metaverse based, etc. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Okay. If anybody has questions on YouTube Live, please type them. And let's go now to Zoom here. Go ahead, Tom, please.
Do you actually have some other apps you frequently use? What is your tech stack?
Sorry, the question is which apps do I use?
Yeah, no. What are the apps besides LinkedIn Premium you gain the most value from?
Which apps? Yeah, on my iPhone. I use social media apps a lot. I use YouTube for YouTube Analytics. Probably the best app I've gotten in the past year. And I recommend you guys check this out too. I'm not sponsored by anybody. I never will be. I'm always true and pure to you to my students. It's called Blinkist. Blink, IST. And it's 10 to 15 minute audible summaries of all business books and biographies. It's great. Yeah. Aside from that, there's really no new killer app that I can really think of. I I don't really have anything that's groundbreaking here. I have the customer service app, so whenever you guys type a question on my homepage, I get the message right away. That sort of thing. Yeah. But yeah. Innovation's kind of died when it comes to the app market. Yeah. Cool.
I have this kind of dilemma in business ideas because I'm really like doing too much thinking in philosophy wise, I think. So when I think about the business idea, I like to look at like the whole economy and then see, let's say, where are the biggest problems, and then only tackle the biggest problems. Because if you don't tackle the biggest problems, then maybe you're just doing something that someone else has already done. So I'm kind of like, oh wait, maybe I should first build this entire data company before I should do anything. Because if I don't have that, why should I do a business idea? Because then I'll just be inefficient. I feel like a little bit ridiculous about that. Yeah. But I feel like otherwise maybe I'll just reinvent the wheel again.
Yeah, I would say in the venture capital boot camp, when we look at business models and writing a business plan, we cover competitive analysis, the size of the market, and everything you can possibly think of. Even if you've already started a company, the venture capital boot camp will help you take your company to the next level. Yeah. Okay. Let's go on to Maris. Maris, I see you have your hand up. Please go ahead. Oh. And Maris, I'm so sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, perfect. Great. So, Maris, where are you based? Where are you at?
I'm in Romania, actually.
Okay, cool. Excellent. That's great.
I'm in west of Romania. I work for an IT company in Germany for over a decade, working from home.
Okay, cool.
Actually, I had to come back home, and the company switched all their internal stuff just to adapt for me going home.
Right.
And that was really grateful. Yeah.
Cool.
That's a short introduction of me. Yes. On the side, I started with real estate a bit, and I'm helping some EDM DJs to build brands, networking, and things like that. And I saw a lot of people from Melbourne here, and one of my best and my loved one, it's in Melbourne actually.
Oh, cool.
She has gigs there and residencies.
That's awesome. Yeah. No, I love Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say a few things and ask a few questions. For example, for Andy, I want to emphasize on networking again, because I work with somebody here. I recommended him for the German company. I took him there for an interview. After the interview, he came back and told me that the first thing they said at the interview was, you're 50% hired because Radu recommended you. So if you do 1% more, you're hired.
It's who you know. It's who you know. Networking is is everything. Yeah.
It's important. And I wanted to ask Tom if he said that they were looking for a UI designer for their company.
Yeah.
Just because I know a designer that I work on the side to make logo branding sites for DJs and things like that.
I'll be right back. Keep talking. I'll be right back. Sorry. Thanks.
Yeah. I know a designer that just worked for a blockchain company, and all the design department there got smacked off.
But do you actually know where the designer is based? Because the person should be roughly, not exactly, but not like a few hours within our time zone. You know where?
You're in Netherlands, right?
Yeah.
She's in Belgium now.
Oh, that's great. Actually.
And she travels, so she is currently finishing her rent there and wants to see where she goes next. So she will move to Netherlands if things go well there.
All right. Do you know her name? Maybe.
Yeah. Can you write an email to me or decide to exchange in private all this info or somehow?
Yeah, that's okay. Radu. Otherwise, I'll hit you with the LinkedIn invite and we can talk from there.
Yeah. So you can even drop a mail. It's my name at Gmail.
All right.
And we can start from there.
Email.
Anytime.
Actually, very terrible at copying email. So I'll first try to communicate for LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can I ask you a question? Since you guys are in Europe.
Yes.
Is it worth investing in Europe? I hear there's a lot of commotion with the energy and all that because of the conflict. Is the financial markets good in Europe or?
Yeah, everything is affected now by the war in Ukraine. So.
I never invested. I never really, I did invest, but I never really thought about that. But you should take an entire picture, and not just base your investment on quick news flash. Although it's a happy news.
Yeah.
May I give you some advice as a hedge fund investor? Yeah. I bought BTC about $800 and 5 of my position just for protect the US Treasury credit issue, and I remember when it comes to 20,000 and one night, and I wake up and it goes out to 30,000, and I just so confused about the NFT or the crypto, and it just a portion of my portfolio, and kind of like the gold for a hash. So and especially in crypto, when the Fed start to QT, is very bad for crypto and the tech companies. So in this economy, if you are very after at crypto ETF or somewhere, I encourage you to do that job. But in the econ way, I don't recommend you do this job right now. You can maybe go tech company or some a more safer job that can give you a solid reward. Not bad advice. Yeah.
Yeah, if I understood you correctly, my still recommendation, if you do dollar cost average on multiple markets, long-term investment, you will get returns, but not something like safe returns.
So we talk about portfolio management, diversification, risk management, in a lot of detail in the MBA program as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and the question I wanted to ask you, Chris, is for the startups. If you do a non-profit or NGO, I think they kind of apply the same rules.
Yes.
For the ones that you teach in the MBA, I have lots of projects. I volunteer for some organization with disabled and things like that.
Yeah.
And I want most of the startups I'm thinking are not actually, to earn a lot of money.
Yeah.
But on the side, I need thing also to make something to get money out of it. And then we need to make a living also.
Yeah, so we do. The business plan, the venture capital boot camp is applicable to NGOs as well. But when you're setting up, in the US, they call it a 501c. Obviously, you have to get lawyers to help you with that sort of thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And for the startups, usually when go to venture capitalists and things like that.
Yeah.
kind of the same rules applies if you want to find funding for NGOs, because they are actually donations and running costs.
It's usually high net worth investors, but there are other foundations like the Gates Foundation and very wealthy family offices that do a lot of investments in startups that are not for profit, and even people like Pierre Omidyar, who lives here in the Bay Area. He started eBay. He's a billionaire because eBay went public, right? But what he does is he invests in any company that can help clean water, right? So it's not just in for-profit companies, but he has a lot of not-for-profit as well. Not-for-profit as well, yeah. But the same rules apply there as well in terms of networking, getting in front of people, pitching your business model, and writing a business plan as well, yeah.
Yeah, and lucky in Europe, we also have European fundings. So the EU funds startups that go in that direction. Also.
Yeah, plenty of tax breaks too. Yeah, like government back.
Yeah, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Okay, let me go to chat here. Somebody wrote here. It's a message from Tom to Maris directly. Cool. Okay, and then Tom Maris wrote his email there if you want to connect with him as well. Okay. Maris has his hand up, so go ahead, please, and then we'll go to Jerry after Maris. Thank you. Okay. Looks like Maris is on mute. Jerry, you have the floor, sir.
Okay. First, ever I start a hedge fund, and my bonus and basic salary about 50%. I will donate to something related to nuclear fusion. And I think it's only way to the clean energy, though it's a very early age. And when I was 6, I read a book about 13 pages about the event of the universe, and I was 18 or 16 years. My dream job is to be a nuclear commercialized scientist, but later I found I can't do that. And since Bill Gates gave all his net worth to the foundation, I want to raise capital about nuclear fusion, but I'm new to venture capital and don't know about it. I want to cooperate with you and maybe some education venture capital also as well. Yeah.
That's great. No, God bless you for that. Thank you. And
we can talk about later and when we get more familiar to each other. Yeah.
Sure. No, absolutely. And Bill Gates and I invested in the same company that does nuclear fusion. It's a company that's in stealth mode here in the Bay Area, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it at some point as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Sure. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. And I like your cross. It's awesome. Yeah.
You do this?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. My professor asked me if I'm Christian. I say no. I am Buddhist. And,
okay, cool.
And he asked me, so why do you wear this? I say it's my respect to the Western culture and Western culture. I read a lot of book about there's numerous books. I finished about 10,000 books in my elementary school. And I cannot the library. So, and he said it's the first time to hear about wearing this is because respect to the Western culture.
Yeah, that's noble. And every day when I wake up, before I get out of bed, I thank God for 10 things in this order. I thank God for Andrew, Matthew, Dylan, my wife Christine, my mom, my dad, my brother Jamie, my sisters Katie and Elizabeth, and you, my students. Yeah. And by practicing gratitude before I get out of bed, it puts me into a peak mental state as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you give me a second?
Cool. And Jess says, love to see you guys networking. And Jess also wrote, thank you for dropping gems, Jerry. Yeah. Excellent. And if anybody has questions here in YouTube chat, and I see we don't have as many people on anymore. We have 27 people or 28 people watching live. Please, by all means, ask questions. I'm here to help you guys. I ain't going nowhere. And if you want, you can ask questions on Zoom and join Zoom as well. Yeah. And if you want the link, just do a search here, do Control F on your browser within the chat for the word Zoom, and you'll find the link there. Yeah.
Here's what I did. Not only the Switzerland and
is that Bloomberg? Is that Michael Bloomberg? I can't see. It looks like Michael Bloomberg.
It's
okay.
The British and it's the Gene Siemens and Steven Switzerland.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So my religion is very complex. Actually.
Yeah. There's a lot of great quotes that come out of Buddhism. What's your favorite quote from Buddhism? Or growing up, if your grandmother, your family had a quote that really inspired you, please tell me. And this goes for everybody in the call too. Anything along the lines of "We live in interesting times," or my father used to always tell me, "Don't ever take a shortcut you've never taken before when you're in a hurry." But I love little wisdom.
We don't actually have some quote or some. Yeah. Can you wait me a second? I want to show me the picture of that.
Cool. And Tom, do you have any other questions, dude?
Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried about raising money.
Sure.
That's what happened to my reputation if I go bankrupt.
Yeah.
I did get I want to add a small comment to that. I did in my business school I'm currently in get a memo on startups is more about learning than about achieving the business model first.
Yeah.
But could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, don't fear failure and bankruptcy, because the way that I teach it is I want you to raise capital from high net worth investors and not use your own money. Okay.
Yeah.
And take a risk, and don't worry about failure. It's going to take, like, all you have to be, to quote Mark Cuban, all you have to be is right in business one time. And all that, like, there's different parts of the world where people look at failure differently. So, for example, on the West Coast here in California where I live, failure is cool. It's like, hey man, try again. That's cool. On the East Coast where I'm from, where I grew up, it's kind of shameful. But if you fail, it's shameful. But if you're successful again, then it's like, oh cool, we forgot about the shame. There are some countries in the world where, and I'm not going to say which one. It's not Netherlands, but there are some countries in the world where if you fail, it's shameful. And if you're successful later in life, people just remember the failure. And so I think you kind of have to block out everyone else's opinion and say, I don't care what people think of me. I'm going to live my life my own terms. And I'm going to keep trying until I'm successful. Rinse, lather, repeat. And I'll end that comment with a quote from Michael Jordan, which I love, which is, I failed over and over again in my life, and that's why I succeed.
What if you go bankrupt like 10 times, and even though you had great business plan, will people eventually just stop giving you money?
You can keep networking aggressively until you're successful. There are so many serial entrepreneurs that have failed a gazillion times, but you got to know when to say when, right? And so whenever you write a business plan or do an investment write-up, and I provide you with all the tools in my MBA program, whenever you do that, after you finish the business plan and you start the company, 2 years later, you got to stop and think to yourself, if I had known about all these additional risks in the past 2 years when I wrote that original business plan, would I still be starting this company? And if the answer is no, be unemotional, shut it down. The same thing with stocks, and I provide you with a ton of templates for any type of investment in my MBA program. I want you all to do an investment write-up on a stock before you invest. And then a year or two later, after you own that stock, if you want to panic and sell, I want you to be rational first and unemotional, and go back and read that one pager you wrote on the stock a year or two ago and think to yourself, if I had known about these risks that's causing the stock to go down today, if I had known about that 2 years ago when I made this one page report, would I have still bought the stock? And if the answer is yes, buy more. If the answer is no, sell it, move on, be unemotional. Yeah. Yes, Jerry.
I have some tips to investing in stock market. If you are new and you just invite the leading passive Vanguard, he offers BTI from large cap to medium cap to small cap of the US stock, and they offer the bond and the stock market outside the US, and it's very cheap. And in general, is the risk is lower than SPY. And if you want, I suggest if you are not a professional investor in stock market, you put at least 70% in passive investing. At least, yeah. If you put more, and as I know you work in crypto area, and if the active investing take you too much and too large portion, it will influence your work a lot and your mood well. Yeah, that mess up, and your job may get messed up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my suggestion.
Jerry's right. In general, I agree with Jerry that if you're an active investor, you got to have the time to roll up your sleeves and do the work. Otherwise, just buy ETFs, like Jerry mentioned, the S&P. So if you buy the S&P, and we talk about this when we talk about portfolio management in the MBA program, but if you buy the S&P, the SPY, okay, which basically represents the 500 stocks in the S&P 500 index, or you buy a better version of it, which is ticker VOO, which has much lower fees, then the average return on the S&P 500 historically is 10.5%. So if all you did was, and I'll talk about it from a U.S. perspective, but it applies globally, but if all you did every year was you put your $20,000 in your retirement savings account in the SPY, okay, or ticker VOO, and it earned 10.5% on average, then in 20 years, you'd have over $1 million. If your spouse did it as well, then in 20 years, you'd have over $2 million, right, by being a passive investor. If you had a kid, say you got married today, and in 2 years, you had a kid. If you invested $15,000 tax-free for your kid, which you can do in a retirement an educational savings account, and that $15,000 yearly earned 10.5% on average, then in 18 years, when your kid is ready to go to college, that's $800,000. Okay, and that's what I did for my 3 boys. Now, if all you did was you maxed out your educational savings account amount every year for one child for 18 years, that's $800,000. And if all you did retirement-wise was you put in a maximum $20,000, if you can do it, I know times are tough, for yourself and your spouse, then that means you have $2.8 million from passive investments in 20 years. And a more important investment than that, I think, is your house. Because, paying rent can be an absolute disaster. Let's move on now to Maris. Maris, you had your hand up for a while. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, you just asked about quotes. And one thing that kind of stick to me from my childhood was my parents, but they always insisted that the things that would make them proud, it's not to push you to be a doctor, a lawyer, engineer, and things like that, but to do your job well. Yeah. And one of the examples was, if you just have a passion to get the broom and sweep streets every day, then just make sure your street is the cleanest in the city.
Yeah. Take pride in your work. Whistle while you work. Totally. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. And so many people, they spend their whole lives trying to please their parents. Their parents want them to be doctors or, God forbid, lawyers or engineers. And, they have to go through therapy because they're never happy. They're living their lives to, impress other people. But you gotta take control of your life right now and do what you're most passionate about. And that's my goal in this program, is to help you find your passion, help you change careers, and help you just kind of enjoy doing what you're doing.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to sign up. I set up a meeting with you next week.
Cool.
And
Excellent.
Because I keep delaying. Even if you think of the NGO, I want to help more with the NGOs, but I don't have finances. I need to make a startup to make money to have finance, and then I'm just delaying things instead of action.
Right. I'm here to help you, man. That's why I do what I do. Yeah, humbly help. Yeah. Cool.
May I show the quotes?
Sure, yeah.
Now read the quote.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's the million cleaners in my million cleaners. And the reason is this masterpiece is because when my grandma and CEO of my family, when he was young and the country and the Taiwan is very poor, and his father, when harvesting harvesting like the corn in Taiwan, her father really liked to let him rush, so she only can pick the big corn, big tomato or something like that, and let some small to because there's a neighbors at his husband is dead, and he has 9 kids to raise up, and so we choose this the male cleaners to honor his dad, and he always put in his bedroom. Yeah. And I want to have some my experience talking about the tongue. You might think that the passive investing and ETF is very boring, and no. Yes, it's very, 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 very boring. But it takes me 2 years to stimulate in trading and to stimulate trading, and that 2 year and the first year I used real money trading. Every night I dream my position is blown up. It's very stressful. And after the first year, I start to know how to manage as a touchdown, and I finally see better and have a decent to be the benchmark annual, and to be and steadily.
So it's hard, Jerry. It's stressful. Like I remember when I worked at a big hedge fund called Citadel years ago, The worst thing I could do was, right when I was about to go to bed, was check the futures. It's so important to try to block it out of your mind completely and have good portfolio and risk management, which I teach in the program as well. Got a question here from Grace. Grace just wrote here, hey, Chris, what's your take on the new British monarch, King Charles III? Yeah, it broke my heart that the Queen passed away. She was amazing, man. I loved her so much. As a proud Canadian, we always loved it when she came to the country to visit all the monarchy. And so I do think that that the monarchy is in secular decline. And I think the monarchy is going to become a little bit less important going forward. I don't know what's going to happen, but my gut is it's going to become less important going forward. You have a lot of countries, especially in the Caribbean, that are kind of cutting ties with the monarchy now as well. And a lot of people were kind of loyal to the monarchy because of her, right? She touched everybody's hearts. And I don't think the same is going to happen with Charles. I wish him well. I wish him well. Yeah. Okay. All right. Eduardo, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Hey,
sorry, once again. Yeah. So, quick question. So, if I sign up for the silver program, right? Until when do I have to upgrade to the gold?
If there's positions left up until the 30th or 29th, I should say, of September, right? But platinum fills up pretty quickly. Gold usually fills up later. But it all depends on how many people sign up. Yeah.
So if I pay today $500 for silver, I have until September 29th to upgrade to gold, correct?
If there are positions open, yeah. I don't.
Oh, if there are positions open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a smaller class too. Yeah.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. But either way, if you do, if you do gold, if you sign up today, you still get your money back, right? So let's say you sign up for gold today, and then by, 30 days after we start on October 30th, you're like, you know what, man, gold just isn't really value added. I'd rather do silver. Get your money back, and then buy silver, or don't buy any. It's your call. Yeah.
So wait a minute, you're saying that I can downgrade?
Yeah.
After 30 days?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So here's how it works. So the money back policy is this. If you buy gold today, and then by the 30th of October, you're like, you know what? I don't really think this is that helpful. Get your money back. Get your money back, and then buy silver. Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption.
Sure.
I buy the Wall Street pay the same price as the free silver, but they just teach about the basic fine modeling, MBA modeling, LBO, and very useless. And Chris also give you a hedge fund Excel in his silver pen, right? And so it's really a great deal in general. And I enroll very, very much about whether it's Coursera, Udemy, Python, finance, and the Udemy complete financial class. Udemy is the best class I ever met.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. And Eduardo, I gave that away free today too. The complete financial analyst class.
Yeah, I purchased that. I purchased that course. No, I really like your courses. Sure. I purchased like 3 of your courses. It's just that I'm so busy at work.
Yeah.
That I don't have time to read them.
Yeah. Well, the reality is, like, it's interesting. Only 13% of people finish my courses on places like Udemy. Yeah, the completion rate is much higher for my MBA. But it's true, and I'm the same way. Look, I bought a course a year or two ago about how to play piano, because I played when I was younger. I probably haven't completed more than 5% of it. Yeah.
I guess what I need is a little bit of an institution that will give me discipline with homework and stuff like that will keep me on my toes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you do that or not in your program.
I don't know. I don't force anybody to. It's your MBA and your terms. And if you want, Eduardo, you can like during our one-on-one, you can set up with me, and we can walk through it in more detail on the program and all that stuff. Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah, it's risk-free though. I mean, you get your money back. Yeah. And cool. I usually if you ask for your money back, it doesn't change my relationship with any of my students. I'm still here to help you. I'll still answer questions always on my Thursday general webcast at 8 a.m. Yeah.
Is options still? I'm looking for ways to make money fast, Chris. Sorry, I'm like that. I'm that way. Is options still a way to? It's a good skill to have, or just right when I purchased your course, it was starting, but now it's like I see a lot of people doing it.
I would please be really careful. I just love my heart when it comes to trying to make money fast. It doesn't work. You got to kind of have a longer term mindset.
It really doesn't work. Whether it's day trade or.
I come from the restaurant business, so Taco Bell, you make money fast. That's why I'm like that. But no, I understand what you're saying. You have to be patient and build.
I think as Warren Buffett said, I'll teach you how Warren Buffett invests during the program as well. I'll teach you how growth investors invest during the program as well. The longer the view, the wiser the intention. But just be really careful of this stuff. A lot of people, like during when the market was booming the past year or two, everyone was kind of saying, Chris, why do you always say don't do trading and stuff? Look, I'm making money now. But the reality is we can't name successful traders because they don't exist. They might have one good trade, whatever, but it's like gambling. Because every month there's 20 days that the markets are open, right? 20 weekdays. And the reason that stocks go up and down in a short amount of time is because of things that are out of our control. And we get fooled by randomness. So, depending on what Putin has to say, or if there's saber-rattling between Biden and Beijing, we have just no idea what's going to happen with stocks. We don't know what the Bank of England is going to say next. We don't know what the Federal Reserve is going to say next. We don't know what big companies in a certain sector are going to say next and what the earnings will be like. And that creates a lot of volatility. And Alan Greenspan, decades ago, he's a Federal Reserve chairman of the head of the Fed in the United States. He said that the market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. And there's a lot of irrational exuberance. And so you got to be really long-term focused. And the way I teach you to invest, I don't try to teach you to make 5 or 10% a year. I teach you how to do deep investment research in companies that are 5x5s, hopefully, which means a 500% return within 5 years. But that's a long-term way to invest. Now, can I nail it every time? Oh, heck no. But if I'm right and it only goes up 200% instead of a 500%, that's pretty good. But you got to think long-term always. And with options, if you're going to do it, and I certainly teach it in the curriculum in FA 4.4, that's Finance and Accounting Semester 4, Class 4. What I want you to do is I want you to practice for at least 6 months first, Eduardo, please. And don't ever write options. Okay. What I want you to do, though, is look to buy calls or puts if you want to. But I want you to practice for at least 6 months first, because a lot of people don't realize that with options, if you buy options, the most you lose is how much you pay for the put or the call. But if you underwrite options, meaning you sell them, your losses can be unlimited. It is deadly. And it was Warren Buffett, and options are a type of derivative, and Warren Buffett in 2008 called derivatives financial weapons of mass destruction. You got to be really, really careful. But I promise you, look, if you're long-term focused, you'll be fine. You will make money in the long run. But we can't game the system. It doesn't work that way. And hedge funds that make a lot of money every single month, a lot of the times they're breaking the law. And I did this, check out this YouTube video I did on billions, where I talk about the TV show Billions and billionaires in general. A lot of them are successful because they break the law. Not all of them, right? And it's interesting because a lot of billionaires, what happens in the hedge fund industry, they're worth billions of dollars, and then one day they get arrested. And you're like, oh my God, dude, like, why would they break the law? They're already billionaires. Well, once a cheater, always a cheater. Yeah. But I really do believe, Eduardo, that thinking long-term will help you tremendously when it comes to investing. And I'm here to humbly help in any way I can. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
My pleasure. Yeah. Cool.
And may I give you some advice? And the more risky investment style is swing trade, and well, my very engagement, he got about 102%. He invested 7 years, and but in a year 120%, and next year he got 80% that year. But this is very risky, and this year he got the minus 15%. So swing trade is very high rewarded but risky strategy. And the way I do trade is the most safer one is the trend following. I like the Jesse Livermore. I wait for trend about 2 weeks to 3 months, depends on what I'm investing. And if the market has a trend, I follow up. And so, but how can you beat the benchmark when you do the trend follow? Because the price has kind of go up for a while. You can use the derivative like the contract for difference for high leverage, because you certain that the trend is on, so you can use leverage, but you also need to set the stop loss as well.
Yeah. Jerry's right. You got to have a good risk management in place. Stop losses means you got to draw a line in the sand in terms of when a stock goes through a certain price target on the downside or the upside, depending on what position you have. You got to draw a line in the sand and take a knee and cut your losses. Yeah, and we talk about that as well. Question here from Eric, which is, are you going to cover how to buy a business? Yeah, I do cover how to value private companies. Yeah, so we do cover that. We cover valuation on private companies and public companies as well. We do a case study as well on leveraged buyouts. We talk about Carl Icahn as well, who's an activist investor. If you want to get a good understanding from a high-level perspective to see if you're passionate about private equity, I recommend watching a movie called Other People's Money. It's an oldie but a goodie with Danny DeVito. Yeah. And what I'm doing...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love private.
Yeah. OPM, Other People's Money, not the drug. But what I'm doing now with my YouTube, my YouTube channel is, I don't know if you guys know Mr. Big. He's got a lot of followers, but he wrote this book with this guy named Daryl Eves. And so I'm taking this course with Daryl Eves on my YouTube channel. And I haven't tried to grow my YouTube channel by creating content I thought would do well. I just kind of rehashed a lot of my Q&A sessions for my weekly call. And it's been great for upselling to get people to buy my courses and stuff. But now I'm trying to grow the channel. And so I created one vlog so far in my new strategy, which is, it's called Wall Street Pro Reacts to Billions. And next week I'm releasing another one called Wall Street Pro, humbly, Reacts to the Wolf of Wall Street. And the week after that, the movie Wall Street, and eventually I'll do Other People's Money, etc. And so it's fun for me to be able to teach based on movies, television shows like Silicon Valley, etc. Yeah. And then Eric wrote, is buying companies covered in silver? Yeah. Valuing private companies is also covered in silver when we do case studies in the Venture Capital Bootcamp. Yeah. And gold and platinum is not for everybody. I get it. Yeah.
One question
Sure.
for Eduardo. I'm quite interested to talk to the UI designer. If you still want to link up, I sent you an email. It'd be nice if you could confirm that you received it, and then we could connect afterwards.
Hi, I'm sorry. You're a what?
I sent you an email to your. Oh, no, it was someone else.
It was from Maris. Yeah, you sent it to Maris. Yeah.
Maris said it was it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you could confirm you received the email, I sent you an email to your full name together at gmail.com.
I saw it. Good that you let me know.
Cool. All right, couple comments here. I've got here. So Axel wrote here, thank you very much for this constructive discussion. I'm really sorry, but I have to leave now. Chris, may God bless you and all the students, and may God bless you more, and thank you. Next up, I got Tom, who wrote here, I had a CFO teacher. He worked as a CFO for Rabobank, and he did talk a lot about traders that earn more than $500,000 at banks. He said those are some of the most profitable departments in a bank. It all depends. Yeah, so there are proprietary traders that work on trading floors at the biggest banks like Goldman Sachs, UBS, etc. And the prop traders or proprietary traders are given a certain amount of capital that the firm has, and they're supposed to trade in a given sector. Like the oil sector, other commodities, gold, etc., industrials, software, internet, hardware, etc. Not all of them do well. I would say probably 50% max actually make money. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then Eric wrote, is starting a hedge fund covered in all the courses? I mean, I touch upon it within gold, silver, and platinum, but I recommend asking me questions directly. Like on Fridays, for example, during class starting September 30th, I'm happy to go in a lot more detail talking about that. Yeah, but a lot of it comes down to raising capital, which we cover in the first semester when we talk about networking, and then we build upon that. And then by the third semester, when we do the venture capital bootcamp, I teach you how to really go out and raise money using your 10-page pitch. Yeah. Okay. It looks like we got a new person joining here, who I'm accepting. Okay. And Eduardo has his hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So, sorry. Once again, I forgot to unmute myself. Right, yeah. So Chris, do you right now? I have revenue streams in renting real estate, Airbnb. Is options a good revenue stream right now, or do you think you mentioned I have to train for 6 months before knowing what I'm doing?
Yeah, it's if you go into options to do that, you got to think long term. Really, really long term. I like what you're doing with Airbnb. This room here that I'm in right here, when I first bought this house, I actually rented out a room, this room and another room, it's a large house, whatever, to help pay for the mortgage. And I think whenever somebody looks to buy a house or an apartment, if you can, especially with a house, first of all, check the zoning laws, see if you're allowed to do Airbnb. And secondly, look to build an external door if you can. To the house, if you buy a big house, whatever, if in a certain part, in less populated areas, and then get people that rent Airbnb to cover the mortgage. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Sure. Eduardo, where are you based?
Texas.
Oh, don't mess with Texas. You got the right tax code, dude. I could buy a mansion for this tiny little anthill I live in right here down there. Yeah. Yeah. What kills me is this. Okay, so. A lot of people are moving from California, the left coast, the West Coast, to Texas for tax reasons. What worries me about that is I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm more a libertarian. It depends who the candidate is. But I like balance. It's good to have differing opinions because it pulls, basically the country to more centrist in general. A lot of people that are, centrist to leaning right wing are moving to Texas. And that means that here in California, I feel like we're moving a little bit too far to the left with taxes, and Gavin Newsom is a little bit, he's not as right wing as I want him to be, so to speak. And again, I'm more of a centrist, yeah. But that's one thing that does concern me. But Texas, I think that buying land in Texas is one of the best investments you can do right now. I own land in Texas. I don't recommend buying land in a big city like Dallas or Houston or Austin. I recommend buying land in remote areas, and I've done that as well because I think that cities are in secular decline. Yeah, look what we're doing here. It doesn't matter where we're located, right? It's school, it's education, it's business, but it doesn't matter where you're located. And so I believe in buying land in remote areas. Now, when I buy land in Texas, I give up the mineral rights, right? So if they strike oil on the land, I don't care, right? I want to invest in real estate, yeah. But you're lucky to be based where you are, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm based in Florida too. I have a Airbnb in Florida.
Good for you, man.
Yeah,
that's
no
awesome.
offense, but I'm in the Republican states.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Hey, man, I worked at Citadel, big hedge fund here in San Francisco. Now our headquarters were in Illinois, in Chicago, and Ken Griffin just moved it to Florida. I think a lot of the top hedge funds are going to relocate to Florida as well. Yeah, and the tax structure there is great. I love it. Yeah. I don't agree with all the politics everywhere, but I do believe, I'm a minimalist. I believe in small government and low taxes. I love Ronald Reagan. He's the reason I moved to the United States. I was a Republican growing up in Canada, and I came here and I could finally vote. And I was like, I don't know if I'm a Republican or Democrat. It all depends. All depends on who the candidate is. Where in Florida do you own property?
Fort Myers.
Okay, great, awesome. The Blue Jays have a minor league team there too. Yeah, nice. I love it.
Close to Naples. Right now, a one room in Airbnb in Florida is making close to $15,000 a year.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Yeah, just one room.
I love it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I love Florida real estate longer term. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. The only problem with Florida I find is just hurricane. But you're closer to Naples, you're fine there. Yeah, you're insulated, relatively speaking. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we partied through the hurricanes.
Yeah. I love it. I spent a lot of time in Lauderdale. My parents are snowbirds, so they're from Canada, but half the season they migrate south during the winter months. But I love Lauderdale. I spent a large part of my youth there. Yeah, I love it. I go there every year.
Cool.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and very cool. And I actually have one of my students in the silver program. I think he might be joining gold. Who works at Apple in Naples? You should hang out with him. He's a good dude. Yeah, cool. All right. Next up, I see here Eric put 10-page pitch ? Yeah. So when you launch a company, you create a business plan, right, which is like 150 pages, and then what you also do is you have a 10-page pitch book, right, and it's 10 slides. It's really simple, with just 3 bullet points. Less is more on them. And I teach you how to write that as well. And if you want a point of reference, do a search for Airbnb. Do a search for Airbnb pitch book. It's 12 slides, close enough to 10. Less is more. And you'll see the power of 3 written there as well. And I'd be happy to help you out there as well. If you want me to show you a live analysis of the Airbnb pitch book right here, which is the gold standard that we use when we look at raising capital. Yeah, and you want to distill your entire business model into those 10 pages when you meet with investors. And again, that comes out of the venture capital bootcamp that we talked about in the 3rd semester. Yeah. All right, next up, Eric wrote, the last 5 years, Fortune 5 companies left Chicago and New York and moved to number 1, Nashville and Dallas. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize about Nashville as well. It's interesting what's happening. A lot of companies moving there for tax reasons as well. I think the tax structure is probably better, though, in Texas and Florida as well. Even Caterpillar from Illinois is now moving to, I think, Texas. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, Peoria, Illinois. I spent a lot of time there as well when I invested in Caterpillar, ticker CAT. Janice wrote here, hey, Chris, is there a way to get a one-on-one on Zoom meeting with you to discuss personal career plans without enrolling in your MBA plans? I'm so sorry. I don't have the bandwidth. Yeah. We can always ask me questions every single Thursday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. on my weekly call. Next Thursday, we do our 200th weekly webcast. Wow, 200. Yeah, you can ask then. And what you can do if you want is if you don't want people to know your name, you have sensitive questions, you can create just a different YouTube account name or change your YouTube account name temporarily, whatever, to ask questions in a generic way. And I'm happy to go into a lot of detail to help you there. Yeah. If you're in the Platinum program, everything one-on-one is confidential. But this is a public webcast here. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's move on let's go back to Jerry. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. First, I send you my email in private, and I know you that to play CLC, and you also, and your children, you teach them about CLC.
Yeah, Jerry, I have to say I don't do emails. I'm so sorry. If you want, you can always email support@haroonventures.com if there's a technical issue. And then the reason is because I have 1.5 million students around the world. It's so hard, and I can't help. But I'm here to help you here. And I want to ask you, what is that thing that you're wearing? I'm fascinated with it. It's
my
What does it do?
because I do headphones, so I sit almost all day, and sometimes my legs is feel sore.
Oh, it helps.
So
It helps your neck.
Yeah. I have two, and one is now charging.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna show.
It's really cheap, actually.
I gotta show.
Very nice body.
Just look at this. I gotta show you what I use. Okay, here we go. I'm fully transparent. Okay. My hair was thinning. My hair was thinning a lot, and I use this. Okay, so we're on the same page. So this thing here that I've been using, like my hair is filled out. Like I got tons of hair back. So I do this here. Okay, and it's right here. You see this? It's red lasers. I do it 6 minutes every day. I look like some religious guy now. Yeah, but I do this for six minutes every day. It's red lasers, and it's actually helped my hair to grow back. I was losing my hair. Yeah. Nothing wrong.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned that though, because I love health tech, IoT ideas, and I actually monitor my sleep as well with this. It's an Oura ring right here, and so what I do is it's got an app, and I monitor my deep sleep and my REM sleep, etc. And I just went to Stanford University for I'm part of this trial thing where they're giving me a lot of advice on a sleep study. And so we're monitoring everything here. Yeah, I'm trying to improve.
I also buy how much is it? 300 a watch that check my sleep and can wake me up.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. And I wear my Apple Watch in my pocket, and the reason is because I can't count my steps when I'm walking. Right, because I always type when I'm walking. So this goes in my pocket as well. Yeah, but I love all that tech stuff. All right, so that thing you're wearing on your neck, it helps with your with neck pain, or what does it do?
It has it just like your head, but it also has the shaping and let your muscle.
Okay. Oh, massage thing too. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Massage.
Yeah. I just bought it.
It's really cheap. It's only take about. It's only take about. How much? $50.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very decent.
I just bought a Theragun. You know Theragun, right? For massage for muscles and stuff. But I bought it for my face, called TheraFace. Cause my goal is, by the time I'm 70, I want to still look like I'm 40 or something. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, I love.
I love 75 and he's
Steven Seagal.
Still very.
Steven Seagal, you said, or who?
Steven A. Switzerman. He's 75 now.
Okay. Oh, him. Okay.
Yeah, but he looks.
Yeah.
Still very.
Yeah. It's fun.
And I had 2 COC Town Hall 14 for level, for hero, for building, almost for buildings. But as you know, I'm going to start house down for my family. And I know you and your kids interested in COC, so if you want, I can give you away. It takes me 10 years and it takes me 10 years and I spend on sales about 13 15 about 1,000 USD,
right.
And the bias things, the hero thing, and the background, and the golden password every month. Yeah, I love this thing.
I like all side hustles. Cool. All right, let's move on to Eduardo. You got the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you. I forgot to put my hand down, but I'll take it.
Oh, sure, dude. Yeah.
So, So what side hustles are your favorites right now? Because right now I think it's the economies of side hustles, and no offense, but the stock market is.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying it's a fixed streak. It's it's like nobody can make sense of the stock market right now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I always believe in being long-term focused because the market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. We can never time this thing. That's why I like thinking long-term. So the way I teach you how to invest in the MBA program is I have you create financial models, and I teach you finance from scratch. And I have you value your favorite companies based on your earnings estimates in 5 or 10 years. And that's how I've done well, humbly, in the hedge fund industry over the years. People have been telling me for years, Chris, you're crazy to buy Amazon at 100 times earnings or LinkedIn at 100 times earnings before Microsoft bought it, etc. But I would always reply to them, no, it's not 100 times earnings. It's 3 times my earnings estimates in 5 or 10 years. And so if you think longer term and you value companies based on your earnings estimates in 3 to 5 years or 10 years sometimes, then you can tell yourself, I don't care about volatility. I don't know the path, but I know the destination. And it's the best way to invest longer term. And it keeps you from being irrational and selling at the worst time. Warren Buffett said, the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. And it keeps you from being emotional about stocks too. One of the best investors in history is actually Elon Musk. And there's a reason he's the richest person in the world. He's very unemotional. And a lot of billionaires I've worked for, they're borderline Asperger's. They're not emotional at all. They don't get too happy and things go well and vice versa. And so Elon Musk, for example, what he did was in March of 2020, when the market was at the low, he bought a ton of shares in Tesla. He made a fortune on it by selling it in late 2021, about a month or two before the market peaked in January of 22, because he's very unemotional. And if you're unemotional about business and investing in general, then you'll do well in the long run. You got to be a contrarian, as Warren Buffett says. You got to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. Because if you buy the same stock that everybody already loves and everyone owns, there's not that many investors to buy it to push it higher. You've got to be a contrarian and roll up your sleeves, do the work on companies by analyzing fundamentals, valuation, and then a distant third, technicals, and start buying when everyone's freaking out. And the only way you can do that is if you do a full in-depth research analysis and write-up, which is one of the many tools and templates that I arm you with in your quiver of arrows in my MBA program. And it helps you think long-term as well. And it keeps you irrational. And it's a safety net to stop you from, buying speculative investments. Yeah.
So you're talking about return of investment in 5 years or something like that?
Yeah, think longer term. Absolutely. Otherwise, it's if you try to, there's no quick way to make money when it comes to investing. There's no quick way. You got to be long-term focused. And again, don't try to invest in companies when you do the research on it to make 5 or 10% per year, right? Because the market is so irrational and volatile, it'll move for reasons outside your control. You got to think 5, 10 years in the future, and invest in companies where you see hundreds and hundreds of percent upside in the long run. And you got to have good portfolio management as well, diversification in your portfolio. You shouldn't have more than 5% of any investment in one stock, for example. And we talk about basic and advanced portfolio management in the MBA program as well. Yeah.
Hey, first, I something to say about the general investor. We have some. We need to be short-term focused, and the investors of the hedge fund is very, very short, and so we need to invest very, very in short-term run and have very high performance. But if you adjust for the personal or for your family or for your personal financial plans, you actually don't need to for your own position equity on the stock market. Actually, actually, sometimes the market is wrong. You don't know how to short the stock. You actually can let your hand just empty, and the stock market and COVID and the Russian wars make the stock market go down a lot in January to April and May, I guess. My position are empty because I don't know the market. I can't know the market. I just can't the volatility and the COVID-19 that virus new type of and the market are so full of noise.
Yeah.
I can't take the risk of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And try to invest. Yeah, really. If you are invest for personal, I recommend at least 5 years. And there's a book about the stock market from long run. In 15 to 20 years, if you invest like SPY, your risk adjustment is actually better than CD, T-bills, or the bonds, and the reward is high.
Yes.
So try to invest if you are not work like this, or just invest as long as possible and don't sell it. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And let me show you. Jerry is totally right, man. I agree. So Jerry is talking about the SPY. So the SPY. The SPY.
Can you give away the stock for long run and give me investor below?
Give me one sec. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay. So Jerry is talking about the SPY, and so the SPY is the way you can invest in all 500 stocks in the S&P 500. Okay. Now, the expense ratio, as you can see right here, is 0.09%. What that means is, and don't ever buy mutual funds because they're a scam. Okay. But what this means is a 0.09% expense ratio. That means for every $100 you invest in the SPY, you're paying 9 pennies per year in fees. But I've got a better one. Okay. So VOO, okay, which is Vanguard, which is the best index fund company or ETF company on the planet. It's cheaper. It's the exact same thing. All 500 shares or all 500 stocks in the S&P 500. Ticker is VOO, VOO, and the fees here are 0.03%. So that means for every $100 you're investing, you're paying 3 pennies per year in fees. Now, you can look at the holdings here of the S&P 500, the Vanguard Index. There's 12 categories here, very tech heavy. This is the breadth and depth of the U.S. economy, which is more and more tech heavy for obvious reasons. And you can see here the top 10 holdings, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, etc. Now, the best website to do research on ETFs is called etfdatabase.com, etfdb.com. Okay? And what you can do here is there's 6,000 ETFs that you can screen. Right, you can look at different regions of the world. You can screen by geography as well, and invest in any asset class in any country as well, ETF wise. And I teach.
Can you look in Peru?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go down here to Peru, right here. Now, what we're going to do is when I look here at Peru, I'm going to find out first of all the expense ratio and liquidity. Okay, you always want to do that. So EPU right here. It's got, looks like the fees are 0.57%. That means for every $100 you put into the EPU, okay, you're going to pay 57 pennies per year. Now, what I want to look at, though, is liquidity. So I'm going to open a new tab here, okay, and we're going to look at EPU together, see how much it trades. You only want to invest in stocks and ETFs that trade a lot. Okay, so right here, we see here the volume is not that great. Alexa, what's 59,000 times 26?
59,000 times 26 is 1,534,000.
Okay, that's not, I mean, it's over $1 million, so it's not that bad if you want to put in less than, say, 100K in it, right? If you want to put in a lot more, it's not liquid enough. Let's look at the holdings here for EPU, which companies and this will tell us the breadth and depth of the economy in Peru. Okay, so we can see here, not surprising, that 48% is basic materials, right? So it's a natural resource-rich economy. Then you got financial services, right? And there's no tech companies there. So if we go down here, we see here the biggest holdings. right? So there's Southern Copper, right? Big copper company, a bank, another commodity company here, probably financial services, I think, I don't even know. Another mining company here. This here could be a mining company, that sort of thing. Precious metals, yeah. So this is the breadth and depth. Now, what I don't like about this investment in this ETF is you've got 25% of this entire fund in one company, Southern Copper, right?
That's mining company. It's a mining company.
Exactly, yeah. It's not the best risk management. That's probably the largest market cap in the country by a mile, too, right? So it's not really that diversified. Right, so the market cap here we got is $38 billion. Pretty big company. Yeah. So anyway.
And you teach all these in the program? How to analyze?
Everything. Yep.
I think I'm gonna pull my credit card.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question about networking. So the 1 time a week meeting, that's your suggestion?
Yeah.
Are there times where you say you shouldn't do it? For example, if you have a really intense sprint time week, would you say drop the meetings for a while? Or do you say, well, your network is so important, keep doing that 1 time a week?
Dude, I promise you, regardless of whether people join the program, if you set up one informational meeting every week, you will be able to get that job of your dreams, or change careers, or get more customers, or figure out whatever it is we are most passionate about career-wise. You know, every year when I used to teach, I used to work in venture capital during the days, and evenings I used to teach in MBA universities and undergrad. And I would have large classes, and I'd have 70 students. And on the first day of class, it was a 10-week class usually, and they were so cool they let me teach whatever I wanted, right? It was fun. But in the first day of class, what I would do is this. I would look at all 70 students, and I would say, and by the way, I'm just getting my steps in on my treadmill here. I would look at all 70 students, and I would say, if I told all of you here that if in the next 10 weeks you did 10 informational meetings, if I told you if you did that, you would get the job of your dreams, would you do it? And every hand goes up, 70 people. It's like the wave at a stadium. And then on the final day of class, before the final exam, which was always easy, on the final day of class, I would say, okay, how many of you did 10 informational meetings over the past 10 weeks? No hands go up. How many did 9? No hands go up. How many did 8? Maybe 1 or 2 hands go up. And those students that lifted their hands never got the top grades, but they always got the jobs of their dreams. And so the bottom line is your network is your net worth. If you set up these informational meetings, and I teach you how to network on steroids in the first semester, and if you're in the Platinum program, I'll even write your entire LinkedIn profile with you live. If you set up these informational meetings, I guarantee you, you will get the job of your dreams or customers of your dreams. I promise you, I wear my heart on my sleeve or your money back. Okay, and I know that was a cheesy thing to say, but I'm passionate about networking and helping my students. I promise you it's the answer to everything.
Do you still do one informational meeting a week?
Can you say it again?
Do you still do one informational meeting a week?
I personally don't anymore. No, I just don't have time for it. I've achieved my career
milestone. We just do information meeting way earlier.
No? When did you do it, and how long did you do it for?
Oh my God, I did tons of them every week for years. Yeah, it helped me get every job I've ever had. It helped me get every customer I've ever wanted. I also helped a lot of people as well. And a lot of my successes and my financial gains have been because I've helped other people. I didn't do it because I wanted something in return. But if you give, you'll receive. It's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time. In fact, if you look at, there's a great book, Harvard Business School book called Give and Take. And if you look at the poorest 1% of people in the world, people with beautiful souls, my heroes like Mother Teresa, God bless her, right? They're givers. The middle 98% of people in the world are takers. Most people are takers. The richest 1% of people in the world by net worth are givers, the billionaires, a lot of them, right? A lot of them have helped people along the way and given their time and mentored others. When one teaches, two learn. Give and you'll receive. It's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time. It's not just a religious thing. It's a scientific fact. If you help others, you're helping yourself as well. Yeah. And you have to understand that people want to help you. All you have to do is ask. And that's what I teach.
And when did you stop doing the one meeting a week?
Yeah. Probably once I stopped doing venture capital full time. So when I stopped, I did way more than one per week. Yeah. So after I stopped venture capital, what I did was I started this business just teaching in 2016. People thought I was crazy. They're like, Chris, why don't you go back to VC and hedge funds? You're nuts. And when they think you're crazy, it means you're early and you're right.
Yeah, Stephen is the pioneer.
Yeah, Steve Jobs.
And richest in private equity and.
Oh, right. Yeah. So when you're early, they think at first they think you're crazy. Then you get some success, they think you're crazy genius, and then they just think genius. To quote Steve Jobs, here's the crazy ones. People still think I'm crazy. But if you do a search for Albert Einstein, Google image search, one of the images that will come up is him sticking his tongue out. And people see that picture of him with, long hair, back then too, long hair, gray hair, and sticking his tongue out. You don't think crazy, you think genius. Yeah, and not bad. He had a learning disability and couldn't speak until 4. Yeah.
But by the way, Elon Musk almost go bankrupt a year, and he put all their worth betting on Tesla.
Yeah, 2008. The thing about what I don't like about
he divorced because of that.
Yeah, dude. Here's what I don't like about the whole world tends to worship money, and it's one of the 10 Commandments is, you shouldn't have any other false gods and stuff. But one thing I don't like about society is that everybody worships Musk. Yet Musk has been divorced a gazillion times. He's got 10 kids, whatever. He cheated, in 2008. So in 2008, he was really good friends with Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, a man I respect a lot. And in 2008, Sergey Brin rescued him, basically gave him a bailout and helped him. He gave him a lot of money. They were good friends. And up until recently, whenever Elon would come to the Bay Area, he would stay at Sergey's house. And then last fall, and this is publicly disclosed in the Wall Street Journal, he had an affair with Sergey Brin's wife at Sergey Brin's house. What is that? And I personally don't I don't trust anybody in business if they cheat on their spouse. Because if somebody cheats on their spouse, they're going to cheat on you.
What?
So anyway.
You hear what I just said?
No. Yeah.
How much effort did you put into prospecting to get those meetings?
How many hours?
No, just let's say how many hours in total for 1 week?
Yeah.
And how much do you think prospecting would cost?
Yeah.
Hey Tom, I have
meeting a week.
So I
have.
Yeah. So
I give my own experience. I actually have only about wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. I only have 4 information meetings. The first one is the best mutual fund manager in Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
I know him because he published book, and I'm going to ask him about. He's very love education. It's my first information meeting, and actually we don't discuss every week to exchange our investing perspective. And the second information meeting is with my professor. I accidentally found it 1 year after in my school, and he's doing quant fund, and his assistant is really great. After he passed CFA level 3, just after he graduated on the college, and I was at information meeting with him. Sometimes not every week, but maybe. And the last one is Chris Haroun. And so actually, I only have. You need to, before information meeting, you need to have a very, very, very solid knowledge on that industry, so that you can really talk about. People don't think you're a new player and just kind of rude, but foolish. You know, you don't want to be like a foolish in your information meetings. You know, maybe you are not as expertise like Len, but you at least know some basic knowledge, whether you do crypto, tech, or hedge fund, or whatever. You know, you may have a solid knowledge. I had 2 years stimulating stock market, and after that, I start my first information meeting. You know.
And there's no shame also of like meeting with people if you don't have that much knowledge on a sector. Like a lot of times, like people aren't sure what they should do for their career, and you want to reinvent yourself. Doesn't matter how young or old you are. And so I recommend setting up informational meetings with people that work in certain industries, and just ask them what's a day in the life like in the job. Like I remember when I was younger, when I was an undergrad, I wanted to go to law school, and I went down to visit Harvard Law, and I met with tons of lawyers. And I decided after meeting with them, lawyers, I told myself, are you a jerk before you go to law school, or is that something they teach you? And so it was something I just wasn't interested in. But I wouldn't have known until unless you're a civil rights lawyer, then I love you, even if you're a jerk. Yeah. All right. Let me move on here to Eric has a question, which is, I'm curious, should I go for a DARPA grant? DARPA, it's a U.S. government institution. Or should I get private money for new technology? Yeah. So I would say if you can get a grant first. Because when you get a grant from a government, in most cases, it's free money and they don't own part of your company. So if you can get that money, go for it. Aside from that, if you can't, then I would go for private money. And I'm glad you didn't mention bank as well. You never want to get a loan because banks are chicken. You want to raise money from high net worth investors. Now, high net worth investors are great to meet with because the sales cycle is quite short. You know, it can be a couple of meetings within a few weeks. You can raise capital. I can teach you how. I've raised and managed over $1 billion in my career. I've made plenty of mistakes, but I'm going to teach you all the tricks from a networking perspective. If you go after venture capital firms, the problem is the sales cycle is very, very long, right? And the worst thing you can do when you're trying to raise money is do what I did years ago, which was, take every meeting you can get. The problem with that is this. A lot of times when you meet with big institutions, institutional investors, right? Like pension funds like Caisse Depot or CalPERS, what happens is the analysts that work there, they have to do 3 meetings a day, right? And so that's 250 work days a year. That's 750 meetings a year. And so you just become a checkbox when you meet with them and you're wasting your time. And so for me, for example, years ago, I tried to raise money from Caisse Depot. I flew up to Montreal. I did my roadshow all over the world to raise money for my hedge fund. And Caisse Depot, I was shocked they took a meeting with me. It was supposed to be a half-hour meeting, and it lasted 3 hours. And of course, at the end of that meeting, I asked for the sale. You always have to ask. And they said to me, well, I really enjoyed the meeting with you, Chris. We'll monitor you, and maybe in 3 to 5 years, we'll invest. So the bottom line is, when you're raising money, you go after high net worth investors because the sales cycle is quite short. Let me move on here to the next question, which is Vishnu, who wrote, is a master's in financial analysis a good option to become a stock market analyst? I'm planning to do it in Toronto. So does Toronto have enough job opportunities in it? Yeah, Toronto is the financial capital of Canada. Okay, it's an incredible financial system. Bay Street is not as big as Wall Street, obviously. It's probably the 3rd or 4th biggest financial market in the world in the long run. I love Toronto. The thing about the Toronto market, though, is there's a bit of snobbery in terms of the CFA. So I recommend instead of doing that, don't do a master's in financial analysis, do a CFA. The largest concentration of CFAs on the planet is in Toronto. The CFA, for those who are not familiar with it, and Jerry talked about level 3 a couple minutes ago, the CFA stands for the Certified Financial Analyst Designation. And basically what it means is this. You write 1 exam per year for 3 years and you study yourself. And they tell you to buy $600 worth of textbooks. Don't do that. I want you to go to eBay and do a search for Schweizer and just get the guidebooks for $30 used.
Yeah,
that's right.
I bought the circular. It just shit.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Totally. Yeah. And I can walk you through. I can show you guys. So Schweizer is owned by Kaplan, which is owned by the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos. Yeah. Okay. Next up, France wrote, Chris, I will bet that your MBA program is far way better than your courses on Udemy. Can you confirm? They're way more up. It's all brand new content. It's in a lot of detail too. Yeah.
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Yeah. You can. Yeah. You can take them all and get your money back on all of them, and you tell me. Yeah.
The Chris Udemy, it just a general guide, and sometimes I actually already had found many too, and when I see the Chris Udemy financial complete, I sometimes get deceived. Sorry about that. But yes, MBA definitely be more.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Thank you. Appreciate
that. You actually didn't completely answer the networking question. I was still quite curious about your answer about how long you would prospect to get one informational meeting.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, not everybody's going to respond to you. And I teach you during the first semester how to get these networking meetings in a lot of detail. Yeah.
How long do you think, how many, let's say, people do you need to prospect? And how many time do you need to put in to get one information meeting? To get like a picture of how long, how time intensive it is on your week to get to that networking.
So my success rate on getting informational meetings has always been 95%. I don't say that to impress you. I say it to impress upon you the fact that my methodology works. And a lot of it comes down to having an incredible LinkedIn profile as well. Because every email you send, people will read. And so I will personally write your entire LinkedIn profile for you, which will do wonders for your career and will get you a lot of networking meetings. But don't just start to network unless your LinkedIn profile is perfect. Okay.
And how much time do you spend a week when you went in? How much time do you think you should spend a week networking?
Yeah. Dude, I would network a couple hours at least every week. I remember in my last year working in venture capital, I'm a little bit different from most people because I believe the glass is not half full. My cup overflows with optimism. And people think I'm crazy positive about everything. I see the positive everything. And so what I did my last year working in venture capital was I reached out to the CTO of the CIA and I told my partners, there's three of us in the firm, I was like, I want to hire this guy. They're like, what are you talking about? I flew to McLean, Virginia, and I met with Gus Hunt, who's a CTO of the CIA there for years, and I hired him. He was on our board advisor as well. You can reach out to him and ask. Gus Hunt is his name. I was also his reference for when he got his job at Accenture to be head of R&D there, and he was on my board as well. Yeah. It works. I promise you it works, but you got to be incredibly optimistic, right? And you'll notice that very successful people in business, like Sir Richard Branson, Mark Benioff, etc., they're positive people, really positive. They believe that anything is possible, and it is. France wrote here, Chris, I will bet that you're... you wrote, I'm seriously thinking of attending the program. France, I promise you, you won't regret it. I promise you, or your money back.
Hey, Chris, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Eduardo, go ahead.
So your live classes, right?
Yes.
How is the format? Every day there are classes or?
No.
What
It's every Friday. Okay. And you're East Coast, right? You're Florida or East
No,
East
I'm
Coast
Central Standard Time.
Okay, 2 hours ahead. Yeah. So in your time, okay, Central Time, it's going to be every single Friday from 11 until 5 p.m. Okay. You don't have to attend all the classes; just attend what you're interested in. And sometimes it'll go until 7 p.m. at night, your time, where we do Zoom. And just like this, I never end the Zoom calls until there's no more questions. I've got incredible endurance because it gives me such a high to help my students.
Okay, so but the program, as soon as I pay, do I see all the classes available? Can I just jump into it options right away, or do I need to go into an order?
No, you can do it. You can do whatever you want in them. It doesn't matter if you buy silver, gold, or platinum. It's all the same curriculum. But with gold and platinum, you're kind of held accountable loosely because you can do live class with me and you get access to me as well. Yeah, 200 hours of live Q&A on Fridays throughout 1 year. Plus, you get access to the weekly 2-hour office hours call forever. Yeah, and all updates as well. Yeah, all updates. You get all that stuff for free. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
Okay. You say I can downgrade, right? If I feel like it's not, I don't need a gold. I can do with silver. You say I can downgrade within a month?
Yeah, just request a refund, which I'll give to you all the way up until October 30th. And then you just buy silver. Yeah, it's harder for me to. It's an accounting thing for me. It's just easier for you to get 100% of your money back and then just buy it again, silver. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So if I buy it right now, I don't have access to the classes until September 30th.
No, you have access immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah. It wasn't always that way. I changed that earlier this year. Yeah.
My guy interruption. You guys can Google Chris Haroun Network 2021, and in 2020 now he had 32.9 million. An estimate of
if that was the case, I'd say, all right, man, class is over. See you guys.
Yeah.
I don't care what teaching.
So,
bye.
So you guys really think that the platinum or the silver
no. I never disclose my net worth, but yeah. But it'll help you. Yeah.
That's.
But
you think that really money? I actually think he's doing MBA for charity. Actually,
dude, I love doing. Here's my mission is to scale this so I can build schools all over the world. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It should be called HaroonMBA.org. Yeah.
That's right.
Dude. The problem is this: if you chase money, you lose your dreams and your money. If you chase your dreams and you don't give a damn what the world thinks of you, something wonderful happens, your dreams come true, and the money falls accidentally. It always does. All right, comments here. Jess wrote, always network. You're right, dude. And then Tsepang wrote, I'm new here from South Africa. How are you? We have tons of people from South Africa in my program. You wrote, what I learned from watching this is have love for what you do, and you will make it. Amen to that. Absolutely. Okay. Next up, I've got Eric here who wrote, I just finished building a portable, up to 3 tons solar-powered heat and air conditioning, runs from morning to evening, free air conditioning. How cool is that? I like that. Which course would you recommend? Yeah. I'm so sorry. I don't understand the question. Yeah. Oh, you just answered. Thanks. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. And thanks for that. My favorite emoji ever. Appreciate it. Yeah. Cool. All right. And stay here, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Drinking too much water. All right.
Hey, Jerry.
What's up?
Hey, man.
Question?
Yeah, it sounds like you have more experience than me, definitely, in stocks and stuff. Do you know about options?
I don't do derivative. I only do derivative for the hedge. If I buy for instance Tesla, and I will put I kind of forgot a put or call and to hedge that risk on my position. People use derivative wrongly. You can be a speculator, of course, but you might lose your own money you might lose your own money on your bets, and in portfolio, really. My manager friend.
But how can you lose your money if you're investing in just a little bit of a stock, not the whole stock, right? Isn't that the whole idea of options?
SPY, draw down, what about 16%? And 16% YTD, and wait a second. Let me check SPY, the 1 year reward. The 1 year drawdown is 8.72, and kind of forgot my daily max drawdown is 3.1244, and the weekly is 70.37, and the year max drawdown is 13%, and but I got 15% reward return last year and 46%.
13%?
46%. Yes, 46%. Yeah, I can show you the picture.
What the? Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to say, I see. Thank you so much for that donation. Australian $5. Appreciate it. That will go directly to projectmagoo.org.
Yeah, but
appreciate that.
But Aaron, I want to mention you that it takes me the first year I lost 7% money, and the next 2 years I stimulate trading and talking about my England, my best mutual fund, and we have a weekly meeting. He's very busy, of course, so I only take about. He suggests the course, and I only have 5 to 10 information meeting with him weekly. We talk about the general economy and some stuff and forex, and yeah. So if you really want to be a professional investor, I estimate it at least take you 3 to 5 years. And my IQ is really high. My IQ is about 130. So, and my grade can go to the what is called that, the Taiwan National Medical Center. So if you really want to learn, it will take you need to at least estimate that you have 2 years no income, or you can put BOO, or I prefer more the VT, the Vanguard World Stock, and yeah. Let me check a little bit.
Yeah, Eduardo.
They are more diverse. Yeah. The Apple is only 3.65, and they have 63 in U.S. market.
Eduardo, I recommend do dollar cost averaging. Have it come out of your every 2 weeks out of your paycheck, if you can do it, have it go directly into your 401k just by the ticker VOO if you don't have time to actively manage money. And I promise you in the long run, that will make you 10.5% return. And Warren Buffett said you want to spend what is left after saving instead of saving what is left after spending. And so if it comes out of your account directly into your 401k every 2 weeks before you get it, I promise you in the long run, you'll do incredibly well. And in the MBA program, I'll teach you more active portfolio management in terms of single stock selection. That makes sense?
Yeah, I cleaned my 401k because here in Texas, everybody's talking about the stock market is going to collapse. But you hear so many theories, right?
Yeah, don't think of it that way. Like, just, you can't time the markets, right? Markets could go down a bunch, but in the long run, I promise you, the average return of the S&P 500 is 10.5%. In the long run. That's why you got to be long-term focused always. Now, let me take a second here, please, Jerry, and just answer Icy's question. Icy donated money. Thank you. It goes directly to Project Magoo. You wrote here, is it true the reason graphics cards are through the roof is because people are using them for Bitcoin mining? Yeah, two things. Number one, a shortage in supply. Okay, which is leading to an increase in prices of components, right? Although supply is becoming less of an issue now because inventory is not as much of an issue now as demand is cooling globally given higher interest rates. Secondly, when cryptocurrencies go up in value, people mine more often. And so video gamers hate cryptocurrency miners because when you mine cryptocurrencies, and I'll teach you how to assemble a cryptocurrency computer in the MBA curriculum, when cryptocurrencies go up in value a lot, in order to mine, you use graphics cards. Yeah. So yes. So there is a direct correlation to when prices spike in cryptos, prices of graphics cards go up. Next up, I got Vishnu who wrote, thanks for answering, Chris. You're most welcome. Thank you. And thanks again, Icy, for that donation. God bless you. Vishnu wrote, thanks for answering, but I live in India and I have to move to Canada next year. So is it possible to do masters and a CFA at the same time to have an edge over everyone? Yeah. So it all depends on what you want to do. So in the first semester, what we do is I help you create long-term life goals and what your perfect resume is going to look like a decade from now. And it's kind of like what Jeff Bezos used to do at Amazon. Jeff Bezos would have all of his product managers on Kindle, AWS, etc. He'd have them all create a press release that's going to come out years in the future today. And then what he'd do is he'd look and there's a gap analysis. He'd look to fill that gap. The same thing with you. When you create your resume, which we do in the first semester, and I have you create like a 10-year version of your resume as well, there's a gap. How do you fill that gap? If getting that master's degree is something you need, then so be it. But what I would say is a CFA is probably better and more respected anyway. And I would take a look at the jobs, take a look at the profiles of people that have jobs you want in Toronto, for example, that work in finance. You'll see a lot of them have CFAs, and that will help you fill that gap. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Hey, man, get some more suggestions.
Sure.
I recommend you to read whole book of investing, the 4 pillars in investing, and in that book they suggest the active trader or hedge fund, whatever, at most 75% in active trading, and the last is EDF, the bound or whatever. And I suggest if you're a beginner, I suggest you at most 50 is you're actually trading, and 50% is putting out ETF, whatever ETF you like SPY, VO, or VT, or the sector that you think is great in the future. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a bit strange question. I wanted to sign up for the Platinum now, and when I filled the form, I realized that there is a tax ID. And I was thinking, okay, I should ask my accountant for a tax ID to see if it's worth it, because in my case with the freelancing, I have a lot of tax exceptions as an IT consultant. And not everything can be put to it. Do you, based on your estimates now, do you think you will fill the platinum quite soon, or maybe should I buy it now, ask the accountant, ask for a return if she green slides me, and then buy again with the freelancing ID?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, ask your accountant. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm asking your accountant next week.
Yeah. I would say you have time. There's no rush. Yeah. Waiting a couple days is not gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Yeah.
So initially, I planned to. Do we have a meeting Thursday? I think.
Okay.
And I plan to make a decision to pay then, but
even if we're there's no even if we're at full capacity, I will make an exception. Yeah, take your time. This is not, there's no rush. I don't want you to.
Okay. As I said, I just got the email. I did not knew about open house today.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
It was great that I got the email. So I could check.
And if you can't read, just email. I'll take care of you. Don't worry. We're talking next Thursday. You wrote?
Yes, next week.
Yeah. And I don't recommend, like, if people aren't really sure, just set up a meeting with me, and we could talk one-on-one as well. Yeah. And if you guys can't do it this year, there's next year too. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. Okay.
I would like to say good night to everyone.
Oh, good night, man.
My team waited hours.
Okay, cool.
I want to retire also.
Okay, excellent. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you, Maris.
Yeah, and Tom, you're not here, but I will write you tomorrow the details.
Okay, cool. All right, man. Take care. Have a good week. God bless you. Have a good weekend, man. All right, cool. Thanks. Cool. Take care. All right, I'm going to go now to France, who has a question, which is, Chris, how much time busy adults should dedicate to the MBA program weekly to be on pace? Yeah. So it all depends. Like, there's no additional work after class. Like, the quizzes are so easy. You can actually do them during class. And the reality is, I wrote the questions to the quizzes in the order of the class. You can even have a browser window open to answer the questions during class. And you can always do 2x speed. You can speed up my voice too, so I sound like a chipmunk. Whatever. It's, you know what I mean. In terms of hours, well, it's your MBA in your terms, right? So you only have to complete half the quizzes and get over 50%. All right, Tom, you got to go. All right, brother, take care. Great meeting you, Tom. Best of luck. Thanks, and I hope to see you in class. Thanks. So all you have to do is you just have to get over 50% on half the quizzes. So there's 300 hours of class, and so if you only did half the quizzes, and they're easy, then that's 150 hours of class. 150 hours divided by 50 weeks. That's like 3 hours of class per week. Yeah. And you don't have to do it within 1 year. Like, you can always take the quizzes later. Yeah. You have access for life. Yeah. All right, cool. And we got Paulton. I see you on the call here. I think you got video on or something. If you want, please ask a question or introduce yourself. Only if you feel comfortable doing so. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. All right. So if anybody has questions on YouTube, type your questions now. If you want, completely up to you. Otherwise, on Zoom, I can take more questions here as well. Yeah. Jerry, what you got next for me, man?
Huh?
You have any more questions?
Oh yeah. I need to keep up your meeting, so I just say pause. And I also in passion about education. Actually, I work for free for my French school teacher to teach here this nice guy, and I helping him to his student in French school to really math and science class, special class. in one of the best high school in Taiwan, but soon I realized it just inefficient. So I quit and I decided to be a doctor, and just donate the money to the education foundation. But when I found manager, and I know I'm very busy, but I have some time, and I really, if you I want to, you are the best online course.
Thank you.
About finance.
Thank you.
And I think finance is very important to everyone. And if you are willing, I want to volunteer with you. But no, we have the time difference. If you have some new ideas and project, and I also have some ideas about venture capital. Maybe we can talk later and discuss whether appropriate and renewable and marketable in the long run.
Yeah. When it comes to renewable energy in general, I am an environmentalist.
No. I mean, not renewable energy, and renewable education system that we create. Yeah.
I do believe it. Check out my TEDx talk if you get a chance. I talk about how education, to quote Nelson Mandela, is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Yeah. Paulton wrote here, "Hey, Chris from Toronto. Hey, man, what's going on? Go Blue Jays. Don't tell me the score of the Blue Jay game. I'm watching it later on tonight. Yeah. And Manoa already pitched 2 days ago, right? Broke my heart, though. There's no game yesterday. You wrote, I've taken your courses on Udemy, and your teaching methods are very effective. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And I hope you're a Blue Jays fan. And Paulton, I got this. I don't know if you reckon. I'm an old man. This was the best outfield in baseball. This is when we had we got George Bell. No, just George Bell, Jesse Barfield, and Lloyd Mosby. Yeah. And then you wrote here, taking your courses on Udemy and your teaching methods are very effective. Keep up the good work. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. No, it's fun. I love to teach. I wish I started teaching years ago. Yeah. All right. And Icy, thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. God bless you again. That will go to charity. And my wife's name is Charity. I'm so sorry. That's awful that here. No, God bless you. It'll go directly to the projectmagoo.org. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Happy to answer your questions always. Yeah. And everyone's answer always, regardless. You wrote, Chris, have you ever fell into a sunk cost fallacy trap, or were you smart to put a cap on how much you invest? Yeah, I've taken a lot of risks in my life, but I've always been fiscally conservative when it comes to risk management, right? And I teach you portfolio management and risk management in a lot of detail based on stuff I used to do in the hedge fund industry as well, in the MBA curriculum. Yeah. But I think probably one of the most important things you can do when you invest is be unemotional, as I was mentioning earlier. Yeah. And have a process in place. And I certainly give you a lot of templates to do your own investment write-ups, as well as manage risk and portfolio management. Now, one thing I'll say is this, and I showed you guys with a fishing rod earlier today, the prop. I can take my students to the water. I can't force you to drink. But also, I'll teach you how to fish, but I won't provide you with fish. So I'll always tell you how to invest instead of telling you what to invest in, because nobody is smarter than you, per that Steve Jobs video I licensed. And I want you to always do your own research. Always, always, always. And don't rely on anybody in the media. Don't watch, be careful, man, when you watch CEOs that are interviewed on television. They're the best salespeople in the world. And everybody's got a bias as well. Yeah.
sometimes I even don't.
Yeah.
I see the topic of the
Yeah.
Wall Street prep to feel the market emotion.
Yeah.
And I only see the Bridgewater Insight and Blackstone Education and the newsletter, because they have huge and they are very, very, are really good.
Yeah, and when it comes to when it comes to Bridgewater, I'd be careful.
I know they're kind of blown up in the January.
Yeah, it's that, but also it's the corporate culture there. I've had friends that have worked there, and the problem is I don't think it's the best way to run a company because the employee turnover at Bridgewater is over 40% per year, and also every meeting there is recorded, and everyone knows that except for in the bathroom. Well, it's kind of an uncomfortable it's a pressure cooker. It is. All right, cool. All right, next up, Eric wrote, where to meet high net worth people. Yeah. So the best way to do it is to network leveraging LinkedIn, and it's something I teach in the first semester in a lot of detail. Yeah. Okay. And then Vishnu wrote, when is the next intake for the MBA program? Because I won't be able to join for the September intake. At some point next year, I'll launch another one. Yeah. Cool. All right. And I see Jerry's got his hand up. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. And Chris, you kind of you misunderstand my education venture project. I actually don't want profit from this venture capital. Doing mutual fund is enough for my living and for my dreams, and also half of my bonus will give to the nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion, and I learn quant now, and my dream is to go to the Renaissance.
Renaissance? Renaissance? James Simmons. Renaissance. Yeah. He's a tough guy to get a hold of. Yeah. So, and for the
I know it's really freaking hard, but
yeah. And his son actually is out here at Berkeley. That's where my son goes to school. But so for those who are not familiar, Jim Simmons, he used to work for the National Security Agency in the United States. And then back in the 1980s, he launched a hedge fund called Renaissance Technologies. And Renaissance Technologies has returned 60% gross adjusted on average every year since the 1980s. And the way he does it, and there's nobody like him on the planet. What he does is he has a couple thousand Linux servers running in parallel, and it's artificial intelligence based algorithms that pick stocks. So for example, if it's raining a lot outdoors, for example, his algorithm might short restaurant stocks because when it's raining, people don't go out to eat as much, that sort of thing. But he's amazing. He's no longer taking new capital. And I think I did a vlog on him as well. You could do a search on YouTube on that. Yeah. All right. Next up, Eric wrote, I'm not looking for someone to give me a fish. I'm not looking for someone to teach me to fish. But I'm looking for is someone to teach me how to buy the fishing pond and create a generational wealth. Yeah. Well, we certainly will talk about a lot of different investment methodologies from various different asset classes. And not just that, but also from an entrepreneurship perspective, how to start a company. And I really do believe that a better investment than buying stocks or any asset class is investing in your own business after you write the business plan. Because if you invest in a stock, best case, with options, whatever, in a couple of years, you can make a couple 100%, whatever it is. But you can make 1,000,000% return if you launch the right company. Yeah. And my mission is to provide you with all the templates so that you can decide what the best company is for you to launch as well. So we cover every major aspect of business from investing to entrepreneurship, etc.
Chris,
Yes, sir.
I have 46% macro strategy this year. Most because of I predict the Powell, and I studied Powell really deeply, and I leverage a lot before his speech.
Yep.
And
Federal Reserve.
macro is not study like the quantity, and compared to Renison, 46% is really low, and I see the pure alpha the biggest macro Bridgewater only 7.9% less year. And I say, oh my god, I need to change my strategy and go to a value.
You're talking my language. I like how you mentioned alpha there too. For those who are not familiar with alpha means how much you outperform the market by, and it's how mutual fund managers get paid based on alpha, meaning how much they outperform the market by. Yeah, cool. All right, looks like
but 79. Let's say not 70. I say wrong. 7.9% is actually lower than 10% area of the big cap. Yeah.
I gotta go, guys. Bye. Bye, everybody. Thank you for
Eduardo,
Chris.
God bless you, brother.
Bye.
Great to meet you virtually, man.
Thank you, man.
Bye.
Bye.
All right,
Bye,
take
Jerry.
care. Thanks. All right, I've got here. Vishnu wrote, "Is it possible to schedule a one-on-one Zoom call regarding the MBA?" Yeah, if you're interested in gold or platinum for the September class, then yeah, you just go to my website, Haroun MBA, and there's a way to set up a call there. Yeah. And then Eric wrote, "Have you given the free MBA?" Yeah, I did earlier today. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was another guy named Eric. Small world. His name is Eric, and his middle initial is A, and so he won it. Yeah. It looks like I got a couple comments here in the chat. It was Eduardo who wrote, "Thank you, Chris. I have to step out. Have a great weekend. You too, brother. It's great meeting you." And then Paulton wrote, "Hi, Chris. What would you recommend for someone trying to go from social work to finance?" Yeah, you can do it. It's going to take a lot of informational meetings. And what I recommend you do is during these informational meetings, you're going to bring with you one-page write-ups, okay, on certain stocks, portfolio management, whatever it is. And I'll help you write them, okay? And then on the back of your resume, you're going to put those one-page write-ups. But it's going to take a lot of networking, but hell yeah, you can do it. I will help you get there. Yeah. Okay. All right, what's next? Questions, come on. Only if you have them. I don't want to, yeah. If anybody that's watching YouTube Live has questions, please keep typing them. I'm here to help you. And the great thing about the MBA program also is we talk about current events. Right, so if there are new developments that occur in the markets, whatever business world, we talk about them in class. It's how I learn, actually. People ask lots of questions. It's fun for me, too. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, can I tell you? I will see your TED Talks later, and what's your free time? We talked about the venture capital or the education industry meeting, and how long?
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Can you rephrase the question? Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
How can we start an information meeting about the education can fix all the problems. And some ideas about and insight about the business model of the education. Yeah. So can we set a meeting?
With me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't. I can't outside. I do if for meetings. The best time to reach me is during you can ask me on the public webcast, which is every Thursday from 8 to 10. Or if you're in if you join Platinum and Gold, you can ask me also during the weekly office hours on Thursdays from 11:20 until 1:20.
The professor office hour.
Yeah, office hours are best. And then if you guys join the September 30th start date, you can always ask me during class as well. And I never end classes until there's no more questions. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Next up, I've got Eric wrote. Your words are always inspiring. Thanks, brother. And he wrote, "Peace out, man. Peace." Yeah. All right. And then Paulton wrote, "Thank you. I have to go. Have a good night. You too, man. You too."
Just wait me a second.
Yeah, sure. All right. Any more questions from YouTube Live, guys? Dude, I'm playing that too, man. Look, what kills me. Okay, look, I got it, Jerry. It kills me that there's been no update to the builder base in like 3 years. The builder base is my favorite one, right? So right here, so I'm Town Hall 13 here, but over here on the builder base, and I started playing this with my kids years ago. We went to Israel, and I was like, "Hey kids, why don't you play some game to get interested in castles and medieval stuff?" And Wi-Fi, internet access is incredible at Israel. And then I kind of still play it every now and then. But my builder base, it bothers me that they haven't updated this. Yeah. So anyway, it's kind of.
My joke. Join your clan though.
Oh, I don't do clans. Yeah, I just kind of I'm not. Yeah. So it's weird. Like for me, for like online gaming, like I love video games. But I don't do online stuff. Like I've never really, like Call of Duty, I'll just do missions. And the same thing with GTA. I just can't get into the online stuff. Yeah. Oh, Matthew's on the call. Matthew is from Toronto. Matthew is from Brantford, Ontario, where Wayne Gretzky was born. He's in my Platinum program this year. It's great to see you, man. Great to see you. And Matthew wrote here, hello, future MBA family. Chris has some amazing things in this course. Thanks, brother. And then you wrote, definitely worth the investment. He does walk through walls for students. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. God bless you for that. Thank you. Go Blue Jays. Dude, we're third in the wild card, eh? So what we got what, a couple more weeks. We're off to a strong start in September. The Jays are kicking ass, yeah. And we were only 5.5 back of the Yankees up until like yesterday or so. Yeah. But what scares me now, Matthew, is Seattle. They're on a tear. Yeah. You wrote, and Matty Matt wrote here. Third in the wild card, but we're doing good right now. Amen to that, brother. Yeah, it's tense. Yeah, our bull Romano, who's been unbelievable. You guys must love Romano up there. He's Canadian born as well. Our closer. Yeah. And that dude, Bo Bichette getting 3 home runs in that doubleheader against Baltimore on Monday, unbelievable. Yeah, he's lit it up. And you wrote, I love Romano. Yeah, he's great, man. Yeah, no, he's the bomb. Yeah, he's the new Tom Henke. Yeah. All right. So I am going to wrap up the call.
Chris, wait me a second.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I won't wrap it up till there's no more questions.
No?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have 2 accounts.
Sure.
I'm in the legendary right now, so I have to play 16 per day.
Oh, wow.
But I got to. But I'm going to your MBA and start headshot and also go to the school and learn the quant with my professor. So if you or your interest of you or your kids are interested, I can give away.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh, thank you. God, you don't have to. That's okay. God bless you. Yeah. I don't play that much anymore, but it's one of the few games I have on here. I'm waiting until there's a builder base upgrade. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I log every now and then. I'll just log in to get the treasure, in the corner here, which is like a couple million gems. And then what I do is I go over to the builder base, and I just I get all the gems every couple days, whatever, just to kind of.
Yeah,
and I have because I'm not that active anymore. I have 2 of my 6 workers always in the builder base, so I can hit the clock tower quickly. And I can just collect all the gold by, you know what I mean? Like here. Yeah. So it's just.
Oh, I forgot the clock for a very long time.
Yeah, no, it's free gold, man. Yeah. Yeah. People are watching this. They're thinking, who is this man child? Really? Am I going to take this MBA with this joker? Yes. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I have 22 gen now.
I got.
I'm too busy these days.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. And then Howdy wrote here, what game is that? It's Clash of Clans. Yeah. 50 years old. I know. And then Cairo wrote, thank you for this informative and knowledgeable session. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. I'd love to see you all in class. I will walk through walls to help you guys. Yeah. All right. Any more questions, folks? Going once. Going twice. And Howdy wrote, thanks. Thanks for the thumbs up. Okay. Thank you guys so much for this call. This was a lot of fun. Michelle wrote here, always a joy watching you. I can't wait to see you in class. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. And I want to see more pages.
I have one question.
Sure.
First,
okay.
You can send me the and tell me the lawyer and so.
Yeah, so just do a search
for my family.
Yeah. So
now I not certainly want to start a hedge fund, but for my family.
Yeah.
For that issue.
Yeah, I can tell you the guy's name. I don't think it's gonna be helpful because I registered here in the United States, a Delaware listed company, and the offshore entity for me and my master feeder structure was in British Virgin Islands. But I'll share it with you. It's the Securities and Law Group, and the guy's name is Jim Grand. Here in San Francisco. He's a good guy. Yeah.
So how can I access to him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if he'll remember me, but I'll show you here. All right. I'll share with you. All right. So, whoops, wrong keyboard. Securities Law Group, Jim Grand.
Wait me a second. My typing is slower than.
Here he is, right here. I'll just copy and paste this right here. Here you go. Copy.
Okay.
And then I will go here and paste and zoom. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. And his name is. Who's the guy?
Yeah, Jim Grand. I'll show you. All right. So let me click on about. Matthew. That's how we say about, right? About. Matthew's Canadian too. Americans don't say it right. It's not about. It's about. So if you click on about, he should be here somewhere. Here he is. Here, yeah, James Grand Esquire. There you go. Yeah, a lawyer who thinks business. Yeah, but then again, I think that, and you can click here, I guess, to contact us. Yeah, right here. I do think that he's more focused. Like he does hedge fund stuff, so he set up my offshore thing, right here. Yeah, in the British Virgin Islands, he was great. Yeah, BVI is what I did because it's cheaper than Caymans. But he might not be able to help you because you're located in Taiwan. Yeah. But go ahead and contact him if you want to. But yeah.
Okay.
That's right, Matthew.
No.
Matthew.
Don't worry about this. I have family member in Syracuse. Yeah.
Syracuse, New York State.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Syracuse University professor.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
And yeah.
Yeah, that's where the Blue Jays, Matthew, remember that? Our AAA team was Syracuse Chiefs for years. Yeah. I have to talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your helping.
Of course, man. I'm happy to help. And I'm not going anywhere until you're done with questions, though.
Okay, I will.
But you can keep asking.
I will contest him. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you as well. Michelle wrote here, always a joy watching you. I can't wait to see you in class. Thank you, Michelle. It was great seeing you as well. And I hope to see the wonderful paintings on the wall of your grandchildren next time as well. Good to see you, Michelle. Thank you. And then Maddie Matt wrote, wishing you a great weekend, Chris. You too, brother. And then you wrote, a boot. That's right, man. We're Canadian. It's a boot. Yeah, don't forget to watch the Jays game, eh? Yeah. All right, guys, take care. Jerry, it was great to see you, bud.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Awesome.
To meet you.
Awesome.
A great guy.
Excellent. God bless you.
And
I
think you're Western Kongzi.
What's that?
No? Maybe a second. You're the Western Confucius. You know, one day, your grandma asked you no question about studying hedgehog, and they're just like the Confucius, the students from young hedgehog to the oldest.
I'm the Western confuse you. I'll confuse all my students. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. No, thank you. That's a big compliment. Thank you. By the way, Christina Hong, who's the president of the Haroon Education Ventures MBA Alumni Association, she's related to Confucius. Yeah, it's she was born in Macau. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, guys, take care. I hope to see all of you in class. If anybody wants to discuss the MBA, Gold or Platinum in more detail, you can always go to my website here, HarounMBA.com. You'll see a pop-up, and once you see the pop-up, what you can do is you can click to set up a call with me. Look at me buying time, waiting until the pop-up comes. Here it is here. You click here, and you can schedule a one-on-one meeting with me. Or what you can do, I schedule these for tomorrow. A couple slots are taken already, yeah. Or what you can do is you can go to buy MBA and courses, and then just click here to buy platinum or gold. It's first come, first serve. And if you guys don't join this time, you can join next year when I do it again. Okay, guys. All right. And Jerry, have a good weekend, dude. Great chatting with you. It was great meeting your grandmother, too.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Take care. Thanks. Bye-bye.
God
God bless you more. Thank you. Yeah. And if you're watching the webcast, sorry, I didn't mean to end the Zoom when you were saying that, but God bless you and your family way, way, way more. Okay, guys. Well, thank you, everybody. This was fun. How many hours did we go? We went from 11. We did 5 hours and 15 minutes. Not even close to our record of 12 hours, but it was fun nonetheless. Thank you, guys. Take care. I'll see you.